Chapter 889. The blazing sun shone brightly, and Xiao Chun stood below it. When the light illuminated the entire dragonwood star, the uneasy feeling in his heart immediately vanished. It's morning already. Using his own will to light up the sky, this Xiao Chun really has deep heavenly sage laws. Understand now. Xiao Chun is trying to flip day and night, suppressing the power of the starlight to its weakest point. In the end, the Hachop uses the nine heavens astral art as its foundation. It would be hard not to be affected. However, this light practically illuminated the entire dragonwood star. The drain is too great. Is Xiao Chun not afraid of dying from exhaustion? The blazing sun was piercing to the eyes. Several people were not used to the change from night to day. They squinted slightly, shocked by Xiao Chun's generosity. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chun flipped day and night. How many people could have such boldness, daring to use their own will to light up a star? He gently waved his sleeves, and the two blood swords flying at him were swept aside. Then they flew around chaotically in the air. In a moment of carelessness, an unlucky corpse race cultivator got struck by the blood swords. Before this corpse race cultivator could even cry out miserably, he was sucked dry, leaving only his skin behind. This sight was horrifying. This Hachop was too vicious. The mysterious phenomenon of the falling snow, drifting song, and the zither and flute playing together weakened and turned blurry under the illumination of the sunlight. The starlight disappeared, and the zither and flute's music sounded like mournful music, lingering in the air. The scholar Long Fei's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chun to use such a tyrannical method to suppress his nine heavens astral art and resolve the situation of the Hachop. How arrogant! Do you really think that you can flip day and night, covering the sky with a flip of your hand? The nine brilliance star venerates have boundless divine strength. Respect my will and break the sky with a flick of my finger. Long Fei shouted ferociously and formed hand seals. The starlight behind him gathered into nine crystalline star venerates. These nine brilliance star venerates represented the Kerahu star, the Wuji star, the flame star, the greenwood star, the heavenly water star, the void earth star, the storm star, and the snowdrift star. Every one of them was born at the same time as the Kunlun realm. They were comparable to the sun, the moon, and the other famous stars. There were many martial techniques and cultivation techniques that could draw on the power of the stars. These nine stars were the object of worship. The nine heavenly astral art was one of the best. It was the cornerstone secret of the myriad star gate, an ancient sovereign martial sect. Long Fei wanted to use the power of these nine star venerates deity statues to instantly break Xiao Chun's sky-covering move. Star Xiao and Chunin in and Chunin. Chunin in, Chun would be the sky, long and bright, and would Chun wood in with day. With, who would wood in with day? With, and. The sun is merciless. The bright moon is flawless. The sun and the moon shine together. Long Fei, do you really dare to compete with the sun and the moon with your starlight? Xiao Chun shouted at Long Fei as he took a step forward in the air. When Xiao Chun stepped forward, the sea below churned continuously. It seemed like it could not withstand Xiao Chun's rage. The sun and the moon appearing together. Unexpectedly, there is such a miraculous scene. This Xiao Chun is too horrifying. Before the radiance of the sun and the moon, Long Fei's nine astral stars art is indeed like a grain of rice. How unfortunate! To think that Xiao Chun managed to reverse the night and make the sun and moon appear at the same time, suppressing such a powerful cultivation technique. The sun is yang and the moon is yin. Xiao Chun being able to perfectly combine the light of the sun and the moon might have something to do with his newly comprehended flawless saber Dao. Flawless, flawless, flawless. This sun and moon shining together is truly flawless. Long Fei, you probably don't have a chance anymore. When Xiao Chun raised his hand, day and night reversed. Then he waved his hand again, and the sun and moon shone together. These two moves of Xiao Qian's were truly shocking. No one had ever heard of someone using a martial technique like this before. When Long Fei was questioned by Xiao Chun, he immediately felt like the entire world was pushing him aside, mocking him for overestimating himself. He was just a grain of rice, and yet he dared to compete with the sun and the moon. This was not an illusion, but a genuine suppression of power. Right now, Xiao Chun could materialize the sun and the moon. With a flip of his hand, he could control day and night, completely grasping the power of Dragon with Star's heavenly Tao. If Xiao Chun did not allow the light of the stars to appear, the world would naturally push Long Fei aside. If Xiao Chun shouted that the other party dared to compete with the sun and the moon, the world would naturally mock Long Fei. Long Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun had forced the 9 astral stars art to the point where it could no longer circulate. This was the first time someone had used such a tyrannical method to scatter the 9 astral stars art. Good. Xiao Chun, I have repeatedly raised my estimate of your strength. However, I discovered that I still underestimated you. Long Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. His fair skin no longer had any trace of blood. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from his forehead, and a 2-meter-long trident appeared in his hand. The instant the white light appeared, a destructive aura spread out. Kasie. White bones appeared around Long Fei's body one after another. Sternum, ribs, calf bones, wrists, and arms. Under the silk-like light, the bones quickly stitched together, forming a massive set of white bone armor that protected Long Fei. A pale white flame burned in the white bones' eye sockets. The massive set of white bones seemed to be alive. The lower jaw of the skull-like head was open, looking very sinister. White bone dermic aspect. Xiao Chun exclaimed softly when he saw the skeleton completely stitched together. He had heard of this white bone dermic aspect before. It was said that it was a cultivation technique created by the corpse race's white bone monarch, the white bone technique. When cultivated to the 10th layer, it would form an avatar. This was not a simple avatar, but a complete life. If the main body died, the avatar would not be destroyed and could still be resurrected. Furthermore, the dermic aspect's battle prowess was not low. It had all sorts of wondrous uses. For example, when it attached itself to Long Fei, his defense, attack, speed, and aura would all increase by 2 or 3 times. While the others were exclaiming about the white bone dermic incarnation, Xiao Chun fixed his gaze on the trident in Long Fei's hand, which contained a boundless state of destruction. For some reason, this trident gave him a very familiar feeling. Long Fei held the trident with one hand and casually waved it. The white bone dermic aspect also made a corresponding move. Immediately, a small dragon-like black aura began to revolve in the trajectory of the trident. Xiao Chun, if you think that you can sit back and relax after breaking my 9 heavenly astral art, then you are gravely mistaken. After all, I, Long Fei, am the white bone sovereign's descendant. This white bone dermic aspect is my true trump card. Xiao Chun formed hand seals and retracted them. The blazing sun in the sky descended and turned into a purple talisman floating quietly above his head. Night fell once again. Only the bright moon did not set, shining brightly like fire. That's exactly what I wanted. If you only have this much ability, you are not fit to be the whetstone for my flawless saber Tao. Make your move. This Xiao will keep you company at any time. Xiao Qian's white clear wind robes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered, revealing the light blue Neptune headscarf. His delicate facial features gave off a sharp light that radiated from every angle of his body. Long Fei took a step forward. It was only a short step, but the huge white bone dermic aspect could already attack Xiao Chun. The trident thrust out gently, heading for Xiao Chun's forehead. Dang! Xiao Chun did not move back. He pointed with his right hand, and a cold saber light flickered. The tip of his finger was a saber light condensed from sparks. When it clashed with the trident, it gave off a melodious clang. The chi of ruin on the trident seemed to be able to destroy everything. It wanted to destroy that electric light with brute force. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and let out a dull roar as it pressed down. Xianxia smiled faintly. He had the immortal will of thunder. It was called immortal. Naturally, he would not let you destroy it so easily, even if it was your will of ruin. The purple talisman above his head descended, and a beam of light encased Xianxia. Then, he took another step forward. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pushed hard. Unexpectedly, Long Fei and the huge white-boned dermic aspect were pushed into the air by Xiaoqian's finger. I finally understand how you obtained this trident of yours. You actually refined the Annihilation Throne into a bone weapon. When Xiaoqian's finger came into contact with the trident, the red and black thrones in his sea of consciousness immediately spun excitedly, nearly leaping out. How could Xiaoqian not understand? At this moment, Long Fei's expression completely changed. He was somewhat astonished as he exclaimed, "Throne? You have a throne on you as well. I want this bone weapon forged from the ruined throne." Xiaoqian smiled, and a grave expression appeared in his eyes. Even if he had to use his magic skills as a trump card, he had to obtain this ruined throne. Long Fei's expression recovered. He smiled coldly and said, "You are really arrogant. You have not even drawn your saber yet, and you still want to take my ruined trident. You'd better let me take your throne." Dark Underworld Bone Flame. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at Xiaoqian. Amidst the flames, there was a strong chill. Wherever it passed, the dust in the air would be frozen into ice flowers. Xiaoqian could not dodge in time. His hand came in contact with it. The cold chi immediately penetrated his skin and permeated his blood. Then, it surged forward and sealed Xiaoqian's entire left arm in ice. What a tyrannical flame! By the time Xiaoqian reacted and used his law energy to block this flame, his right arm was already covered in frost. Many ice flowers bloomed, absorbing the life force in Xiaoqian's right arm. Long Fei laughed loudly and said, "This dark underworld bone flame is ranked 6th among the Yin-attributed flames. I obtained it after a narrow escape from death in the 9 layers of hell. Xiaoqian, this arm of yours is completely crippled." Right after Long Fei said that, he swung the trident through the air. The huge white-boned dermic aspect raised the trident image and did the same thing as Long Fei, chopping down at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's momentum was heavy. The trident created a strong, destructive wind that blew to both sides, forming a rapidly spinning storm. Space seemed like it would tear at any moment as a destructive aura surged out. Xiaoqian tapped his left shoulder with his right hand, and the Lunar True Flame's origin flame in his left eye flowed out from his fingertip. When it touched the ice flowers, they shattered. The Lunar True Flame absorbed the strand of dark underworld bone flame in his right arm. Xiaoqian's Lunar True Flame was formed by using a strand of Lunar True Flame that did not contain any origin flame to devour other Yin-attributed flames. Chapter 890. It was far from the true Lunar True Flame of the world. However, after consuming the extreme Yin Flame and the Netherworld Flame, its origin flame was already the size of soybean. No matter what, it would have some might. Furthermore, it was ranked much higher than the Netherworld Bone Flame. Naturally, it was not difficult for it to easily absorb a strand of the Netherworld Bone Flame. You have quite a few good things on you. Coincidentally, my Lunar True Flame needs to advance. Watch as I take out your Netherworld Bone Flame's origin flame later. Xiaoqian moved his arms freely. He smiled faintly and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, he punched at the incoming trident. He used the myriad heaven divine fist deity's descending secret technique, gathering veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital chi, erupting with tenfold combat prowess. Bang! The white bone dermic incarnation with a ferocious aura was knocked back. It spun in the air and fell towards the sea. Didn't you want to see my saber? I'll show you what my saber is now. With a cold snort, Xiaoqian executed Thunder Dragon steps and chased after the falling Long Fei at an even faster speed. A bright light burst forth from Xiaoqian's body. Instantly, the sharpest saber in the world, flawless, came out of its scabbard. using my palm as a saber, my feet as a saber, my wrist as a saber, my hair as a saber, my body as a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. This saber was called Flawless. This Tao was perfect and flawless. In an instant, Xiao Chun closed in on Long Fei and formally executed his flawless saber Tao. Sharp fist lights filled with saber edges. Unparalleled leg shadows filled with saber edges. 3,000 strands of hair fell like a waterfall filled with saber edges. What Long Fei saw, what his ears heard, and what his body felt, he felt like thousands upon thousands of sabers were attacking him relentlessly. All sorts of tricky sabers flew at him, making him unable to imagine the trajectory of these sabers. That place was a sea of sabers, a world of sabers. Saber domain. Such a scene made several of the old men in the surrounding sky exclaim involuntarily. Aside from the boundless sabers, only Long Fei's white-boned dermic incarnation remained, doing its best to fight with the sabers. Saber domain, the domain of the saber. Once it is executed, it is filled with the sharpness of a saber, able to break through all techniques. After being trapped, no matter how powerful the enemy is, after suffering the pain of 1,000 cuts, they will die. A genius bladesman like Feng Xianxia nearly lost his cool and cried out. Saber domain. That was a domain that only the legendary ancient saber monarchs could execute. It required exceptional talent for the saber to comprehend. Currently, there were not many famous saber emperors. There were almost none who could use a saber domain. However, there were a few experts who could use a sword domain. Could it really be a saber domain? After a while, the grave Feng Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Fortunately, it is not a saber domain. It is just my body as a saber, turning everything I touch into a saber. It is very similar to the legendary saber domain, but there is an essential difference." However, Wuxia sighed and said, "Feng Xianxia, it is too early for you to relax. This is not a saber domain, but it clearly has the vague form of a saber domain. Given this fellow's talent, he will definitely be able to comprehend it. In the future, if you see him execute a saber domain, don't be shocked." Feng Xianxia appeared distracted for a while. Then, he could not help smiling bitterly. It looks like I am deceiving myself and others. I'm not as thorough as Brother Bai. You're probably going to lose your bet with Xiao Chun. Wuxia had a complicated expression. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "There will always be a time to settle all grudges and grudges. If I lose this time, I will be able to let go of the obsession in my heart. This might not be a bad thing for me. There are many people stronger than me in this world. The sons of the 3 holy masters are stronger than me, and Xianxia is stronger than me, and those newly born geniuses of the ancient races are stronger than me. Why should I take it to heart that Xiao Chun is stronger than me? He is just putting on a show and refusing to admit defeat. Brother Feng, do me a favor." Feng Xianxia said with a strange expression, "Please speak." Whoosh! A jade strip flew towards Feng Xianxia. Wuxia stretched out his hand and caught it. He said, "This contains the snow race inheritance that Xiao Chun wants. Will you please help me pass it on?" Feng Xianxia grasped the jade strip and said, "The match is not over yet. Brother Bai, why are you leaving before you finish looking? I'm already 30 years old. I became famous at a young age. Along the way, I have been fighting. It is not that I have seen too little. Rather, I have seen too much. However, I still cannot see through it. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. If I cannot see through it, I will not come out. I will just pretend that I do not have a name in this world. Whatever bloody age of geniuses has nothing to do with me." Wuxia. Snowflakes drifted down and landed on the surface of the sea, forming a path of ice and snow. Wuxia walked on the waves. It was as Wuxia said. Even after a long time, Feng Xianxia did not hear any news of him. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the shocking battle between Xiao Chun and Long Fei. No one paid attention to Wuxia, who walked on the waves in the wind and snow. Long Fei, who was surrounded by boundless saber lights, did not appear. He did not collapse, as everyone expected. Instead, the white-boned dermic incarnation materialized 1,000 arms and sent out a destructive aura, not willing to admit defeat. When Xiaoqun made a bet with Xiaochun, whoever gave out first would be the loser. My 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation originates from mysterious Buddhist sect secret technique. The white-boned dermic incarnation is the predecessor of the 10,000 hands Buddha. My energy is boundless. You're using your body as a saber, materializing the flawless saber Tao. You're going to be disappointed if you want to grind me to death. At this moment, Long Fei's dermic incarnation looked very dignified. He ignored the bloody wounds on his body as he brandished his 1,000 arms, clashing wildly with Xiaochun, who had already turned into boundless saber lights. The shockwaves of the two's battle on the surface of the sea grew increasingly wider. The seawater surged, and unrecoverable gorges appeared in the vast and boundless sea. It was like the ground had split open, an incredible sight. Once Long Fei's 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation unfolded, it immediately knocked back Xiaoqun's advantage, resulting in a stalemate. The battle continued. However, time seemed to freeze forever. That bright moon illuminated the sky. Its light did not scatter. How could night leave? As the bright moon did not scatter, the spectators could not help but have a vague sense of time. They did not know how long the two had been fighting already. Was it one night, one day, or even more days and nights? Xiaoqun had already forgotten the initial purpose of this battle. He only felt extremely carefree. His mind was filled with information and inspiration about the flawless saber Tao. Suddenly, he remembered the four-season saber technique that he once cultivated. The four-season saber technique grew without end, cycling without end. If he executed it with his flawless saber Tao, he could definitely grind down this 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation with boundless energy. Once Xiaochun thought of it, he immediately executed it. Using the boundless state of the flawless saber Tao, he executed the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter at the same time. Immediately, 4 different scenes appeared on the 4 sides of the 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation. One side was like a spring breeze with peach blossoms blooming. One side was like a blazing sun burning the land. One side was like a gentle autumn wind, causing leaves to fall from the branches. One side was covered in pure white snow, freezing the land for 500 kilometers around. Each side was a saber. Compared to the countless sabers earlier, there were only 4 sabers now. The sabers were named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. Flawless 4 seasons cycle endlessly. Good, good, good. Xiaoqun said good 3 times in his heart. He was the one who created this 4-season saber technique in the first place. Flawless 4 seasons was compatible with the flawless saber Tao. Unexpectedly, it went unexpectedly smoothly, allowing him to execute it perfectly. Long Fei's expression slowly turned frustrated. He discovered that the 4 seasons continued endlessly, vaguely resonating with the supreme cycle of the great Tao. Unexpectedly, it showed no intention of stopping. Damn it! 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation explode. Seeing that he was slowly being suppressed, Long Fei roared ferociously. The dermic incarnation of the 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation swelled continuously. Then, without giving Xiaoqun any time to react, it exploded. Unexpectedly, Long Fei chose to explode his dermic incarnation. This was a decisive technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. Bang! The 1,000 hands white-boned dermic incarnation exploded, and the aura of destruction immediately reached its peak. In an instant, the peach blossoms fell, the blazing sun was extinguished, the autumn wind blew, and the white snow melted. The flawless 4 seasons was destroyed just like that. Wounds covered Long Fei's body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, making him look extremely horrifying. He no longer had the elegance of a scholar. Long Fei looked at Xiaoqun, who was also in a sorry state. His physical body cracked. Then, he laughed loudly and said, My white-boned dermic incarnation only needs to recuperate for a month before the Thousand Hands Buddha statue, and it will recover. From the very start, I was undefeatable. Even if I do not have much vital chi now, you're like a dried-up lamp. You cannot do anything to me. In the end, this match ends in a draw. Xiao Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. However, he discovered that he could not wipe it all off. His heart and lungs were torn apart. Without recuperating, he would not be able to recover temporarily. The self-detonation of the white-boned dermic incarnation was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, the will of destruction from the trident reached its peak. Xiao Chun took the brunt of it and was indeed significantly injured. Unexpectedly, Long Fei still had such a ruthless move. However, this Long Fei was too naive to think of a draw. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Look up at the sky. Do you not notice anything wrong?" Long Fei's expression changed. When he looked up, he saw the bright moon in the sky, perfect and flawless. It was even more beautiful than any of the bright moons he had seen before. That's not right. Although I did not pay attention to the fight with him, at the very least, one night has passed. Why is the sky not bright yet? Do you find it strange that the sky is not bright yet? Let this bright moon, which has been preparing for you for a long time, tell you. With a flip of my hand, I can make the night disappear. With a flip of my hand, I can make the sun not rise. Xiao Chun pointed, and boundless moonlight gathered at Xiao Chen's fingertip, forming a flawless blade that shot out. Long Fei wanted to dodge, but found that there was nowhere to hide. Flawless bright moon. This world is filled with moonlight. Where can you hide? Kassier. Long Fei was instantly chopped in half. His life force started to fade quickly. Xiao Chen opened his hand and grabbed the trident in the other party's hand. It had been too long. Looking at the dissipating bright moon, some people could not react. They thought that Xiao Chun had absorbed all the moonlight from the real bright moon and scattered it. Unexpectedly, they felt pity for it. However, when the bright moon disappeared, they looked up and saw that there was actually another bright moon in the sky. Everyone's vision blurred, thinking that they were in a dream. After a while, they understood that this was the real bright moon. The battle between Xiao Chun and Long Fei lasted from night to dawn, and then to night again. Chapter 891. This battle was like a dream. If not for the white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, with his body split in half, some people might have thought that it was a dream. Xiao Chun dragged his weak body and took advantage of the moment when Long Fei's life force was fading to infuse his spiritual sense into the trident. He erased Long Fei's spiritual mark and carved his own spiritual mark deeply into it. A feeling of fatigue appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The bright moon hung high in the sky, storing up a lot of energy. However, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was nearly depleted. Xiao Chun endured the dizziness and discomfort as he quickly imprinted his spiritual mark into the trident. As Long Fei's spiritual mark roared in dissatisfaction, the imprint finally succeeded. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun withdrew the trident into his sea of consciousness. Then, he turned around and retreated, going as far as he could. Most genius cultivators with a large sect behind them would have a martial emperor's will clone inserted into them. Although there was only one chance, Xiao Chun could not be sure whether Long Fei had used it or not. Long Fei's life force was already very weak after being split in half. However, he was a martial sage and cultivated some secret techniques. His brain was not destroyed, so he was not completely dead. If a sovereign martial emperor arrived, it was entirely possible to save Xiao Chun. Kassier. Right after Xiao Chun retreated, a bone spike pierced through the afterimage he left behind. However, the afterimage did not scatter. When one looked carefully, this bone spike, which did not reveal much of its sharpness, actually pinned Xiao Chen's afterimage to space. It truly pierced through space. You run really fast. I will be too embarrassed to make a move against a junior like you a second time. Take care. A figure of light came out from Long Fei's forehead. Its appearance was indistinguishable, but one could hear a suppressive voice. The moment the voice rang out, all the cultivators present, including Xiao Chun, could not endure that pressure. They all bent over and prostrated themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Water splashed everywhere. Several cultivators, whose cultivations were too low, could not endure the pressure and fell into the sea. Whitebone King of the Corpse God Palace. This is a clone of his. It is too strong, too strong. This is a sovereign martial emperor, inexplicably strong. I cannot resist him at all. If he wanted to kill me, he would not even need to lift a finger. The Whitebone King's avatar stretched out a clump of bloody light and slowly connected the two halves of Long Fei's corpse. Sovereign martial emperors already cultivated an undying body. Their understanding of the secrets of the physical body had already reached an inconceivable level. It was not strange for such a wondrous scene to come from a sovereign martial emperor. However, even if a sovereign martial emperor made a move and saved his life, Long Fei would need at least half a year to recover. Of course, although he didn't gain as much comprehension as Xianxia, he still benefited a lot from this battle. After half a year of cultivation, he would probably make great progress. The scarlet light turned into a cocoon, and the Whitebone Sovereign's clone carried Long Fei, who was in the scarlet cocoon. Then, it turned into a beam of light and flew into the universe, ignoring this matter. Huang Pufeng heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Goodbye, Whitebone King." The factions of the Bushan Palace also sent off the Whitebone Sovereign respectfully in unison. No matter what, the Whitebone Sovereign still had the air of a senior. He did not vent his anger on the others because of Long Fei's miserable state. In that case, there would not be any changes to the bet between Xianxia, Long Fei, and Wei Hua. Clearly, these major characters did not intend to participate in these small fights. Furthermore, while the juniors of the corpse race and the human race were fighting to the death, the upper echelons of the two sides might be chatting happily, discussing how to go on experiential training in the starry heavens or exchanging their comprehensions on cultivation. The 5 major races of the Kunlun realm had an explosive number of people, more than 10 billion. Although it was hard to become an Emperor Wu, there would be a few Emperor Wu in less than 200 years. Furthermore, Emperor Wu could live for at least 2,000 years. As of now, there were many Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm. The truly rare ones were sovereign martial emperors. As of now, there were no more than 20 known sovereign martial emperors. At such a level, it would be hard for them to have any deep grudges or hatred. Most things could be resolved through discussion. Wei Hua showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand hatefully. The corpse race will keep its promise. 3 days from now, we will leave the 2 resource stars that we occupied. Let's go. Wei Hua led the corpse race cultivators and a large group of demonic corpses away in a somewhat sorry state. On this trip to Dragonwood Star, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not achieve their goal of plundering, but they also lost 2 resource stars that they occupied. This was a heavy loss. The Muddy Sky Gate was here to fish in troubled waters in the first place. Given the current situation, there were no benefits to reap or a good show to watch. Then, Wuxia looked at the people of Bushan Palace, who all had malicious gazes. He chuckled. Naturally, he would not remain here for long. Xiaochun, I, Wuxia, admire you greatly. You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. When you have time in the future, come to the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Gate as a guest. I, Wuxia, will definitely host a banquet and put on a grand show. After saying that, Wuxia led the group of Muddy Sky Gate cultivators away on the King Grade warship. If they did not leave now, the people of Bushan Palace might get angry and send them flying. If that happened, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. 3 days later, Bushan Palace successfully took over 2 resource stars. The news of Xiaoqian's 2 consecutive victories, defeating the Iron Hand Sovereign, the Underworld Fire Sovereign, and the Whitebone Sovereign, reached the upper echelon of Bushan Palace. According to the agreement, Xiaoqian had obtained 1 million military merits. Furthermore, he had found out the spies and killed some corpse race martial sages and various demonic corpses. His total military merits reached more than 1.5 million. However, Xiao Chun did not attend the distribution of military merits at the headquarters. Firstly, he was recuperating, so it was not convenient for him to go. Secondly, Huang Pufeng would not be able to reward Xiao Chun with this amount of military merits. No matter how much Huang Pufeng gave him, it would not be worth 1.5 million military merits. However, after the distribution, Huang Pufeng met with Xiao Chun alone and symbolically gave him 1 million astral coins, some black pattern gold, heavenly wind grass, and other specialties of Dragonwood Star. At the same time, he also gave Xiao Chun a piece of news. 3 months from now, Bushin Palace will hold a king conferral ceremony at the headquarters of the Haotian Star. At that time, they will carve out a province in the Tianwu domain as your territory. Of course, there will be other rewards as well. After Xiao Chun heard that, a smile appeared on his pale face. Xiao Chun did not care about the other benefits. As long as he could get a province, he would have profited greatly. In the future, when he established the Dragon's Gate, he would not have to worry about a place to build his foundation. However, Xiao Chun did not know which province they would carve out for him. He hoped that it would not be an overly desolate land. There were several desolate and uninhabited places in the Tianwu domain. Firstly, there were no resources. Secondly, there were no people. He would have to start from scratch. That would be too tiring. However, this did not matter. What Xiao Chun cared about was land. Although the Kunlun realm was vast, there were plenty of desolate lands. However, if you really wanted to find a place without an owner, it would be almost impossible. Even an abandoned place would have a nominal owner. These people were not people to offend. If Xiao Chun was not careful, he might end up in big trouble. This Xiao would like to ask Lord Huangpu a question. Can you tell me who the current palace master of my Bushin Palace is? The Bushin Palace was made up of the various large sects of the Tianwu domain. Among them, the 3 holy masters held absolute leadership. However, Xiao Chun had heard that the palace master was not one of the 3 holy masters. Huang Pufeng smiled and said, "The palace master has not made an official appearance for several thousand years already. You juniors might not know this, but that is normal. Right now, the palace master of the Bushin Palace is a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Thunder King. So it is him. That makes sense. With such a person as the strongest human expert to keep the 3 holy masters in check, it would be best for him to be the palace master of the Bushin Palace." The Thunder King was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Now, he was close to 10,000 years old. His strength was unfathomable. It was because of him that the human race could barely withstand the immense pressure from the deity race. Since he was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chun wondered if this Thunder King had any friendship with the Qing Emperor. If he did, he should be able to attend this king conferral ceremony without worrying too much. He would not have to fear the 3 holy masters too much. When Xiao Chun had time, he would see if he could get some information from the Haotian martial emperor. After Huang Pufeng left, a light flashed on Xiao Chun's forehead, and a trident appeared in his hand. He revealed a smile in his eyes. For the time being, the greatest benefit of this trip was the Trident of Destruction. Unexpectedly, the ruined throne could be refined into something else. This broadened Xiao Chun's train of thought. Could the Massacre Throne and the Death Throne be refined into weapons as well? Clearly, if they were refined into weapons, the thrones would be able to bring out greater might. It was a very simple example. When fighting with others, would you be able to bring out the power of a throne or a weapon? The answer was obvious. A weapon was a lethal weapon, and a throne was a precious weapon. If one wanted to bring out the will within it and bring out greater might, it would be more practical to refine it into a weapon. Furthermore, the shape of the throne was just the surface. It did not affect the state it represented. After thinking about this, Xiao Chun already had an answer in his heart. It would be better to refine the throne into a weapon. However, Xiao Chun had sworn that if he could not resurrect Ao Jiao, he would not use another saber. Furthermore, now that Xiao Chun was using his body as a saber, he did not need a physical saber. He was the saber. It would be better to refine the throne into another weapon. Xiao Chun did not think about this for now. He put away the ruined trident and took out a jade strip with a flip of his hand. The contents of a jade strip were the snow race's inheritance that Xianxia was interested in. The snow race could be considered a strong, ancient race. They had uncanny control over the power of ice and snow. Xianxia had heard that several ancient races had powerful geniuses recently. He wondered if the snow race had such geniuses as well. Xianxia sent his spiritual sense into the jade strip and closed his eyes. Then he started to carefully comprehend the information in it. The information in the jade strip was as vast as the sea. It talked about the origins of ice and snow, how to control ice and snow, and how to grasp ice and snow. Xianxia cultivated the will of thunder. He could not waste time cultivating the will of ice and snow again. The information in the jade strip could only be used as a reference. However, the winter saber in the flawless four seasons touched on the ice Tao. Xianxia could use the knowledge in the jade strip to complete his winter saber. Chapter 892. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he looked at the time in the room. He had spent 2 days on this comprehension. With a thought, snowflakes drifted around Xianxia. The cold qi in the room plummeted as if winter had arrived. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and light flickered. The snow became a saber, and a cold wind blew. Xianxia took a deep breath, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. All the snowflakes suddenly surrounded him and started spinning. It was like thousands of people practicing the saber in the snow. Saber lights flashed, cold winds blew, and snow flew everywhere. Xianxia smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. This winter snow saber was finally complete. Using the state of ice and snow as a saber, these snowflakes filling the air were my saber. Xianxia stood up and stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake. Then he placed it under his nose and gently sniffed it. His entire body felt cool. Xianxia caught this snowflake with 2 fingers and casually waved it. All the snowflakes in the room moved with him, forming an ice flower drifting about. When Xianxia scattered his law energy and stopped circulating the four-season saber technique, the cold in the room disappeared. Only the ice flower remained, remaining eternally. As Xianxia paced around the room, he continued thinking. The flawless saber Tao, using the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber, now had a general direction. However, the true moves were only flawless bright moon and flawless four seasons. Furthermore, they were adapted from the moves of the past. Xianxia had to comprehend a few more moves. However, this was a flash of inspiration. He could not force it. There are still 3 more moves for the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. I have to find time to finish practicing them. As for the Dragon Subduing Slash, there are still 10 more moves. I have to find time to completely refine them and merge them into my flawless saber Tao. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, the door suddenly opened. Xiaoxian, Jinlin, and Lu Ke walked in. The instant the door opened, the crystalline ice flower drifted down towards the 3. Xiaoxian's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand to catch the ice flower. Hee, senior brother, your flower. Xiaoxian walked over and handed over the flower. Xiaoxian smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'll give it to you. It contains some of my comprehensions of the winter saber. At a critical moment, it might be able to save your life. When Xiaoxian heard that, she was overjoyed. She quickly expressed her thanks and carefully put the flowers into her universe ring. In the Battle of Dragonwood Star, under Xiaoxian's guidance, the 3 gained a lot of military merits. This was especially so for Jinlin. As he said, he killed 10 superior grade martial sages of the corpse race, 100 inferior grade martial sages, and more than 1,000 monarch grade demonic corpses. Xiaoxian's 100,000 military merits was no worse than Feng Xingxing's. Senior brother, how are your injuries? Now that there are no more battles on Dragonwood Planet, we have to hurry back to the Haotian sect, Jinlin said. This time, Xiaoxian was severely injured. The white bone incarnation contained the will of destruction and was too close to him. If not for his rank 3 sage body, his internal organs would have ruptured, and he would have died. Let's go. If we do not make a move for half a month, we should be fine. If we run into any astral beast along the way, we will have to rely on you, Xiaoxian said jokingly with a relaxed expression. Jinlin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me, Jinlin. Senior brother, rest assured and recuperate." When Xiaochen left, he saw that the Haoyan sect juniors had already been waiting for a long time. When he saw this group of juniors who had gained something new, he felt deeply moved. "Greetings, senior brother." When the group of juniors saw Xiaochen come out, they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Now, not only was Xiaochen strong, but his demeanor had also won over this group of juniors, gaining their sincere worship. Xiaochen opened his mouth and spat, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew out. Everyone quickly leaped onto it. Standing at the bow, Xiaochen raised his hand, and 18 sails rose up. Jets shot out from the stern, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew into the starry heavens in its proudest manner. Xiaochen felt some emotions in his heart. 10,000 years ago, the Dragon's Gate was not destroyed. He wondered if the Qing Emperor was like him today. Xiaochen led the Dragon's Gate's disciples on the Dragon's Gate's warship. He led a group of proud people and his own glory to roam the universe. As the Dragon's Gate's warship went far away, 2 discordant golden figures appeared in the starry heavens. Based on their auras, they were actually the blue-robed emperors, far surpassing Xiaochen's cultivation. He was conferred king for 1,000,000 astral beasts, consecutively defeating the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors. The Divine Son's worries were right. This fellow is truly a strong rival of the Divine Son. After not appearing for 2 years, he became famous the moment he appeared. This fellow is really too high profile. Now that the chaos in the starry heaven Silver Lake is over, his fame from this battle will probably be no less than the Divine Son's. However, it will not be easy to kill him. The Divine Son probably wants the 2 of us to make a move because he wants to be cannon fodder. Back then, how could the Qing Emperor not have left any backup plans? If we could really kill him, there would be no need for us to make a move. Someone would have already lost their patience. It does not matter. Since the Divine Son erected a life deity statue for the 2 of us, in the future, when the Divine Son ascends to the God King position, he will naturally condense a deity throne for us. Of the 3,000 deities, the 2 of us will definitely have a place. Let's make our move. Be fast and we might succeed. The Dragon's Gate's warship moved quickly through the starry heavens. Xiaochen stood at the bow, admiring the strange scenery of the universe. Occasionally, he controlled the advanced, ancient demonic energy cannons hidden in the dragon mouths to blast the asteroids in the way into pieces. Just at this moment, the eternally dark starry heavens suddenly became as bright as day, dazzling everyone's eyes. The light vanished in a flash, and the starry heavens turned pitch black once more. The junior generation disciples at the bow were all startled. However, there had always been countless strange sights in the universe. It was not strange for them to encounter such a thing. Seeing that nothing had happened after a while, they all relaxed and went back to their own business. Xiaochen appeared calm as he looked at the sky. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. What passed earlier was clearly a powerful bolt of electric light, several times stronger than the immortal lightning that the Thunder King left behind. Which senior expert just made a trip there? To think that he could easily light up the starry heavens of the universe. At the same time, in the palace where Wuxia resided in the deity race nation of the Kunlun realm, the 2 god statues suddenly cracked, directly breaking into nothingness. The obsession and life energy hidden in the god statues completely vanished. Inside the palace, Tianyu Shi, who was riding on a golden book, sighed gently on his gorgeous face. He said, "You should have guessed this ending long ago." The 2 quasi-gods died, and their life deity statues were destroyed as well. They did not even have a chance to revive. Have you thought of how to explain this to the deity sovereign? Wuxia revealed a smile on his handsome face. He said, "I did not end up empty-handed. I finally know who is protecting him. I'll explain things to the deity sovereign. Give this person an invitation to the Heroes' Convention as well." The Dragon's Gate's warship safely arrived at the Haoyan Star after traveling for half a month without any surprises or danger. The Haoyan sect disciples of Dragon Woodstar were in the limelight. The news of Xiao Chun defeating 3 sovereign martial emperors in a row had already reached the Haoyan sect. On the ground, the first elder, Han Qinghe, led a group of inner sect elders out to welcome the Dragon's Gates warship. When the warship landed, Xiao Chun led 20 juniors down. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to the first elder and said, Xiao Chun did not fail in his mission. He did not embarrass the Haoyan sect or the Haoyan sect disciples. The group of elders all smiled happily. The matter of Dragon Woodstar had already spread far and wide. Xiao Chun had allowed the Haoyan sect to gain some face. Han Qinghe smiled and said, Jin Lin, bring your junior brothers and sisters and follow the elders to discuss the merits and rewards. The pavilion masters of the Refining Medicine Pavilion and the Equipment Forging Pavilion are all present. If you have any requests, just state them. The 20 juniors all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. This was the first time someone casually raised a request. After saying a few words of consolation, Han Qinghe led Xiao Chun away alone to the inner hall of the main sect. However, he did not enter. A person sat in the inner hall. It was actually the Haoyan Emperor. Beside him was the vice sect master that Xiao Chun had met once before, a super expert with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun was stunned. He had not expected that Han Qinghe would bring him to meet these 2 major characters. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Chun greets the sect master and the vice sect master. Xiao Chun bowed and performed a cupped fist salute, greeting these 2 true major characters of the Haoyan sect. The Haoyan emperor sized up Xiao Chun and felt very satisfied. He smiled warmly and said, What a great air of a grandmaster. 2 years of thinking, bitter cultivation, and silent comprehension. It looks like you have undergone a complete transformation. Sect Master overpraises me. Compared to the 2 senior Sect Masters, Xiao Chun's current accomplishments are nothing. If ordinary people praised him, he would be able to accept it without batting an eyelid. However, the Haoyan Emperor was rumored to be a major character not far from Sovereign Martial Emperor. How could he accept the other party's praise? The Vice Sect Master A.O. Gu said, This time, you made the Haoyan sect famous. Your accomplishments in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake are even higher than those of your first senior sister, Shui Lingling. The sect master and I have to express our gratitude. If you have anything in particular that you want, you can mention it now. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. There were many things that he wanted. However, what he urgently needed were some spirit herbs and spirit flowers for the later layers of the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen's current physical body had already surpassed the requirements for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. Unfortunately, the latter 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art required different spirit herbs for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the heart, liver, kidney, and stomach. These spirit herbs were not considered rare treasures. However, there were things that could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen had searched for them a few times, but had not succeeded, making him feel very depressed. Many thanks to the 2 seniors for your kind intentions. Xiao Chun is indeed in urgent need of some things. Heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow, Ganoderma, daylily grass, heavenly learning vine, and gilded fruit. The vice sect master A.O. Gu muttered to himself for a while before saying, These are spirit herbs for the 5 viscera. They are not too precious. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find them. However, it is not difficult for us. Just wait for my news. I will get someone to deliver them to you in less than 5 days. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. Given this, the firmament body tempering arts consummation was just around the corner. If Xiao Chun succeeded in cultivating the final 5 layers, it would be very difficult for his internal organs to be injured. He would not have to fear something like the white bone incarnation exploding again. The Haoyan Emperor smiled and said, After this, we will discuss the matter of you being conferred king. At that time, the Bushin Palace will bestow you with a province. If you need the Haoyan sect's help, you can ask at any time. Chapter 893. This could be considered a promise from the Haoyan Emperor. At the very least, if there was any trouble in that province in the future, the Haoyan sect could be directly used. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chun took the opportunity to ask the two sect masters some questions about martial techniques. Furthermore, he asked about the Thunder King. However, the Haotian Emperor was tight-lipped and did not reveal too much to Xiao Chun. Only after Xiao Chun left did the Haotian Emperor's expression change slightly. He asked, Aogu, what do you think of this Xiao Chun? Aogu thought for a while before replying. At such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. If nothing unexpected happens, he might grow to the level of the Qing Emperor back then. The Haotian Emperor whispered. The Thunder King made a move on his behalf. When Aogu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, Is that true? The Thunder King made a move? The Thunder King was a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. However, the Qing Emperor's brilliance was too great, causing the Haotian Emperor to overlook this person. It was only after the Qing Emperor died that the Thunder King made a move a few times, easily destroying a few deity race divine kings. Only then did the Haotian Emperor start to take this incredible major character seriously. However, the Thunder King had not made a move for many years already. He rarely even showed himself. The matters of the Bushan Palace had also been neglected for many years, handed over to the strongest Holy Lord, the Holy Lord Vermilion Bird. Everyone had nearly forgotten this name. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King made a move again. The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, At our level, the news has already spread. With one bolt of heavenly lightning, he destroyed two of the deity race's blue-robed emperors. The deity race's deity sovereign did not say anything. Instead, he sent someone to apologize. It seems that the Qing Emperor really had a backup plan and asked this old friend for help. Aogu said, However, the Thunder King doesn't have much time left in his lifespan. The Qing Emperor has been dead for over 10,000 years. For him to be able to live until now is already quite heaven-defying. The next 10,000 years tribulation should be coming soon. A sovereign martial emperor would go through a time tribulation every 1,000 years. If one did not die and live for more than 10,000 years, they would die. Every 1,000 years, this tribulation was called the 10,000 lifespan tribulation, and each tribulation was harder than the last. A large part of the reason why the Thunder King was a legendary character was that he was the sovereign martial emperor who had undergone this tribulation the most times. The time tribulation was the harvest of the heavenly Tao on sovereign martial emperors. Normally, if one could clear it once, one would be lucky to not die. Someone who could clear it again and again was truly heaven-defying. The Thunder King was such a heaven-defying character. The Haotian Emperor said, That is hard to say. The Thunder King is a living legend. From a certain point of view, he is even higher than the Qing Emperor. After all, he is still alive, but the Qing Emperor is already dead. Aogu thought of something and asked, Sect Master, what do you mean? The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, That's right. What I mean is to tie the fate of the Haotian sect to Xiao Chen's. Back then, I stood on his side. In the future, I will stand on his side to the end. Aogu could not help but admire the Haotian Emperor's courage. Back then, the Qing Emperor had left behind many enemies. Despite the situation being unclear, Aogu chose to stand on Xiao Chen's side. Most Emperor Wu would not have had the courage to do so. However, if Xiao Chen really rose up, the Haotian sect would gain endless benefits. However, if it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Only a truly bold person would dare to play this game of chess. The Thunder King's move gave the Haotian Emperor great confidence, allowing him to continue playing this game of chess. The Haotian Emperor also had his own goals. The human race needed a leader, and the Kunlun Great Realm needed a leader. He needed to complete the path that the Qing Emperor did not complete, to complete the path that the predecessors did not complete. The Haotian Emperor could not continue, but that did not mean that Xiao Chen could not. After Xiao Chen left the inner hall, he did not know that the Haotian Emperor had already decided to stand behind him because of the Thunder King's move. At this moment, Xiao Chun was preparing to use the space-time tunnel to return to the Kunlun continent's Haotian province. He had a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein there. He could use it to stabilize his cultivation and cultivate the firmament body-tempering art to great perfection. Haha, junior brother Xiao Chun, you really made senior sister wait for a long time. That's not right. I should call you the White Robe King now. With 1 million military merits, you're the youngest conferred sovereign personage of the Bushan Palace. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Xiao Chun at the corner of the corridor. When Xiao Chun saw who it was, he could not help but rejoice. He exclaimed, "First senior sister, why are you here?" That was right. The person who came was his first senior sister, Shui Lingling. After not seeing her for 2 years, she had become even more elegant. Her gentle face looked even more exquisite. When she smiled faintly, no one dared to look at her carefully. Beside the Haotian planet's space-time tunnel, Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling casually sat under a lush spirit tree, chatting about their experiences. White Robe King. Who spread that nickname? I don't think I have a sovereign personage yet. Naturally, Xiao Chun found the White Robe King that Shui Lingling mentioned funny and helpless. Could it be that one had to be called such an unsophisticated name just because they wore white? Shui Lingling covered her mouth and smiled gently. I think it's pretty good. When the Bushan Palace conferred you a sovereign personage, you can go and fight for it. This sovereign personage sounds pretty nice. All right, this is a greeting gift for you. A crystalline silver flower petal with bubbles floating on it appeared in her palm. Then, Shui Lingling handed it to Xiao Chun and said, "This is a specialty of the starry heaven silver lake, the petals of the heavenly silver flower." Xiao Chun received the silver flower petal and looked at it silently. The silver flower petal looked incredibly fresh and tender. He could even see the pathways on the leaves clearly. Strands of glassy, silver energy flowed rapidly within it. When Xiao Chun felt the energy contained in it, he was startled. Unexpectedly, this tiny silver flower petal contained vast and pure law energy. That was right. This was law energy, not some spiritual energy of the world. After one absorbed it, one would need to convert it into their own law energy. If one consumed it directly, one would not need to do anything, and one's law energy would increase by 10 to 20%. This was too precious. Such a natural treasure that could allow a martial sage to increase their cultivation was simply too precious. Shui Lingling could tell what Xiao Chun was worried about. She consoled him softly. "Just take it. The flower petal is only effective the first time. I already used it once. If I used it again, it would be a waste." Xiao Chun put away the flower petal. He could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he did not have any presentable gift on hand. Naturally, the most valuable thing in the universe ring was the 20 longevity fruits. However, Shui Lingling was still in her prime. She still had a long lifespan left. It would not be appropriate to give them away. There is also the lunar cassia flower in the immortal spirit ring. The lunar cassia flower was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was not as good as the heavenly silver flower. Xiao Chun could only make a mental note of this. In the future, when he obtained something good, he would return the favor. After undergoing experiential training in the starry heaven silver lake, Shui Lingling's current strength had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. She was only a step shy of advancing to superior grade martial sage. Shui Lingling's aura was even more withdrawn and drawn out. Her cultivation was not exaggerated at all. In fact, it was even more stable than Xiao Chen's. The sons of the 3 holy masters have not been conferred kingship, but you have. I received news that Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji are very dissatisfied. I'm afraid that the king conferral ceremony will not be peaceful, Shui Lingling said when she thought of something. Xiao Chun leaned against a tree trunk as leaves drifted before him. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "I expected it long ago. What will come will come. I will wait for them. There's one more thing. Diwuk has decided to hold a heroes convention 2 years from now and erect a heroes monument. Right now, he is trying to gather all the outstanding talents of the younger generation." Heroes convention? What is Diwuk trying to do? Shui Lingling said cautiously, "Don't underestimate Diwuk. He is very ambitious. If the Heroes' Convention can be held as scheduled, he will establish his supreme prestige and gather a vast amount of luck. Who in the world is a hero? Who dares to call themselves a hero? Since ancient times, no one had ever held a Heroes' Convention. The reason was none other than the word hero being too heavy. If Xiao Chun really erected the Heroes' Monument and carved the names of all the outstanding talents of this era on it, he would be able to gather a large amount of luck." Xiao Chun frowned and said, "His ambition is too blatant. What if others do not come?" Shui Lingling said helplessly, "This is his scheme. If you do not come, you will worry about others going. If someone else's name is carved on the Heroes' Monument, you will suffer a great loss. If your name is not on the Heroes' Monument, you will naturally be excluded. In the end, he is using his current prestige to gather luck, gathering all the geniuses of this era by his side. He is taking the initiative to become the only main character of this era. If you follow his wishes, you could be a supporting character. If you do not, you will not even be considered a supporting character when your name is not on the Heroes' Monument." Xiao Chun looked into the distance and entered deep thought. Diwuk was forcing him to a dead end. Given Xiao Chun's character, he naturally could not participate in the Heroes' Convention that Diwuk held. However, if everyone in the world participated in this Heroes' Convention, what would happen to Xiao Chun? When a great influence was formed, one would often be helpless. If one did not look down on the Heroes' Monument, the prestige of the Heroes' Monument would not exist. If everyone in the world believed in the word hero, then one would not be a hero if one's name was not on the Heroes' Monument. Xiao Chun organized his thoughts and said, "First senior sister, you must have other intentions for telling me all this, right?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "I got to know a good friend during the battle at the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. He fought with Diwuk 3 times and did not end up at a disadvantage in any of them. He asked me to tell you that he wants to work with you to hold a Blue Dragon convention as well." Xiao Chun moved his body somewhat lazily. He tapped the ground with his right hand and smiled at the empty space in front of him. This friend of First Senior Sisters is rather unique. He likes to eavesdrop on others. Unfortunately, while he hid his head well, he did not hide his tail well. "Kassier, Kassier." While Xiao Chun tapped the ground casually, strands of saber chi were hidden in it. Suddenly, strands of purple electric saber chi shot out from the ground 500 meters in front of him. The person hidden in the air had not expected Xiao Chun to discover him. He had not expected Xiao Chun to attack without saying anything. He revealed himself and gently drifted away, leaving behind blood-red afterimages. When the afterimages merged with each other, Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Chapter 894. A slender, nearly perfect, and handsome man in white appeared before Xiao Chun. There was a scarlet mark between his eyebrows, giving this perfect face an even more soul-stirring, evil aura. The white-clad man smiled warmly and said, "You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, the concealment techniques of my Azura race cannot hide from your discerning eyes. Lan Xiaobai, why are you here?" The appearance of this white-clad man surprised Shui Lingling as well. When she saw him clearly, her expression turned cold as she immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Lan Xiaobai landed on the ground and stepped on the tree leaves without making a sound. He said softly, "I just arrived not long ago. However, don't worry. I already gave Elder Han a heads up. I did not come uninvited." The Azura race was an extremely strong race during the ancient era. However, they were few in number and did not have the ability to produce spirits and demonic corpses like the corpse race and the ghost race. Many years ago, the Azura race moved to a star, distancing themselves from the struggle for power in the Kunlun realm. Hearing Lan Xiaobai's explanation, Shui Lingling's expression improved. However, she still felt uncomfortable. Lan Xiaobai looked straight at Xiao Chun. His perfect face revealed a sincere expression as he said, "Brother Xiao Chun, what do you think of Miss Shui's suggestion? We are all proud people. How can we let Diwuk erect this hero monument? Furthermore, the deity race is an outsider race." Their wild ambition has always existed, wanting to unify the Kunlun realm. Lan Xiaobai's words were sincere and did not contain any arrogance. He humbled himself, waiting for Xiao Qin's answer in anticipation. Xiao Qin lay on the tree trunk, not showing any intention of getting up. He smiled and said, "Well said. I think very highly of you holding the Heroes' Convention. Do your best. I will send someone to deliver a congratulatory note at that time." "What do you mean by this?" "My big brother Xiao Bai is talking to you, but you're not even standing up." On the road behind a spirit tree, a man and a woman walked over quickly. The one who spoke was the woman on the right. The woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a head of fiery red hair and fair skin. Her beautiful face gave off a lively and adorable aura. There was a red mark on his forehead. Needless to say, he was from the Azura race. Shui Lingling clearly had some friendship with this girl. She exclaimed in surprise, You're here too." "Yes, we just paid a visit to Elder Han and explained the purpose of our visit. But Elder Han said that everything is up to this person to decide. He has no right to interfere." The Azura girl named you nodded and pointed at Xiao Chun angrily. The Azura race man beside Xiao Chun was dressed in black. When he saw Xiao Chun leaning lazily against the tree, he frowned slightly as well. However, he tolerated it well and did not say anything. Xiao Chun pushed himself off the ground and stood up. "Sorry, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he headed for the space-time tunnel on his own without waiting for them to reply. When Shui Lingling saw the situation, she informed the three that she could not entertain them for now and quickly followed. The black-clad Azura race man watched the two disappear into the space-time tunnel. He said, "What is the relationship between this Miss Shui and this person? Why is she so concerned about Xiao Qin's attitude?" Lan Xiaobai said depressingly, "What relationship? I gave her the heavenly silver flower petals, and she casually gave them to this person as a greeting gift." You exclaimed in shock, "That can't be. How could elder sister Shui be like that? The heavenly silver flower blooms once every 100 years, and there is only one flower with 3 petals. Elder brother Xiaobai, it was not easy for you to obtain an extra petal from Diwuk. Yet elder sister Shui actually gave it away?" The black-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "This is really depressing for you. However, based on their relationship, they do not seem to be lovers. Xiaobai, you still have chance. However, do we really need this person for the Heroes' Convention?" At the mention of the Heroes' Convention, Lan Xiaobai's perfect face turned extremely grave. He said, "It is not that we need his help. It is just that with his help, we will be more confident of suppressing Diwuk. Xiao Chun, you should seriously consider this. Diwuk is organizing the Heroes' Convention to pressure you. Once he becomes the main character, you will never be able to turn things around." After leaving the space-time tunnel, the two arrived in the sky above the Kunlun continent's Haotian city. Shui Lingling looked at Xiao Chun anxiously. The depths of her eyes were filled with concern. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not say anything, Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously, "Lan Xiaobai's strength is really comparable to Diwuk's. If you work with him, you will definitely be able to suppress Diwuk." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he not sense the concern in Shui Lingling's words? However, Xiao Chun could tell what kind of person Lan Xiaobai was after probing him a little. This person said that Diwuk had the ambition of a wolf, but was he not the same? He clearly looked down on Xiao Chun, yet he was willing to lower his voice and speak to Xiao Chun. He was not an ordinary person. The man and woman beside him were also not ordinary people, especially the black-clad man. Xiao Chun compared the black-clad man to Long Fei and concluded that the black-clad man was stronger than Long Fei. If Xiao Chun worked with such a person, he would be weak and would not be able to take the initiative. It was just that Xiao Chun had replaced Diwuk with Lan Xiaobai, and there was still someone suppressing him. There was no change at all. Xiao Chun thought even further. His first senior sister was a smart person. It was impossible that she had not thought of this. Why was she so flustered? The answer was probably that Diwuk's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level during his experience in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. His first senior sister believed that she no longer stood a chance against him. If Wuxia's Heroes Convention succeeded, then she would not be able to survive. This was the saying, worry leads to chaos. Stopping, Xiao Chun smiled softly. First senior sister, why do you feel that I have to work with others to host a heroes convention? Shui Lingling was slightly stunned. She pondered over Xiao Chun's tone, and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Xiao Chun, are you thinking of hosting a heroes convention by yourself? Xiao Chun shook his head. No. Then why? The word hero is too heavy. I don't even dare to call myself a hero, so why would I host a heroes convention? However, don't worry, I've already thought of a general way to deal with Wuxia's Heroes Convention. Shui Lingling blinked her eyes and asked in disbelief, really? Xiao Chun smiled and asked, First senior sister, you don't believe in Xiao Chun? I've never been one to sit around and wait for death, nor do I boast. When Shui Lingling heard this, she recalled some of Xiao Chun's past. She revealed a smile and said, It looks like I was overly worried. I won't disturb you for now. I still have to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai. Hearing that Shui Lingling still had to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai, Xiao Chun could not help but feel uncomfortable. However, he quickly adjusted himself and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks for first senior sister's kind intentions. I'll take my leave first. After returning to his peak, Xiao Chun entered the cultivation room familiarly. Without saying anything, he used the peak spirit vein to start cultivating. Now that the purple thunder divine incantation had reached the 7th layer, his cultivation speed was no slower than Wuxia and the other outstanding talents. In fact, he was even faster. However, Xiao Chun had been in the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin. After he returned, he had been busy comprehending the Saber Tao and had not had much time to cultivate. Now that he had the time and the conditions to quietly comprehend, he naturally had to consolidate his cultivation. Now, Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached early-stage medial-grade martial sage. The mysterious small world in his Dantian contained 600 heavenly sage laws. There were not many of them, but each one was as thick as a baby's arm. He would not be any weaker than a regular superior-grade martial sage. More importantly, Xiao Chun still had vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness. This was his greatest trump card. 5 days later, the vice sect master sent someone to deliver the heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow, Ganoderma, gilded fruit, heavenly blood vine, and forget-worry grass that Xiao Chun needed. When Xiao Chun saw these 5 spear herbs, he heaved a sigh of relief. The firmament body tempering art could finally reach consummation. He had waited for this day for far too long. The last 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art corresponded to the 5 internal organs of the human body. There was no order. After cultivating it, the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, would be extremely resilient. Take the heart, for example. As long as it was not instantly shattered, even if it was pierced, one would not die immediately. The only unfortunate thing was that this body-tempering art, which originally increased vital qi, could not increase the strength of the last 5 layers at all. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, and the Neptune headscarf on his forehead immediately gave off a cooling, cold qi. The many messy thoughts in Xiao Chun's mind were swept away like fallen leaves. Now he was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The Neptune headscarf was indeed wondrous. Its calming effect was already worthy of being called a rare treasure. Xiao Chun swallowed the heart-nourishing grass. After the medicinal energy took effect, he started to use the firmament body tempering art's energy to temper his heart. Now that his body had already reached rank 3 sage body, he had already surpassed the basic requirements for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. There were no obstructions to this tempering. The process went very smoothly. Bang, bang, bang. As the medicinal energy permeated his heart and Xiao Chun tempered it, his heartbeat slowed down. However, it grew stronger. With every heartbeat, a dull sound echoed in the room. The interval between heartbeats grew longer. In the end, his heart did not beat for a long time. However, the energy generated when it suddenly beat was like thunder, displaying a berserk life force. It was like an ancient holy beast with a boundless life force. Xianxia opened his eyes, and his heart returned to normal. With a flip of his hand, a short sword appeared. Then, Xianxia tore off his clothes and aimed the tip of the sword at his heart. After thinking for a while, he stabbed it in. Blood flowed out as the tip of the sword stabbed his heart. However, it did not pierce through. The strong toughness of the heart slowly resisted the sword. Success! Xiaoqian's face lit up in joy. He let his heart relax, and the tip of the sword successfully pierced through. Immediately, intense pain spread to his brain. However, when Xiaoqian clenched his teeth and pulled out the sword, the crack in his heart quickly healed. The crack in Xiaoqian's heart immediately closed up at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, it returned to normal. There was no need to circulate qi at all. Chapter 895. By the time the wound on his chest healed, Xiaoqian no longer felt any pain. If not for the blood on the short sword, he might have suspected that the earlier scene had not happened at all. Good. The refinement of the heart is a success. Xiaoqian put away the short sword, and his expression returned to normal. He stopped thinking and consumed the heavenly blood vine to nourish his stomach. By the time the sky turned bright, Xiaoqian had consumed all the 5 organs, divine herbs, and the firmament body-tempering art reached consummation. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiaoqian went to the drill ground halfway up the mountain. When he breathed in the morning air, he could clearly feel the changes in his internal organs. Xiaoqian casually swept his gaze across the drill ground, and his heart skipped a beat. He stared at an empty spot for a moment before calmly shifting his gaze away. Then, Xiaoqian moved his feet and practiced the myriad heaven divine fist with a calm expression. There were still 3 more moves. It was time to make use of this opportunity to complete them. In the following days, Xiaoqian's life followed a pattern. At night, he used the peak spirit vein to cultivate. During the day, he practiced the fist technique at the drill ground, comprehending the final 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist: eternal myth, dusk of deities, and burial of deities. Xiaoqian had his own understanding of the myriad heaven divine fist. He had already carved out his own path. Naturally, he had to adapt the last 3 moves to suit himself. Given Xiaoqian's current experience, he could tell that all the techniques in the world differed from person to person. If one only followed what the predecessors did and did not adapt it to suit oneself, one would never be able to surpass them. White-robed King Xiaoqian, the merfolk races Yao Yan and Ji Shizhan seek an audience. On this particular day, as Xiaoqian practiced the fist technique, he heard someone at the foot of the mountain requesting an audience. Xiaoqian could not help sweating. He had not even decided on the king title yet. How did the title of white-robed king spread everywhere? Unexpectedly, even the merfolk race's princess in the distant chaotic demonic sea knew about it. With a wry smile, Xiaoqian retracted his fist. He glanced at a certain place, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and leaped toward the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Princess Yao Yan, who had sky-blue hair and was dressed in leather, and Mu Lei, whom she had met once, were waiting nervously. When they saw Xiaoqian's figure, both of their faces revealed a hint of joy, especially Princess Yao Yan, who was looking forward to it. "Greetings, white-robed king." The 2 of them stepped forward and immediately cupped their fists. Xiaoqian said, rather helplessly, "You two, there's no need to be so polite. My king title hasn't been decided yet." Mu Lei said politely, "Brother Xiaoqian is being too humble. Right now, who in the Kunlun realm does not know that you defeated the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors and easily seized 2 resource stars without spilling blood? The title of the white-robed king has already spread far and wide. There are some things that one could not refute. The title of white-robed king was probably set in stone. Who knew who was the one who spread it? The chaotic demonic sea and the Haotian province are very far apart. The 2 of you are not here to chat idly with this Xiao, right?" Xiaoqian did not bother with the pleasantries, directly asking about the 2's purpose. Princess Yao Yin hesitated for a while before asking, "Young Master Xiao, do you remember what this little girl said in the Sage Mark Monument?" Xiao Chun was about to answer when he raised his eyebrows. Then, he quickly put on the repaired Heavenly Sea cloak and said, "Please wait for a while. I have to deal with some trifling matters." "Young Master Xiao, do you need help?" "There's no need. It's just a small bug hiding its head and showing its tail. I'll be right back." An indistinct figure moved through the air at the foot of the mountain. It moved very fast, like it was flying. Furthermore, this figure hid in the air, not stirring up any wind or startling anyone. As it stepped on the soft fallen leaves, it was as light as the wind. After making a few rounds, the figure left the Haotian city. Then, it stopped at a patch of grass 50 kilometers outside the city and revealed itself. There was a red mark on the figure's forehead, looking very startling. This was an Azura race cultivator. There were a few rocks in front of the figure. Lan Xiaobai, you, and that black-clad Azura race cultivator were all there. The nearly flawless Lan Xiaobai held a book as he sat on the rock, reading. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this was not a martial technique secret manual, but a collection of information on all the famous, outstanding talents of the various races of the Kunlun realm. There were even quite a few names that appeared on the list from the worlds far away from the continent. When the figure arrived, Lan Xiaobai did not raise his head. Instead, he continued reading the information in the book. "Young Master, I have been following your instructions for the past few days. I have been staying within 500 meters of Xiao Chun. His every move did not escape my notice. His every move did not escape my eyes." The figure reported respectfully before the black-clad man. When the black-clad man heard this, he frowned. His expression changed slightly as he reprimanded coldly. 500 meters? When did I tell you to stay within 500 meters of him? The order I gave you was to monitor his every move from a distance, not to spy on his daily life. Unconvinced, the figure said, "Young Master, you think too highly of this person. In the past 5 days, I managed to find out many of his secrets. However, this fellow did not notice anything at all." A thought occurred to Lan Xiaobai, and he closed the book. He exchanged glances with the black-clad man, both of them in disbelief. However, the eyes of the lively Yu lit up. She smiled and said, "Quickly, tell me, what secrets does this person have?" The figure felt very happy at the encouragement, so he opened his mouth to speak. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not close his mouth. A finger pressed against the back of his head. Whoosh! A bright light flickered, and there was a metallic sound. It was like a treasured saber had been unsheathed in the air, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. When the light scattered, the figure's body was split in half. He died without a complete corpse, unable to speak of the secrets in his heart. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, Yu and the black-clad man's expressions froze. They withdrew their killing chi as they looked at the black-cloaked man in front. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the figure that was spying on him got split in half by a saber light. Unexpectedly, the Azura race experts, who were famous for their concealment, did not notice the arrival of this person. "Brother Xiao Chun, you are very skilled. Since you already showed yourself, why are you still wearing a cloak?" Lan Xiaobai's expression remained the same, as usual. No one could make out his expression. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. He did not care that the other party could see through his cloak and reveal his identity. He removed his hood and smiled coldly. "This Xiao is truly honored. I did not expect the esteemed guests of the Azura race to be so interested in me." You looked at the figure that died miserably. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen's expressionless face. She clenched her teeth and said angrily, "How hateful! Why are you so ruthless? Who is interested in you?" Xiao Chun stepped forward, and a white sword appeared in his hand. The light faded, and his figure suddenly vanished. This was the instant kill technique that the Azura race was famous for. Dang! Xiao Chun used 2 fingers as a saber. Without moving his feet, he gently tapped the right side. When his finger came in contact with the sword, it gave off a melodious sound. Wong, wong, wong. Sharp saber intent and sword intent clashed intensely. In the instant they came into contact, the surrounding air trembled at least 1,000 times. Strong winds blew everywhere, and the grass on the ground was uprooted. When Xiao Chun saw the angry expression on this girl's face, he found it strange. It was just a spy who died. Lan Xiaobai and that black-clad man probably would not even bat an eyelid, not caring about it all. With one glance, it was clear that this girl was not someone in charge. Yet, she was so angry. This was very confusing. However, no matter how strange it was, it had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. He did not feel any guilt at all. This person tried to pry into his secrets. Originally, he could have killed him long ago. Xiao Chun just wanted to see who his master was, so he let him live for a few more days. When Xiao Chun attacked, she did not show any mercy at all. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was constantly using the instant kill technique, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This girl's instant kill technique could only be described with one word: fast. Extremely fast. How fast was it? It was so fast that Xiao Chun no longer dared to move rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be struck by this instant kill technique. Lan Xiaobai and the black-clad man did not say a word, using their gazes to communicate. Xiaobai, what do you think? Yu's instant kill technique ranks in the top 10 in the race. There is nothing to see. You still cannot figure out his limits. However, Yu's temper really needs to be changed. Haha, she must be spoiled. Isn't it you? Regardless of how these two conversed, Xiao Chun felt somewhat impatient. With a thought, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down, and saber lights flashed. In an instant, the flickering figure of Yu was forced out. Her speed was also affected. The graceful figure in front flickered in the snowflakes. The trajectory of her movements was dazzling. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and gently pinched a snowflake. Then, he tossed it forward. The snowflake was like a saber, tearing through the girl's afterimages and chasing after the real body. The snowflakes in the sky slowly gathered towards this snowflake. You did everything she could, making hundreds or even thousands of moves that looked real, trying to shake off this snowflake that contained boundless killing intent. However, it was to no avail. In the end, the snowflake that filled the sky gathered, forming a crystalline flower that gave off a cold light. The petals bloomed, and the thorns on the branch looked very lifelike. You tripped and fell to the ground. The end of the branch of the ice flower slowly drifted over and landed on her forehead. It looked like a flower had bloomed on her forehead. However, the bone-chilling saber chi came from the end of the branch and pierced through her forehead. The saber chi flowed all over her body, brushing past all her vitals. This made her face turn red, but she did not dare to move rashly. Bastard, take this flower away from me. Little Fish wriggled his body and said uncomfortably. When Lan Xiaobai saw Xiao Chen's move, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "What an excellent snow saber technique. In this world, including the seniors and experts, there are probably no more than 10 who can surpass your understanding of winter." Xiao Chun was surprised. This Lan Xiaobai was able to tell that this was the winter saber and not the ordinary state of ice at first glance. His eyes were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 896. However, if that is all you think you can fight against Diwuk, you are being too naive, Lan Xiaobai said unhurriedly. The black-clad man beside Lan Xiaobai added, Diwuk's cultivation has already reached superior grade martial sage long ago. He can already materialize the divine kingdom on his own. That instant beginning sword is practically unstoppable among the younger generation. It is much more powerful than yours. Flawless Four Seasons did not just have the winter saber. If Xiao Chun could complete spring, summer, and autumn as well, it might not be any weaker than Diwuk's instant beginning sword. Xiao Chun did not refute or argue. He just waited quietly for the other party to continue. Lan Xiaobai's voice sounded somewhat bewitching as he said, Xiao Chun, how long are you going to run? As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, you possess supreme luck. Now that your fame has spread far and wide, your life is destined to not be peaceful. Even if you do not seek trouble, trouble will seek you out on its own. In that case, why go with the flow, taking one step at a time? Diwuk dares to take the initiative to gather luck and become the main character. Why do you not dare to take the initiative to face him? Work together with me. I will help you hold a heroes convention. Since Diwuk erected a heroes monument, we will establish a Tsing Lung scheme and compete to see who is the main character of this era. Who is the true hero? Tsing Lung scheme? So this is what Lan Xiaobai is thinking. He is interested in the reputation of the Qing emperor. No wonder when Lan Xiaobai said he wanted to hold a Blue Dragon convention, Xiao Chun thought he heard wrong. Xiao Chun, what do you think? Let's write a Tsing Lung scheme together to gather luck and become the absolute main character of this era. We will replicate the legend of the Qing emperor. You and I will be praised for 10,000 years. Lan Xiaobai appeared very confident. He was not afraid that Xiao Chun would not agree. Xiao Chun was not strong enough to face Diwuk's pressure, so he needed to seek outside help. As long as he agreed, then his plan would immediately be perfect, and there would be no mistakes. Even now, the name of Qing Emperor still had a great appeal. Imperceptibly, it suppressed Diwuk. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You're wrong about one thing. I've never been afraid of Diwuk, and I've never thought of relying on others to suppress Diwuk. Your plans have nothing to do with me." Lan Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect Xiao Chun to be so decisive and had never thought of cooperating with him. His expression turning cold, Lan Xiaobai said, "Xiao Chun, you really are arrogant. All right, I won't look for you anymore. However, you'd better stay away from Lady Shui in the future." Xiao Chun's expression turned cold, and killing qi suddenly erupted from his body. His aura underwent an earth-shattering change. His long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. His killing intent was like a torrential flood that surged to the heavens, giving rise to waves and tsunamis. However, when Xiao Chun thought about it, the killing qi in his heart instantly vanished, and he regained his calm. Lan Xiaobai's and the black-clad man's hearts sank as though they were facing a great enemy. In that instant, the killing qi surged into their hearts. The feeling that Xiao Chun gave them was actually the same as Diwuk's. First Senior Sister is indebted to you in the starry Heaven Silver Lake. This time, I won't make a move against you. The next time we meet, don't let me hear something like that. Otherwise, even if I have to become enemies with all the Azura race's martial emperors, I will take your life. Don't doubt my words." Xiao Chun said coldly and turned around, ignoring the black-clad man. The ice flower on Yu's forehead floated up gently before exploding in front of Xiao Chun. Snowflakes fell, and a cold wind blew. A cold voice penetrated the snowflakes and reached Lan Xiaobai's and the black-clad man's ears. "I forgot to say something. The Azura race's comprehension of spatial energy is indeed outstanding among the various races. In the future, don't send any stray dogs or cats to spy on me. I'm not in a good mood all the time. I won't let them live for a few days." Lan Xiaobai and the black-clad man exchanged glances. The scene from earlier still lingered in their minds. Their emotions fluctuated. Xiao Chen's strength seemed to have surpassed their expectations. Yu nimbly leaped up from the ground and stretched her body. Then, she looked at the ground not far away. When the snowflakes fell, they turned into ice flowers that stuck to the ground. Under the refraction of the sunlight, the ice flowers looked very colorful. Unexpectedly, these ice flowers really bloomed. When you looked up, she saw that Xiao Chun had long since disappeared. She could not help but wonder, what exactly is this fellow's relationship with elder sister Shui? Why did he get so angry earlier? When you felt the strength that Xiao Chun had just burst out with, she immediately guessed that while Xiao Chun seemed ruthless in his fight with her, he had held back. He did not intend to do anything to her. After a while, the black-clad man said, "Even if we cannot be friends with this person, we absolutely cannot make him an enemy." The expression on Lan Xiaobai's perfect face kept changing. He muttered, "Let's not care about him for now. Let's go to the Fiend Domain." Right now, a genius girl appeared in the Fiend Domain's Spirit Fox race. At such a young age, she grasped the heart of a swordsman and condensed a sword soul. She can fight for it. When Xiao Chun returned to the peak, his expression had already returned to normal. Sorry, I had to deal with some private matters earlier and kept the two of you waiting. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to Princess Yao Yin. Princess Yao Yin smiled and said, "It's fine. Does young master, Xiao, still remember what I said in the Sage Mark Monument 2 years ago? My race is facing a calamity of extinction." The matter of 2 years ago was not too long ago. Naturally, Xiao Chun remembered. Back then, for the sake of repaying the other party's kindness to the Qing Emperor, he had helped her obtain the extreme Thunder Sword. However, the other party had also given him a precious headscarf, which was no less valuable than the extreme Thunder Sword. Strictly speaking, Xiao Chun had not repaid the favor. What's wrong? The extreme Thunder Sword did not work? Xiao Chun asked when he thought of a possibility. Princess Yao Yin waved her hand and said, "No, it worked. If not for that extreme Thunder Sword, the entire merfolk race would have moved out of the chaotic demonic sea long ago. Who knows how many of our people would have died. Young Master Xiao, the merfolk race will forever remember the favor from back then, never to forget it for generations to come." Xiao Chun smiled in his heart. He said, "Princess Yao Yin is too polite. Just speak your mind. I can see that the two of you are still frowning. You probably ran into some trouble again. I have never liked to be polite. Your Highness's Neptune headscarf is very useful to me. I have always felt ashamed to receive it. If there is anything that Xiao Chun can help with, I will do my best to the best of my abilities." When Princess Yao Yin saw the sincerity in Xiao Chun's eyes, she relaxed. She said, "In that case, I'll be straightforward. Although the extreme Thunder Sword helped my merfolk race resolve our urgent crisis, it did not eliminate the root of the problem. This time, I would like to borrow a fire from young Master Xiao." "Borrow a fire?" "Yes, I would like to borrow young Master Xiao's Purple Thunder True Fire. Flames could be borrowed. As long as the other party's imprint entered one's origin flame and temporarily sealed off one's own spiritual mark, the other party would be able to control it as they pleased. However, the risk of borrowing a fire was extremely high. If the other party did not return it, there were many ways to take the flame for oneself. The importance of the Purple Thunder True Fire to Xiao Chun went without saying. Lending it out was absolutely impossible. Of course, I will take out a few of the clan's treasures and hand them to young Master Xiao for safekeeping. This will reassure young Master Xiao that you will return what you borrowed." With a flip of Princess Yao Yan's hand, 3 items appeared in the air. One was a clear pearl that was as clear as moonlight, one was a black medallion, and one was a headscarf that gave off a green light. The moment these 3 items appeared, Xiao Chun's expression changed. Even though he was ignorant and inexperienced, he had read about these 3 items in several books. The Water God Pearl, the Holy Beast Medallion, and the Thorn Sovereign Headscarf. Any one of them was more valuable than Xiao Chun's Purple Thunder True Fire. With these 3 added together, they were even more valuable. This was enough to show the other party's sincerity. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, please put them away. I still cannot borrow this Purple Thunder True Fire." Princess Yao Yin had a somewhat bitter expression as she looked at Xiao Chun. She said, "Young Master Xiao, do you really not trust this little girl? After you borrow the Purple Thunder True Fire, I will definitely return it to you." Xiao Chun quickly said, "Princess is too serious. Although I cannot lend the Purple Thunder True Fire, this Xiao is willing to accompany the two of you." "Really?" The pleasant surprise came too quickly. Princess Yao Yin and Xiao Chun were in disbelief. Now that the name of the White-Robed King had spread everywhere, he was a proud son of heaven. This trip would delay the other party's cultivation for a long time. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I will inform the elders of the sect and make some preparations before we depart." "Many thanks, White-Robed King." When Xiao Chun heard these 3 words, he could not help feeling a headache. Now, he really wanted to know which fellow spread the name of the White-Robed King. After making all the preparations, Xiao Chun followed Princess Yao Yin and set off for the chaotic demonic sea. Along the way, Xiao Chun gained a rough understanding of the trouble the merfolk race encountered. The merfolk race lived at the bottom of the chaotic demonic sea. They built a dreamlike underwater kingdom and had lived here for several tens of thousands of years. However, the merfolk race, which did not seem to have any natural enemies, had a demonic sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. This was a shadow that accompanied the merfolk race forever. The chaotic demonic sea was called the chaotic demonic sea because there really were demons here. During the ancient era, the ancestors of the merfolk race paid a huge price to defeat the evil demons here. They sealed some of the evil demons that could not be killed, creating a peaceful, chaotic demonic sea for their descendants. However, 10,000 years ago, these seals started to loosen, and several clones of the evil demons that were sealed came out. Back then, fortunately, the Qing Emperor made a move. He spent a lot of effort to destroy these evil demon clones, mending the seals. Otherwise, the merfolk race would have been destroyed. Now that 10,000 years had passed, these seals started to loosen again, and several evil demon clones came out. These evil demon clones were not just any creature in the world. Aside from the lightning-attributed, yang-attributed flames, they could not do anything to them. Even the merfolk race's Emperor Wu could not do anything to them. When Xiao Qian heard this, he finally understood why the other party wanted to borrow the purple thunder true fire. Among the lightning-attributed, yang-attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire was undoubtedly the strongest. It was much stronger than the extreme thunder true fire contained in the extreme thunder sword. Chapter 897. Based on what Yao Yin said, they had invited many capable people this time, all of them possessing all sorts of lightning-attributed flames. Perhaps the matter was not as simple as what Xiao Qian said. Princess Yao Yin, what exactly is this evil demon? Can you explain it to me in detail? What kind of evil demon was it? To think that even Emperor Wu could not do anything to it, only fearing lightning-attributed flames. This piqued Xiao Qian's interest. After a few rounds of transportation formations, they passed through the primal chaos domain. Just as they were about to reach the yellow soil demonic garden, Xiao Qian casually asked about the evil demon. Princess Yao Yin appeared very fatigued. However, with Xiao Qian accompanying her, she was in a good mood. At the mention of this evil demon, an unnatural expression of fear appeared in her eyes. Princess Yao Yin sighed and answered, "This evil demon has a humanoid appearance as well. However, it does not have a body of flesh and blood. It can consume the flesh and blood of cultivators to strengthen itself. The energy it uses is filled with evil qi. It is different from any race in the Kunlun realm, even different from the Deep Abyss demonic race. Regular martial techniques are practically useless against this evil demon. Many of the Kunlun realm's clansmen could not react at all before this evil demon swallowed them whole. If not for lightning-attributed flames, which can deter this evil demon, it would be hard to imagine what else in the world could suppress it. However, it does not matter this time. Several experts with lightning-attributed flames in the Kunlun realm have accepted the invitation. Furthermore, with young Master Zhao's help, we will definitely be able to settle this once and for all. Xiao Qian looked at the empty immortal spirit ring and felt it was unfortunate. If Ao Jiao were here, given her knowledge, she would definitely be of great help to him. Young Master Xiao, what's wrong? We are about to reach the yellow soil demonic garden. We cannot fly anymore. Princess Yao Yin reminded when she saw that Xiao Qian seemed somewhat distracted. The storm above the yellow soil demonic garden was famous. Xiao Qian recovered his wits and smiled apologetically. Then, he landed on the yellow soil demonic garden with the other two. After passing through the yellow soil demonic garden, the Chaos Devil Sea would pass. However, the yellow soil demonic garden was fraught with danger. There were mutated plant-type demonic beasts everywhere. Among them, there were quite a few plants that had cultivated successfully and even developed spiritual intelligence. Even with Xiao Qian's current cultivation, he didn't dare to say that he could do whatever he wanted here. Princess Yao Yin put the Thorn Monarch hoop on her head. Some of the thorns on the Thorn Monarch hoop were deeply embedded in her forehead, and blood was flowing out. Princess Yao Yin, on the other hand, didn't feel much pain. Waves of peaceful energy fused into her mind, filling her body with strength. Yellow earth, gloomy jungle, and strange plants. Xiao Chun followed behind the two, not daring to relax his divine sense for even a moment. Princess Yao Yin took care of quite a few plants and demon beasts along the way. With the Thorn Monarch Circlet, she was much stronger than Xiao Chun in the Yellow Soil Devil Garden. The Thorn Monarch Circlet was a mysterious treasure passed down from ancient times. It had the ability to control, absorb, and devour plants. There were quite a few plants in the Yellow Soil Devil Garden that hadn't attacked yet. As long as they had any malicious intent, Princess Yao Yin would sense them in advance. The green Thorn Monarch Circlet emitted motes of light. As it sat on Princess Yao Yan's head, it gave off an indescribable sense of nobility. When some plants sensed the Thorn Monarch Circlet's power, they even took the initiative to open up a path. The Thorn Monarch Circlet was truly mystical. Just like that, Princess Yao Yin walked into the depths of the Yellow Soil Devil Garden without any mishaps. Princess Yao Yin stopped in front of an ancient tree. That ancient tree wasn't very tall, and it didn't have many leaves. However, its color was lush and dazzling. When Princess Yao Yin arrived before the tree, she broke off a green leaf from the Thorn Monarch Circlet and gently handed it over. A tree branch hung down like a human hand and grabbed the green leaf from the Thorn Monarch Circlet. A human face appeared on the tree branch. It placed the green leaf in its mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Not bad. This is indeed a leaf from the Thorn Monarch Circlet. According to our agreement, I will send you on your way." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This seemingly ordinary ancient tree was actually a spirit that had cultivated to a high level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 tree branches flew over and wrapped around the waists of Xiao Chen's group. An irresistible force came from the tree branches, and the ancient tree sank into the ground with the 3. The scene changed quickly. It felt like time passed. When the 3 stabilized themselves, there was a vast sea in front of them. The Yellow Soil Devil Garden was already far behind them. In one breath, the 3 had traveled more than half of the Yellow Soil Devil Garden. This ancient tree's strength was truly unfathomable. When Yao Yin saw the sea, she heaved a sigh of relief. She removed the Thorn Monarch Circlet from her head, and her previously radiant face immediately turned dim and listless. Her eyes filled with exhaustion and indescribable fatigue. It looked like the exhaustion of the Thorn Monarch Circlet was not something Princess Yao Yin could bear. Otherwise, she would not have asked the ancient tree to help her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Xiao Chan asked somewhat worriedly when he saw the situation. Was the other party in a rush? "I'm fine. I'm fine now that I see the sea. Let's go." The elders and the others must have waited for a long time already. Yao Yin smiled faintly, and her long, sky-blue hair fluttered in the sea breeze. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the smell of the sea and the wind. Then, she gently leaped up and landed in the vast sea. The instant her legs touched the water, they immediately turned into a fish's tail. As she swam in the sea, Yao Yin seemed to become a different person. She waved at Xiao Chun and said, "Young Master Xiao, let's go." Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he landed beside Yao Yin in the blink of an eye. As he looked at the mermaid beside him, he was somewhat distracted. Swaying her tail, Yao Yin led Xiao Chun down in the water. Her speed was astonishingly fast, simply like a water spirit. Xiao Chun, who had always been known for his speed, actually found it somewhat taxing to keep up. After they sank to a depth of 5 kilometers, there was no longer any sunlight in the sea. It was pitch black. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was affected. He could only see a kilometer around him. Boom! Suddenly, a multicolored light lit up below. When Xiao Chun looked over, he saw a huge, dreamlike castle at the bottom of the sea. A barrier of light surrounded the castle. The scene before Xiao Chun brightened, sweeping away the pitch-black darkness. There were corals swaying at the bottom of the sea, merfolk moving about, and blooming sea trees. The entire scene was gorgeous. Words could not describe the wonder of the seabed. Yao Yin revealed sincere joy on her face. She said, "This is the nation of our merfolk race. There are still some tribes in other places, In the future, when I have time, I will bring the white-robed king around again. Xiao Chun reveled in this beautiful scene, feeling somewhat confused. The merfolk race was famous for their ferocity on land. Unexpectedly, he could not see any of that here. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to be surprised. Our merfolk race is the most hospitable to our friends. However, against our enemies, even the most beautiful girl will pick up a short sword and fight, Yao Yin said softly. Xiao Chun was not the only one. Any outsider who came to the merfolk nation would have the same question. Xiao Chun was not the only one. Any outsider who came to the merfolk nation would have such doubts. Your Highness, a group of merfolk warriors swam over and bowed to Yao Yin in an orderly fashion. Xiao Chun had seen this group before. It was Mu Yun, who had been with Yao Yin in the Sage Mark Monument's treasure pavilion. After not seeing Mu Yun for 2 years, Mu Yun's strength had improved significantly. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chun discovered that Mu Yun was already a peak medial grade martial sage. Mu Yun looked at Xiao Chun with joy on his face. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "The white-robed king has come. It is truly an honor." Originally, Mu Yun only wanted to borrow some fire. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun came personally. Naturally, he was pleasantly surprised. When the merfolk warriors heard Mu Yun address Xiao Chun as the white-robed king, they all looked over and sized him up curiously. They could not help whispering to each other, discussing in whispers. Xiao Chun really could not continue being addressed like this. He simply did not like the term white-robed king. He said, "My king title has not been decided yet. I hope that everyone will not mention the title of white-robed king again." Mu Yun smiled and said, "The white-robed king is too humble. Although your king title has not been decided yet, young Master Xiao is definitely worthy of the title of white-robed king." When Yao Yin saw that Xiao Chun's expression was somewhat unnatural, he smiled faintly and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Mu Yun, are the experts of the various factions ready?" When Xiao Chun spoke of proper matters, Mu Yun's expression turned grave. He said, "They have been preparing for a long time already. This time, Princess was able to invite the white-robed king over personally. There will undoubtedly be more opportunities on this trip." Mu Yun led the two through the light barrier, isolating them from the seawater. Then, Yao Yin and Mu Yun naturally reverted to human form and flew in the air. After sending people to arrange a place for Xiao Chun to stay, Mu Yun and Yao Yin quickly took their leave from Xiao Chun. This is it. A gentle and pretty merfolk race girl led Xiao Chun to a luxurious courtyard. She said softly, "Young Master Xiao, rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will bring young Master to meet with the others. I will be in the side hall. If you have any instructions, you can call me at any time." Everything in the courtyard was fine. Xiao Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "You may withdraw first. Just come and call me tomorrow morning." "How can I do that?" "Young Master is an honored guest that His Highness personally welcomed. Naturally, I will serve you well and cannot leave on my own." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Since I am an honored guest, naturally, I have the final say. You may withdraw first. There is only one night. Why would I need to take care of me?" After dismissing the maidservant, Xiao Chun prepared to enter his room to cultivate. Suddenly, 2 people landed outside the door and walked over to Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun turned his head to look, he was stunned. Why are these 2 people here? These 2 people were none other than the Muddy Sky Gate's young master, Wuxia, and the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Seeing Wuxia was already surprising enough for Xiao Chun. Now, seeing Long Fei astonished him. This fellow had been chopped in half by Xiao Chun's saber strike. In less than 2 months, he had actually recovered. "White Robe King, how have you been? Do you find it strange to see us?" Wuxia walked over with a wide smile. Long Fei held a folding fan in his hand, looking like a pale scholar. When he saw Xiao Chun, he did not show any deep hatred or bitterness. Based on the indistinct state of ruin in Long Fei's eyes, this fellow had managed to comprehend the will of ruin on his own after losing the ruined trident. His strength had probably soared significantly. "Don't be so shocked. Since you can come to this place, naturally, we can come as well. You are not the only one with a lightning-attributed flame. We were invited as well. Of course, we are not as honored as you are, needing Princess Yao Yin to personally invite us. Chapter 898. Qi Wuxia walked over casually, not showing any fear at all. Xiao Chun recovered his wits. When he saw that the two did not give off any murderous intent, he said calmly, "Since you are already here, come in and have a seat." The three casually sat at a small table in the courtyard. Xiao Chun took out a bottle of wine and filled it for the two. Qi Wuxia drained the wine in one gulp. Then, he frowned and said, "It doesn't taste good. Brother Xiao, it looks like you're not particular about this wine. Brother Long, take out a bottle of your precious monkey wine, then." The monkey wine was a good thing. Xiao Chun had heard of it before. There was a kind of wild monkey that lived in the mountains that were extremely difficult to climb. They did not have any abilities, but they were born with the ability to gather wild fruits and spring water to make wine. The wine it brewed was much more delicious than the wine brewers of the various races. Frequently, experts on the level of Emperor Wu would search for this monkey wine all over the mountains and plains, but would end up empty-handed. Long Fei fanned himself and took out a jar of wine. When he removed the lid, a natural wine fragrance immediately spread out, filling the entire courtyard with an intoxicating fragrance. After pouring a cup for the two, Long Fei covered the jar of monkey wine like it was a treasure and quickly put it away in his spatial ring. Qi Wuxia picked up the wine cup and sniffed it for a long time before draining it in one gulp. Then he smacked his lips and said, "You are really stingy. Even after seeing the White Robe King, you only took out one cup." Long Fei took a sip and put down the wine cup. "Qi Wuxia, let's get down to business. Xiao Chun is probably getting impatient from waiting." When Qi Wuxia heard that, he withdrew his smile and asked, "Brother Xiao, do you know what trouble the merfolk races in this time? What do they want us to do?" Xiao Chun replied softly, "Aren't we supposed to kill the evil demon clones and mend the seal? Could there be other secrets?" Qi Wuxia smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao, do you know where the evil demon clones are sealed?" "What place?" "Neptune's palace." The Neptune headscarf on his forehead emitted a chilly feeling, instantly suppressing Xiao Chen's restless heart. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. This news was really unexpected. The place where the demons were sealed was in the Palace of Neptune. What kind of place was the Palace of Neptune? It was Neptune's former palace, filled with countless treasures and riches. How could it be related to demons? Qi Wuxia continued, "This is strange, right? However, speaking of which, this matter is related to you. 10,000 years ago, it was the Qing Emperor who sealed the evil demon in Neptune's palace. Originally, the merfolk race did not intend to announce this secret, but this time, we have no choice but to announce it." "How so? You still don't understand? How do you think the seal was loosened? How could the seal left behind by the Qing Emperor be loosened so easily? It was the greed of the merfolk race. They coveted the treasures in Neptune's palace and moved the seal. In the end, they went too far. Now, they cannot deal with it with their own strength. The palace of Neptune itself is an emperor-grade secret treasure. The Qing Emperor purposely merged his seal with the palace of Neptune, completely dealing with the hidden danger of the evil demon. Unfortunately, the human heart is too hard to fathom. The seal, which was supposed to be foolproof, ended up being moved by the merfolk race themselves." Qi Wuxia's lips curled up as he spoke somewhat mockingly. To think that there was such a secret. Indeed, the matter was not as simple as he thought. Xiao Chen stared at Qi Wuxia and asked, "How did you know about this?" Qi Wuxia smiled faintly and replied, "How can there be an airtight wall in the world? Now that the various experts who rushed over after hearing the news, which one of them does not know about it? Which one of them is not here for the treasures in Neptune's palace? Who would really care about the life and death of the merfolk race?" Long Fei added, "Brother Xiao Chun, let's not beat around the bush. Brother Qi and I are here for the treasures in Neptune's palace as well. Originally, I did not intend to work with you. However, this time, I really can't hold on much longer. The 7 great sects near the chaotic demonic sea all sent lightning-attributed experts. Some loose cultivator old monsters also came uninvited. Even the great sects of the Penglai Sea were startled. Wuxia looked at the calm and collected Xianxia and said, "Others might not know, but Brother Long and I do. Brother Xiao, you have the purple thunder true fire. With your strength, you might even be able to hold your own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. If we work together, we will definitely reap a great harvest." Xiaoqian stood up and started pacing around the courtyard. Originally, he had only intended to return a small favor and leave immediately. Unexpectedly, there were so many other things involved. Long Fei and Wuxia exchanged glances. Then, they stood up and said, "Brother Xiao, are you worried about the grudge between us? Although I, Long Fei, have never flaunted myself as a righteous person, I have always done things in an open and above-board manner. Otherwise, when I saw that you were about to break through and starlight fell, I would not have waited for you to finish breaking through before challenging you to battle. This time, with the three of us working together, Brother Xiao will have priority in choosing all the benefits we obtain and will monopolize 40%. Seeing Xiao Chun remain silent, Long Fei continued, "Brother Xiao, if you agree, I can tell you how to refine the trident in advance to show my sincerity." When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he knew that the two misunderstood, thinking that he was using the opportunity to raise the price. This matter is very important. I cannot make a decision based on what one person says. Before the Xiao came here, I really did not know anything about the Neptune Palace. I'm only here to repay the kindness of an old friend. If this matter is really as the two of you say, I have no reason not to work together with the two of you to deal with an enemy." Wuxia's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao agrees? It was not in vain for me to spread your name throughout the world." Xiaoqian frowned and asked, finding it strange, "What name?" "White Robe King, Brother Xiao. You probably do not know. The people of the 5 major races gather in the primal chaos domain. As long as there is any big news, it will immediately spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. For the sake of spreading your name, the White-Robed King, I sent 2,000 idle people of my sect to spread your deeds in more than 1,000 cities of various sizes in the primal chaos domain. Look at it now. The entire world knows about the White-Robed King, Xiaochun." Wuxia spoke leisurely, appearing very cocky. He did not notice that Xiaoqian's face had turned dark at some point in time. In the end, it turned out that Wuxia was the one who spread the title of the White-Robed King. Bang! An explosion rang out, and Wuxia fell from the courtyard onto the street. Then, his head smashed heavily against the ground. Long Fei walked out of the courtyard and looked at Wuxia, who fell to the ground in a sorry state. He could not help smiling. Strange, is the White-Robed King not a good title? Brother Xiao, why are you suddenly so angry? Wuxia stood up and rubbed his head. Feeling confused, he asked Long Fei, "White-Robed King, what a simple and elegant title. Long Fei, don't you think so?" Feeling somewhat speechless, Long Fei said, "This fellow serves you right. What is a king title? It is a title that will accompany Xiao Chun for life. How can he casually give it to him? He is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Naturally, he has to inherit the title of the Qing Emperor." "What is the title of the Qing Emperor?" "Blue Dragon King." Wuxia muttered to himself. Then he suddenly understood. Indeed, the Blue Dragon King is more tyrannical. However, adding the words White-Robed King is not bad either. White-Robed Blue Dragon King. Long Fei was utterly speechless. The title of king accompanied a cultivator for life. It concerned honor, dignity, and inheritance. This Wuxia was simply too casual about it, treating it like child's play. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun held a jade strip in his hand. He closed his eyes and read the information in it. Then, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. He said, "So, this is how the throne is forged into a weapon. One needs to use mental energy flame to refine it, and then condense it in an instant." Before Long Fei left, to show his sincerity, he taught Xiao Chun the method of forging a weapon for the throne. After Xiao Chun put away the jade strip, he felt somewhat frustrated for some reason. Now that he thought about this matter carefully, he discovered that this originally simple matter actually contained many tricks. Princess Yaoyin, why did you not explain this to me in advance? Thinking of a Neptune palace, Xiao Chun removed the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and took a look. It looked like this Neptune headscarf came from the Neptune palace. Then, Xiao Chun placed the headscarf to the side and took out a wine cup from the universe ring. Then, he placed it in front of the empty seat opposite him. He believed that someone would give him an explanation. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw several man-made gems in the sky. They flickered with star-like light. If one blinked, they would forget that they were at the bottom of the sea, more than 10 kilometers below the surface. Xiao Chun kept feeling like something was missing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, he raised his hand. A bright and clear moon slowly rose behind him. The gentle moonlight sprinkled down like water, filling the entire courtyard with a faint glow. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied smile and continued drinking. When the moonlight shone on his white figure, it cast a lonely shadow on the ground. Cup after cup, Xiao Chun drank alone. At some point in time, an exquisite figure appeared on the ground in the cold courtyard. Yaoyin landed across from Xiao Chun. When she saw the prepared wine cup, shock flashed in her eyes. Young Master Xiao, did you know that Yaoyin would come? Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and revealed a smile on his delicate face. He said warmly, naturally, I, Xiao Chun, never make a mistake in judging people. Princess Yaoyin, there were some things that were not convenient to say on the way. I was afraid that I would not help you after I said them. However, now that I am here, I believe Princess no longer has any reservations. Yaoyin did not know if it was a misconception, but she felt that Xiao Chun was clearly smiling. However, his eyes were as cold as still water, without any ripples. It seemed like nothing in this world could attract his attention. When Yaoyin heard Xiao Chun's words, she felt somewhat guilty. She finished the wine in her cup and smiled bitterly. This time, young Master Xiao probably misjudged me. Yaoyin did hide it from you. The tragedy of the merfolk race was caused by me. The merfolk race's race head and the 5 supreme elders personally opened the outermost seal and entered Neptune's palace. However, none of them came out. They all died in there. In the end, the 3 elders guarding outside used their lives as the price to patch up the outermost seal. However, the seal inside was completely broken. Chapter 899. The appearance of the evil demon's main body is just a matter of time. Now, the vast merfolk race no longer has an Emperor Wu. The price agreed was really high. 9 people on the level of Emperor Wu died just like that. Without needing Yaoyin to say anything, Xiao Chun could roughly guess how these Emperor Wu died. They definitely did not listen to advice and relied on their Emperor Wu's cultivation to enter without preparing a lightning-attributed true flame. They thought that by gathering the strength of 8 Emperor Wus, they would be able to do as they pleased in the Palace of Neptune, looting all the treasures in there before leaving calmly. However, Xiao Chun guessed wrong. Yaoyin's next words truly startled Xiao Chun. The appetite of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu was unexpectedly huge. They actually wanted to swallow up the entire Palace of Neptune along with the evil demon clones, turning their race head into the new Neptune. 2 years ago, I held the Extreme Thunder Sword and entered alone. I thought that the Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword could suppress the evil demon clones for 100 years. Who knew? The evil demon clones that swallowed up Emperor Wu were not completely killed by me at that time. Now, they have already revived. The Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword has already been worn down by these evil demon clones over the past 2 years. If we do not think of a way, the evil demon's main body will definitely break free within half a year. At that time, the entire chaotic demonic sea will suffer a disaster. I would like to ask young Master Xiao to make a move and use the Purple Thunder True Flame to sweep away these evil demon clones. Then, together with the Extreme Thunder Sword, we can completely suppress the evil demon's main body. Xiao Chun listened quietly. As the moonlight shone down, he only drank without saying anything. By the time Yao Yin finished speaking, the wine in the wine bottle had finished. Perhaps it was a coincidence or not. Xiao Chun shook the wine bottle. Indeed, it was empty. Yao Yin had indeed finished speaking. After putting away the wine bottle, Xiao Chun waved his hand. The bright moon in the sky shook gently and turned into beams of gentle light that scattered into the sky. Yao Yin was taken aback. Looking at the disappearing moon, she didn't realize until now that it was Xiao Chen's creation. How could there be a moon at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Chen saw this subtle expression and sighed silently in his heart. He reached out and sucked the Neptune headscarf over from the table and tied it around his forehead again. Yao Yin was a little nervous. He didn't know what Xiao Chen was thinking. If he knew the truth, would he still help him? Strange, Your Highness, are you not done yet? Xiao Chen fastened Neptune's headscarf and looked at Yao Yin, who hadn't left yet. Yao Yin was stunned at first. Then, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Young Master Xiao, you're not leaving?" Xiao Chen revealed a warm smile on his cold face. He said, "When did I say that I was leaving? On the other hand, Your Highness, it is a long night. You have already said what you wanted to say, yet you are still not leaving. Are you not planning to leave tonight?" After understanding Xiao Chen's meaning, Yao Yin could not help but blush. She glanced at Xiao Chun, who seemed to be smiling, and quickly left. White-robed king, Yao Yin will forever remember your kindness. The merfolk race will forever remember it as well. An exquisite voice drifted over from the air. When Xiao Chen heard it, he was slightly entranced. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a painting appeared in his palm. The painting slowly unfurled, and the Qing Emperor's appearance entered his eyes once more. Xiao Chen said somewhat self-deprecatingly, 10,000 years ago, you thought that you were very smart and merged your seal with Neptune's palace, materializing a perfect seal. However, who could have imagined that the human heart is the hardest to fathom? That perfect seal back then brought a calamity to the merfolk race. If the Qing Emperor had not merged his seal with Neptune's palace back then, such a thing would not have happened, leaving such a terrible mess for Xiao Chun. The cause of 10,000 years ago was the effect of 10,000 years later. It was time to end this karma. Xiao Chun put away the painting and revealed a resolute expression. He did not enter his room to rest. Instead, he rushed to Long Fei and Qi Wuxia's residences and asked them about the people who had taken advantage of the chaos to come and how strong they were. After Xiao Chun obtained the information he wanted, he frowned heavily. The situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Right now, the greatest problem was not the evil demon clones in Neptune's palace. Instead, it was the various experts who came for the treasures in Neptune's palace. Several of them had come uninvited, not having received an invitation at all. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would even add to the chaos. Xiao Chun told Qi Wuxia and Long Fei about his plans and intentions, not hiding anything. After the two heard it, they could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Qi Wuxia said, "Brother Xiao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the mess that the Qing Emperor left 10,000 years ago really has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's the big shots of the merfolk race who brought this upon themselves because of their greed. Why do you have to fall headfirst into it?" This time, many of the people who came uninvited are old fellows from the primal chaos domain. All of them are old monsters who have lived for 100 or 200 years. Long Fei also felt surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He advised, "Xiao Chun, you have to think this through. There are many things in Neptune's palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor did not take them away because he did not fancy them. However, to us, they're all supreme treasures. You were kind enough to not let those people in and send themselves to death, increasing the strength of the evil demon clones. However, others might not think that way. They might just think that you want to keep the treasures for yourself." Qi Wuxia nodded and said, "That's right. Furthermore, I heard that the Qing Emperor did not touch Neptune's corpse out of respect. The divine rain robes it wore, the Neptune scepter in its hand, the Neptune crown on its head, and the chasing wave boots on its feet are all still there. Which one of them is not something that drives people crazy? Coincidentally, the merfolk race's Emperor Wu is all dead. The few blue-robed emperors are all busy protecting the outermost seal and cannot spare any attention. These fellows will absolutely not let go of this opportunity. Xiao Qian's eyes were as clear as water, and his face was as calm as a lake. Then, he turned around and looked to the front. In the pitch-black night, the man-made astral gems gave off light in the sky, decorating this dreamy castle. This was an extremely serene and beautiful castle. After looking for a long time, Xiao Qian withdrew his gaze and said, "Sometimes, after admitting to some things, one has to bear some responsibility. If I run away today, I will not have any psychological burden if I run into similar things in the future. In that case, why did I admit to my identity in front of everyone in the world back then? Many thanks to the two of you for your kind intentions and information. If there's a fight in Neptune's palace, I will help the two of you once. Goodbye." As Qi Wuxia watched Xiao Qian's departing figure, he said helplessly, "This brother Xiao is still unfathomable. His life is too tiring. There will probably be a good show to watch tomorrow morning." Long Fei opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. He said in frustration, "Right now, everyone in the world knows that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. After the king conferral ceremony, he will officially inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. You only see the glorious side, but cannot see the hidden pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. So, you are the ruffian Qi Wuxia, and he is the famous Blue Dragon King. The one who cannot see through is you." Feeling unconvinced, Qi Wuxia said, "Hey, Long Fei, why are you siding with an outsider? Don't forget that he beat you up into a sorry state on Dragonwood Star. Why are you speaking up for him so quickly?" Long Fei closed his folding fan and revealed an arrogant expression on his fair face. He said, "I am not someone who cannot afford to lose. Back then, I dared to fight him fair and square after he broke through. In the future, when I obtain the title of White Bone King, I will naturally fight him fair and square." Qi Wuxia smiled and said, Fine. This brother will not argue with you now. Hee. In another 10 years, I want to see you become the White Bone Sovereign and get beaten up by Xiao Qian. That would be thrilling and exciting." Bang! Long Fei opened his folding fan and smashed it at Qi Wuxia. Qi Wuxia chuckled and stretched out his hand to block this attack. "A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I'll beat you until you can't get up. What can you do to me? My turbid heaven demonic art has improved significantly recently." As the two bickered, they started fighting. However, they clearly did not use much strength. Otherwise, the roof would have been blown off long ago. Early in the morning, the light barrier above the castle shone with a boundless light, simulating the vigorous glow of dawn and waking up the people sleeping in this dreamy city. Several old men exuding baleful auras had arrived early in the largest plaza of the city. They sat expressionlessly on stone stools. As the sky brightened, the number of cultivators rushing over to the plaza gradually increased. These people were not merfolk. One could easily tell them from the color of their hair. However, all of them were terrifyingly strong. The weakest among them was a medial-grade martial sage. As for the old monsters giving off baleful auras, their cultivations were even higher. They were at least superior-grade martial sages. Among them, there was a three-fingered old man with white hair who was a peak superior-grade martial sage. This old man was only one step short of having the air of a grandmaster. Then, he would truly become a grandmaster-level martial sage. The people of the primal chaos domain would not be unfamiliar with this old man's identity. This fellow was a rather famous loose cultivator. Of course, he was infamous. He specialized in poison and came from the famous 5 poison sect of the profound domain. Later, he broke the sect's rules and experimented on living people. After that, he betrayed the 5 poison sect. Even now, he was still wanted by the 5 poison sect. However, he was still alive and well. In the primal chaos domain, he was known as the 5 poison devil. Even a regular grandmaster-level martial sage would not be willing to offend him. When the other invited cultivators saw this person, they showed fear in their eyes, not daring to underestimate him. Senior 5 Poison. I heard that girl's tone is very unyielding. Those who are not invited are not allowed to enter the Palace of Neptune. While it was still early, someone among the group of old monsters informed the 5 Poison Devil. The 5 Poison Devil sat on a stone stool and smiled coldly. Can she do as she pleases? Right now, the merfolk race only has 2 blue-robed emperors left. They are barely maintaining the seal around the Palace of Neptune. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages cannot leave. How dare she say no? However, I heard that the evil demon clones in there are very horrifying. We do not have lightning-attributed flames. If we enter, we will probably run into danger. However, even Emperor Wu died in there. The 5 Poison Devil's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't you see that so many people came this time? All of them have lightning-attributed flames. If we mix in, we can protect ourselves. As long as we are not too greedy and come out after finding a few treasures, we will definitely be fine." Chapter 900. How did those martial emperors die? Their appetites were too big. They wanted to refine the entire Sea Monarch Palace. In the end, the evil demon's main body schemed against them, and they were completely wiped out. The 5 Poison Devil's words shocked everyone to death. This was a piece of information that many people did not know. There is actually such a thing. I was wondering how Emperor Wu could die so easily. It turns out that he was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the entire Neptune Palace. He was very bold. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to say that they could refine it. To think that they dared to refine it, they deserved to die in there. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding loose cultivators who came uninvited all heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the evil demon was not as horrifying as they had imagined. When the old 5 Poison Ghost saw the expressions of these people, he laughed coldly in his heart. However, his mouth continued. This old ghost is not someone who would throw away his life for treasures. If I'm not confident, I will not mess around. You can go ahead and mess around with Mr. Qin and I. The Mr. Qin that the 5 Poison Devil mentioned was a middle-aged man in hempen robes. However, after he arrived, he had closed his eyes and rested. He did not give off a ferocious, baleful aura, so the surrounding people ignored him. Hearing the 5 Poison Devil mention this, the group quickly looked over. Only then did they discover that this gray-robed, old man's cultivation was not much lower than the 5 Poison Devils. Mr. Qin? Could it be that Mr. Qin from the Medicine God Valley's Fire Dragon God? Someone said uncertainly when he thought of something. The 5 Poison Devil nodded and said, "That's right. Mr. Qin holds a high position in the Medicine God Valley. He is one of the 3 Grandmaster Alchemists there. With Mr. Qin and me here, no matter how stubborn that girl is, she will have to obediently let us in." Not far away, Wuxia and Long Fei saw this scene, and their expressions turned unsightly. Long Fei said, "This 5 Poison Devil's poison technique kills people invisibly. Several Grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to fight with him. That Mr. Qin is not a good person either. This fellow grasps 9 different attributed flames and created the 9 dragons art from them. He is not just an alchemist." As Wuxia looked at Mr. Qin, who had not said anything since the start, his eyes filled with fear. The people from the Penglai Sea are here. At this moment, an exclamation rang out in the public square. Everyone could not help but look over. The Penglai Sea was a faraway place. Very few people in the outside world knew how to enter it. The people inside also cultivated the legendary immortal techniques. They rarely moved about outside, giving off a mysterious feeling. 2 young men, wearing magic robes, descended from the sky with arrogant expressions. As he looked at the people around him, the disdain in his eyes was revealed without any hesitation. These 2 fellows seemed to have come uninvited as well. Well, I don't know if Xiaochun will change his mind after he comes. None of these people are easy to mess with. Xiaochun is here, Long Fei suddenly said. Wuxia looked around, but could not see that white figure. He asked anxiously, Where? Why do I not see him?" Long Fei pointed in a direction, and Wuxia quickly looked over. There was a person wearing a black cloak sitting cross-legged on a stone stool. silently sitting cross-legged on it. That person's face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Wuxia sized him up a few times before he confirmed it. He said, "Your eyes are really sharp. I did not even notice when he arrived." This stumped Long Fei. He did not know when Xiaochen arrived, either. Earlier, he had casually glanced at him. At first, he nearly passed by. When Long Fei turned his head back and took a closer look, he could vaguely sense that it was Xiaochen. I'm not sure. Perhaps he just arrived, or perhaps he arrived long ago. However, it does not matter. What we can see, he can see as well. No matter how we think about it, it is not clear. This fellow always surprises us. Long Fei toyed with the folding fan in his hand. Wuxia withdrew his gaze and revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said with certainty, "I do not believe that there would be such a foolish person in this world. He would do something that is clearly against his own interests just for the sake of being a descendant of the Qing emperor." As they chatted, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Wuxia's and Long Fei's eyes lit up. The main character had arrived. Princess Yao Yin arrived with Mu Yun, the white-robed king, and 4 or 5 merfolk race old men. "Princess, the white-robed king does not seem to be here." Mu Yun sent a voice projection somewhat anxiously as he quickly swept his gaze over the crowd. "Don't panic. He is here. Just tell him what I mean." Mu Yun calmed himself and stepped forward. Then, he said, "Thank you, everyone, for coming from far away and accepting our invitation. Later, we will distribute the jade pendants to enter Neptune's palace according to the invitation list." The 5 poison devils' eyes blazed with rage as he made a gesture. Someone immediately understood and shouted, "The merfolk race is too much. Although we did not receive an invitation, we have the heart to kill the evil demon, just like everyone else. Why are they not giving us the jade pendants? This is too much. They're simply looking down on us. The merfolk race is too much of a bully. They're just hot-blooded, directly ignoring us. Are the merfolk race really so heartless? Damn, merfolk, don't be too selfish. We came to help out of goodwill. Why are you treating us differently? Give us the jade pendants. If you do not, then no one can enter Neptune's palace." In an instant, a large group of people started shouting at the same time. Their words were extremely intense. Furthermore, these people were loose cultivators with startling, baleful auras. Such a situation was truly terrifying. It seemed like they would really make a move at any moment, fighting to the death. Even though Mu Yun expected that these people would not give up, he had not expected this group of old monsters to be so shameless, turning the tables on him. Seeing the baleful auras and ferocious old men spreading out, Mu Yun could not help trembling in fear. He had never seen such a scene before. Yao Yin shook his head and personally stepped forward. Then, he stared at the silent 5 poison devil and Mr. Qin. These two were the true leaders. "I will have to trouble everyone with the matter of the merfolk race. However, it is not that Yao Yin does not need your help today. It is that you do not have a lightning-attributed flame or a secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame. If you go in, only death awaits you. Not only will you not be able to help, but you will also be consumed by the evil demon, increasing its strength. If you can come out with a king-grade secret treasure with a lightning-attributed flame or a lightning-attributed flame of a high grade, Yao Yin will definitely let you in." When facing these old monsters who had lived for 100 or 200 years, Princess Yao Yin explained the situation in a polite and restrained manner. However, how could these old monsters listen? King-grade secret treasures were rare in the first place. A king-grade secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame was even harder to find. As for subduing a lightning-attributed flame, that was even more impossible. The strange flames that existed in the world would be taken away the moment they appeared. They were even harder to obtain than secret treasures. If these old monsters had these 2 things, they would not have caused such a ruckus. Hee. Princess Yao Yin, there is no need for you to worry about our lives. Just tell us if you will let us in or not." The 5 poison devils' lips moved a few times. Then, a short old man less than 1 meter tall stood on a stone block and questioned Yao Yin without any trace of politeness. Several of the invited cultivators focused their gazes on Yao Yan. They wanted to see how she would deal with this. If she could not even deal with such a small problem, then she would not be able to do so. If she could not deal with such a small problem, then it meant that the rumors were true. The merfolk race was indeed weakened. When they entered Neptune's palace, they would not be able to restrain them. Yao Yan felt very frustrated. This old fellow was too overboard. To think that he directly threatened her. She said with a cold expression, "In that case, I'll tell you directly. If you are not invited, you will not let us in." A strong wind blew, and a baleful aura spread out. The short old man unleashed his aura as a superior grade martial sage, without holding anything back. In an instant, gusts of chilly wind began to blow, and the wind was accompanied by nauseating howls of anguish. How laughable! Merfolk race, do you really think that others do not know about your current situation? The short old man smiled coldly, and his eyes flickered with killing chi. He looked at Yao Yan and said, "Little girl, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. I gave you face by addressing you as princess. If I don't give you face, who do you think you are? You are just a stinky fish. Today, you will have to let us in even if you don't want to. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure that there are a few more dead fish in this plaza. Tonight, we will have barbecued mermaids for dinner." With the 5 poison devils supporting him in secret, this short old man was very arrogant. He also had his own plans in mind. If he helped the 5 poison devil like this, when they entered Neptune's palace, the other party would definitely take care of him. There would be many benefits. "You are too much. Do you really think that there is no one in my merfolk race?" When Mu Yun saw Yao Yan's face turn red with anger, he could no longer endure it. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward. Mu Lei, who was at the side, could not hold him back. Yao Yan could not help but feel anxious. It's over. Mu Yun is not a match for the other party. Now, not only will he injure himself, but the merfolk race will also lose face. This is exactly what the other party wants. Indeed, even the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, could not help but open his eyes when he sensed this scene. A cold smile appeared on his face. Don't hold back. Teach him a ruthless lesson. Otherwise, this group of merfolk will not be able to see the situation clearly. The 5 poison devils' lips moved as he sent a voice projection. When the short old man received the instruction, he revealed a cruel smile on his wrinkled face. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and his aura grew stronger. A baleful aura soared into the sky, forming a scarlet cloud in the air. Bang! Mu Yun, who was flying over, received only 1 palm strike from the old man. After that, he vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The short old man laughed loudly and said, "You are just a nobody, and you dare to jump around as you please. Do you really think that you are someone important?" The expressions of Princess Yao Yan and the others all sank. Several of the invited cultivators shook their heads as well. However, just as the short old man spoke, a melodious saber hum rang out behind him. A powerful saber came out of its scabbard, and a cold wind carrying an unparalleled sharp saber intent attacked. Oh no! An extreme sense of danger welled up in the short old man's heart. He immediately gave up on gathering his aura and pushed off the stone stool, wanting to leave quickly. Chapter 901. However, it was already too late. While the old man was focused on raising his aura and taking down Mu Yun in one move, he had already given Xianxia too much time, too many opportunities. The price he paid was his life. A cold light flickered, and a bright saber light looked like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire plaza and dazzling everyone's eyes. When everyone's vision recovered, they saw that the short old man had already been chopped in half. He died without a complete corpse, not even a breath remaining. When everyone saw the black-robed cultivator on the stone stool, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this fellow come from? Could they not tell that the 5 poison devil and the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin were standing behind the short old man? To think that Xiao directly killed the short old man. Even the merfolk race would not dare to be so ruthless. To think that he showed no mercy, directly killing the short old man. Wuxia goggled in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, this fellow really made a move. He did not hesitate to offend the five-poisoned devil and Mr. Qin, directly killing their representative. Long Fei had guessed that Xianxia would make a move. However, he had not expected Xianxia to be so ruthless. Killing someone a moment he made a move, treating a superior grade martial sage like a cat or dog, killing him on a whim. Yao Yan's face lit up in joy. Indeed, Xianxia made a move as agreed. When he said he would not leave, truly helping them to the end. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators with lightning-attributed flames that were invited all revealed uncertain expressions. The two youths from the Penglai Sea also cast their gazes over, revealing curious expressions. However, the five-poisoned devil and Mr. Qin, who had kept his eyes closed, could no longer remain silent. Xianxia killed that short old man in one move, suppressing the arrogance of this group of people. Several of the primal chaos domain loose cultivators with surging auras earlier withdrew their baleful auras. These loose cultivators always cherished their lives. Now that they saw danger, they naturally did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, they would end up like this short old man, dying without knowing why. That would be a great loss. The five-poisoned devil stood up and stood on the stone block. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said coldly, Sir, what is the meaning of this? We only want to seek an explanation from the merfolk race. Why do you have to stand out? Under the hood, Xiaoqian's expression could not be seen clearly. Only his cold voice could be heard. What explanation? This is the merfolk race's own matter. What right do you have to say such things? The old five-poisons devil could not help but feel stifled. He had already lowered himself, but the other party still did not give him any face, directly looking down on him in front of everyone. The people present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This fellow was really arrogant. Unexpectedly, he dared to speak to the five-poison devil like that. Even some Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be willing to offend the five-poison devil. The middle-aged Mr. Qin narrowed his eyes. He found that he could not see through this person. His cultivation was clearly not high, but he was like a deep pool of water, unfathomable. Xianxia did not give off any special aura. However, his indistinct demeanor was vaguely stronger than that of several Grandmaster-level martial sages. Naturally, the five-poison devil noticed this as well. Otherwise, given his temper, he would not have bothered speaking nonsense with Xianxia. He would have just gone up and killed Xianxia first. The five-poison devil suppressed the rage in his heart and did not rush to make a move. He said sullenly, Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to decide. On the other hand, you are a sneaky fellow. You do not even dare to show your face, yet you dare to interfere in this matter. You still do not know who you offended, right? Xianxia casually removed his hood and revealed his true appearance. Discussions immediately rang out. The white-robed king, Xianxia. Unexpectedly, it was him who made a move. No wonder he dared to attack so fearlessly. I heard that he will be formally conferred king in Bushan Palace soon. The seal on Neptune was left behind by the Qing Emperor back then. Now that there is a problem, it makes sense for him to interfere in this matter. However, he is still too bold. The five-poison devil and this Mr. Qin are not easy to deal with. Upon seeing Xianxia's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. The news of Xianxia being conferred king had spread like wildfire. He was the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. Xianxia had not appeared for 2 years. However, the moment he appeared, his name immediately shook the world. He clearly already had the elegance of the Qing Emperor back then. Xianxia looked at the clearly startled five-poison devil and said indifferently, Five-poison devil, the rumors about you in the primal chaos domain are very miraculous. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to exchange moves with you. Let me test you out and see how miraculous you are. Let me see who I offended. The bright moon rose into the sky, and the night sky turned upside down. To everyone's surprise, Xianxia took the initiative to charge at the five-poison devil. A cold wind blew, and snowflakes drifted down. Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he arrived before the five poison devil. The five poison devil did not see Xiao Qian's figure. He only saw a saber light turn into a cold wind and charge through the snowflakes, moving as fast as lightning. The five poison devil quickly circulated his law energy and stretched out his hand to block this saber light. A strong wind blew like a snowstorm in all directions. The snowflakes were like sabers, boundlessly sharp. The people in the plaza quickly scattered, not wanting to be swept up by the shock waves of this battle. Pain, bone-piercing pain. The five poison devil, who was on the stone block, relied on his deep cultivation to block Xiao Qian's palm strike, not taking even half a step back. However, the energy in Xiao Qian's palm strike was like a saber stabbing into the five poison devil, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, and his arms trembled. Was it a palm strike or a saber strike? The five poison devil was somewhat confused. Bang! 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 Xiao Qian took a step back and immediately charged over again. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged 100 moves with the five poison devil. Snowflakes shattered and shot out with a strong light. That was the bright saber light shining. It looked exceptionally bright when contrasted with the bright moon. After 100 moves, Xiao Qian's right hand had turned completely black. The poison spread like insects, trying to infiltrate his blood. The five poison devil was in so much pain that he no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiao Qian. He left the stone block and retreated a kilometer. When he saw Xiao Qian's pitch-black palm, he smiled coldly and said, "Does your arm feel like it's being pricked by needles or like venomous insects biting you? So what if you're a descendant of the Qing Emperor and people call you the White Robe King? Even if you are poisoned by my shadowless poison, you will still be at my mercy." The five poison devil's arm was in so much pain that it nearly went numb. However, he still laughed loudly, feeling incredibly cocky. Why were Grandmaster-level martial sages not willing to fight with him? It was because his shadowless poison was formless and traceless. There was no way to avoid it. As long as one fought with him, they would definitely be poisoned. Unless one could kill him in one move, even if one managed to do so, they would end up dying together. Xiao Qian looked at his pitch-black right hand, at the black, insect-like poison, and entered deep thought. As for the pain in his arm, he did not even frown. This bit of pain was nothing compared to the lightning tribulations he experienced when tempering his physical body. Boom! Suddenly, his entire right hand exploded. Half of Xiao Qian's arm was mangled, looking very horrifying. Xiao Qian turned a deaf ear to this. He squinted and looked carefully. The moment the black poison appeared in the air after his flesh and skin split open, it immediately vanished. However, in that 1,000th of an instant, Xiao Qian saw it clearly. It was venomous insects as thin as a strand of hair. They were the same color as the air, numbering in the thousands. The flesh and skin on Xiao Qian's right arm quickly grew back bit by bit. Soon, his arm was as good as new, white and smooth, with no trace of the black poison. A peak rank 3 sage body. When the five poison devil saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian had a peak rank 3 sage body. Using such a tyrannical method, he cleansed the shadowless poison completely. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman turned into a flame and burned on his arm. With a casual wave, sizzling sounds rang out in the air. Many of those tiny venomous insects that even Xiao Qian's spiritual sense could not detect were burned to death. It looks like the flame of the will is still able to capture these venomous insects. After finding a way to deal with it, electric light flashed under Xiao Qian's feet. Then, he did not hesitate to charge over again. Using his body as a saber, Xiao Qian sent out boundless saber lights flickering in the cold wind and the drifting snowflakes. Every time he came into contact with the five poison devil, be it his shoulder or his palm, Xiao Qian would envelop them with his will flame. This way, the five poison devil's shadowless poison became mere decoration. Damn it! The five poison devil retreated continuously. In the end, there was not a single spot on his body that was not covered. Every part of his body that came into contact with Xiao Qian felt knife-like energy scraping his skin and cutting his flesh. Furthermore, this saber was extremely sharp. With just a slight movement, it opened a long wound. On the surface, the 5 Poison Devil and Xianxia seemed to be evenly matched. However, wounds covered his body, and the intense pain was unbearable. Mr. Qin, why are you still watching the show? After being knocked back by Xiaoqian's blade-like palm strike, the 5 Poison Devil finally could not help asking Mr. Qin for help. Mr. Qin frowned. He could not tell that the 5 Poison Devil had been forced into such a state. However, just as Mr. Qin wanted to help, 2 figures floated down from the air and blocked his way. Long Fei opened his folding fan and slowly released the death qi from his body. He said, Mr. Qin, as a senior, you should not do something so humiliating, right? Bullying the weak is already wrong in the first place. Ganging up on him is even more wrong. Wuxia chuckled and said, It's hard to say. I can see that the killing chi in Mr. Qin's eyes is about to leap out. Clearly, you're trying to bully the weak, ganging up on him. These 2 bastards, Mr. Qin cursed in his heart. These 2 fellows blocked his way and even echoed each other in insulting him. However, these 2 were not people to offend. One was the White-Boned Sovereign's descendant, and the other was the Muddy Sky Gate's young master. If the 2 worked together, he would have no problem blocking them. When the 5 Poison Devils saw that Mr. Qin was blocked, he decided to retreat. He spat out a long strand of black smoke, forcing back Xiaoqian. Then, he said ferociously, Xiaoqian, just you wait. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later. However, right after the 5 Poison Devils spoke, he suddenly discovered a snowflake drifting out of the black smoke. This snowflake condensed into the shape of a flower and gently tapped the 5 Poison Devil's chest with all the energy of the Winter Saber. The 5 Poison Devil vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A layer of frost covered his hair, eyebrows, lips, and body. Sensing the terrible state of his body, the 5 Poison Devil was startled. He no longer had the earlier arrogance, so he turned and fled in a panic. Chapter 902. Where can you flee to under the bright moon? Xiaoqian casually waved his hand, and the bright moon scattered its light. Then, a saber light streaked across the sky. The night was gone, and the light returned to the plaza. Then a corpse chopped in half fell from the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 Poison Devil's corpse fell to the ground from a high altitude, shattering into pieces. Mr. Qin, who was facing off against Long Fei and Wuxia, frowned heavily. This was truly unexpected. The famous 5 Poison Revenant of the Primal Chaos domain died just like that. However, his death had a lot to do with Xiaoqian seeing through his shadowless poison. Mr. Qin had cultivated his abilities openly, not unorthodox methods. If this Xiaoqian ran into me, it would not be so easy. However, I can't do anything alone. Even if I can block Xiaoqian, I cannot block the others of the merfolk race. Furthermore, there are still 2 dogs in front. They are not to be trifled with, either. In a short instant, Mr. Qin thought of many things. The conclusion he came to could not help feeling somewhat dispirited. The 5 Poison Revenant was already dead. It was practically impossible for him to enter the Palace of Neptune. Mr. Qin felt too dissatisfied. He had come all the way from the profound domain just to make a trip to the Palace of Neptune. Now that he was blocked outside, it was truly frustrating. Mr. Qin looked past Wuxia and Long Fei and stared at Xiaoqian. It is this fellow. If not for this fellow's sudden appearance, this situation would not have developed. Just focus on being the White-Robed King. Why bother with this matter? Xiaoqian, you spoil my plans today. This old man will remember you. From now on, the Medicine God Valley will be at odds with you. Just wait for the Medicine God Valley to hunt you down. Knowing that he could no longer enter the Palace of Neptune, Mr. Qin left these words and turned to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment Mr. Qin moved, Xiaoqian blocked his way. Mr. Qin's figure turned illusory, and 9 beams of fiery light spun above his head. Heat waves surged out. However, that figure blocked his way. No matter how Mr. Qin moved, he could not shake him off. What do you want? Mr. Qin said angrily. Indeed, what was Xiaoqian trying to do? Not only did Mr. Qin not understand, but many of the invited cultivators could not either. Mr. Qin had already been forced to leave, so why was he still blocking his way? Could it be that? Did he want to kill even Mr. Qin? Thinking of this, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. This was a bit too ruthless. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Flawless 4 seasons. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun directly executed flawless 4 seasons. The 4 seasons circled around him, growing endlessly. A boundless saber intent chopped down as he tilted his body. I use my body as a saber, my thoughts as a saber, and the 4 seasons as a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. When this chop landed, it displayed the essence of the flawless saber Dao. Mr. Qin merged the 9 types of flames above his head into one and pushed out with both palms. Each flame contained a vast amount of energy. He had refined them for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were his life flames. Just one strand of flame could split mountains. When the 9 types of flames merged, its might increased exponentially. One could even vaguely see a trace of spirituality in it. The two's killing moves clashed in the air within a breath's time. Flames surged, and a rain of fire immediately fell on the plaza. Every drop of fire that fell blasted a huge pit in the plaza. The vast plaza was blasted into smithereens, completely reduced to rubble. The smell of hot flames lingered in the air. The cultivators who had already retreated far away looked up and saw Mr. Qin retreating miserably from the flames. Mr. Qin showed extremely horrified expressions. In the clash, Mr. Qin actually lost. Before Mr. Qin could react, a figure leaped out of the flames. In the time it took for a spark to fly, this figure arrived before Mr. Qin and slapped his face. 5 bloody marks immediately appeared on Mr. Qin's face. The resounding slap stunned everyone present. As a Grandmaster-level alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Qin held a high position. Normally, many people tried to curry favor with him. Several experts sought him out to refine medicinal pills. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages, stronger than Mr. Qin, did not dare to be impudent when they saw Mr. Qin. They had no choice but to submit to him. This was the benefit of being an alchemist. However, today, Xiao Chun slapped Mr. Qin in front of everyone. A resounding slap. After Mr. Qin went flying, he touched the bloody marks on his face. He appeared somewhat dispirited as he looked at Xiao Chun. You dare to slap me? Xiao Chun found this funny. He glanced at Mr. Qin coldly and said indifferently, "Why can't I slap you? How much stronger do you think you are than the 5 poison devil? This slap is to tell you that not just anyone can spout nonsense before me, saying that they want to kill me the moment they open their mouths. You're not convinced? Even if you're not convinced, you have to endure it. This is not the Medicine God Valley or the Profound Domain. It is not your turn to behave atrociously here. The world is very vast, and there are many capable people. In the future, don't think too highly of yourself when you go out." Mr. Qin found it hard to endure. He could not help wanting to stake his life on the line. Even if he could not defeat Xiao Chun, he would at least skin the other party alive. However, even though Mr. Qin wanted to stake his life on the line, he thought about how difficult it was for him to achieve what he had today. It was not worth it to just leave him here. However, this rage was hard to swallow, hard to endure. Seeing Mr. Qin's conflicted expression, Xiao Chun immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. He could not help feeling even more disdain for Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin did not even have this bit of sharpness. Did he really dare to go to Neptune's palace? Even if he went, he would just be nourishment, increasing the strength of the evil demon clans for nothing. Still not scramming? Do you want me to do it personally? Xiao Chun shouted coldly when he saw the other party hesitating, wanting to leave, but not wanting to leave at the same time. He could not be bothered to continue watching. Good. Xiao Chen's shouts startled Mr. Qin, startling him into thinking of retreating. He wanted to say a few more words before leaving. However, when Mr. Qin thought about it, he realized that he had been slapped for being too talkative. He said good 3 times in a row but did not dare to say anything else. After losing all his face, Mr. Qin left in a crestfallen manner without saying a word. Xiaochun looked around. Without saying anything, the surrounding figures quickly followed Mr. Qin away. After chopping the 5-poison devil in half and sending Mr. Qin away with one slap, how could these uninvited loose cultivators dare to linger around? On the tall platform, the merfolk race old men and Princess Yao Yin all heaved a sigh of relief. Today's matter was all thanks to Xiaochun. Otherwise, if a group of powerful loose cultivators caused a ruckus, the merfolk race would have suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the merfolk race had lost face. After they entered Neptune's palace, the invited cultivators would not listen to their advice. Wuxia clicked his tongue and said, "That was a good slap. Some of these old fellows really think too highly of themselves. It's fine if they left, but they still had to run their mouths, spouting nonsense in front of so many people." Longfei nodded as well and said, "This slap brought out the prestige of the Blue Dragon King. A major character should have the bearing of a major character. If everyone said that to Xiaochun in the future, it would be really vexing." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people far away from the plaza slowly descended. Aside from the uninvited loose cultivators, there were significantly fewer people, only about 11 or 12. There were still people in the air who had not descended yet. They were 2 youths from the Penglai Immortal Island. These 2 were not invited, either. When they saw the earlier scene, they did not intend to leave. "The 2 of you seem to have come uninvited as well. Why are you still not leaving?" The one who spoke was the top true inheritor of the Xianxia sect. His name was Lang Taotian. He was a rather famous, outstanding talent in the sea region near the chaotic, demonic sea. However, he was far from the continent, so not many people knew about him. "That's right. I did not invite you. What are you doing here? What's so special about the people of the Penglai Sea? Immortal arts have long since declined. This is the martial epoch. Don't think that just because you comprehended some superficial immortal arts, you are an immortal chasing after the stars and the moon." After seeing Xiaochun's ruthless methods, the attitude of this group of invited cultivators changed significantly, becoming biased toward the merfolk race. Princess Yao Yin looked at these 2 youths, waiting for their answer. Everyone in this vast sea region knew about the Penglai Sea. There are all sorts of stories about it. "Huh, everyone, there's no need to be so hostile. The 2 of us are different from those loose cultivators. We come from the Penglai Sea's One Dao Palace. We came out to experience the world this time and heard about the merfolk race. We came to help sincerely," the azure-robed youth on the right said calmly and unhurriedly. "Do you have a lightning-attributed flame?" Yao Yin asked directly. If there was a lightning-attributed flame, it was not impossible to let them in. No matter what their goal was, as long as they had a lightning-attributed flame, they could kill some evil demon clones in Neptune's palace and help share the pressure. The lips of the youth on the left curled up in a proud expression. He said indifferently, "Naturally, there is. However, don't be scared silly when you see my lightning-attributed flame." Boom! This person opened his palm, and a clump of purple lightning-attributed flame burned fiercely. A fist-sized origin flame flickered with crackling electricity within it. The king of lightning-attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire. Good. He condensed a sizable origin flame. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand the full power of this purple thunder true fire. These 2 came prepared. We really underestimated them. When the azure-robed youth on the right saw the expressions of the group, he felt slightly pleased. He looked at Yao Yin and said, "Your Highness, what do you think of my junior brother's purple thunder true fire? With this purple thunder true fire, we can sweep away all the evil demon clones. However, it is not that simple to get her help. We need the merfolk race's treasure, the Thorn Sovereign Circlet. Furthermore, in this operation, you will have to listen to our commands. We will also distribute the treasures of Neptune's palace. We will also be in charge of the core jade pendant that controls the entry and exit of Neptune." The azure-robed youth from the One Dao Palace spoke for a long time. His words immediately caused the joyful expressions of the merfolk race cultivators to sink. This appetite seemed boundlessly huge. Yao Yin did not get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "I cannot make the decision on this matter." "Who can make the decision?" the azure-robed youth asked. Princess Yao Yin did not say anything. She only pointed to the sky. Xiao Chun had already removed his cloak, revealing his white robes as he stood quietly in the air. Chapter 903. The person with the purple thunder true, fire mocked, and said proudly, "Who does he think he is? He is just a boorish fellow, using the name of the Qing Emperor for nothing. Does he have a lightning-attributed flame? Does he have a lightning-attributed flame that is comparable to my king of lightning-attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire? Does he dare to reveal his lightning-attributed flame? Even without me making a move, he will feel ashamed of his inferiority." Feel ashamed of my inferiority? What a good feel ashamed of my inferiority. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but reveal a playful smile. The descendant of the Qing Emperor was very awe-inspiring earlier. However, my junior brother's purple thunder true fire is the king of lightning-attributed flames. What does he have to compete with my junior brother? The azure-robed man laughed coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun with disdain. Clearly, this azure-robed man was jealous of Xiao Chun's earlier performance. A cocky look flashed in the eyes of the azure-robed man's junior brother. He withdrew the purple flame, concentrating all of it in his origin flame. Then he tossed it out. The fist-sized origin flame released a dazzling and piercing purple light as it soared into the sky. As it hung high in the sky, it looked like a purple sun. Under the illumination of the light, faint purple thunderclouds formed in the surroundings. Like the stars surrounding the moon, the thunderclouds surrounded the origin flame, making it even more dazzling. The azure-robed man looked at Xiao Chun and said with a grin, "Why are you not saying anything? Weren't you very arrogant earlier? My purple thunder, true fire, is like the sun in the sky, the king of lightning-attributed flames. White Robe King, are you not going to show off your purple flame?" The azure-robed man purposely emphasized the words white-robed king, making them sound very awkward. When the invited cultivators below saw this azure-robed man being so arrogant, they all revealed dissatisfied expressions. However, when they saw the blazing origin flame, they all sighed speechlessly. The purple thunder true fire was the king of lightning-attributed flames. Furthermore, this azure-robed man had condensed an origin flame the size of a fist. That was even rarer. Indeed, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. They had no choice but to submit. This bastard is too arrogant. Where did he get his purple thunder true fire? I remember that there has not been a purple thunder true fire in the world for many years already. Some of the flame seeds from the ancient era were also destroyed, Wuxia said, feeling aggrieved. Long Fei's expression was solemn. His lightning fire was called the Earth Shadow Lightning Fire. This was a kind of thunder fire that was born in 9 hells purgatory. He had accidentally discovered it when he was searching for the dark netherbone flame. This kind of flame was very destructive to spirits, but he was not so sure about its effects on evil spirits. It was of a very low rank, incomparable to the purple thunder true fire. He probably used some kind of cultivation technique to refine it. I heard that the Penglai Sea has a thunder overflowing perception. The person who cultivates this cultivation technique can produce all sorts of lightning-attributed flames. There is a chance that a king of lightning-attributed flames, like the purple thunder true fire, will appear. Long Fei was knowledgeable. He had read many ancient books and had some understanding of all kinds of things. The temperament of a scholar did not appear for no reason. Xiao Chun is doomed this time. Wuxia sighed, although he was not willing to admit it. Once the king of lightning-attributed flames appeared, what kind of lightning-attributed flame could defeat it? Seeing that Xiao Chun did not make any moves, the azure-clad man could not help but laugh loudly. "Princess Yao Yin, are you still placing your hopes on this person? Us senior and junior brothers are the true saviors of your merfolk race. You cannot rely on anyone else. You can only agree to our request." Boom! Right after the azure-clad man spoke, a bright purple light suddenly flashed in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. In that instant, Everyone's eyes were filled with purple light. It was like needles piercing their eyes, forcing them to close their eyes involuntarily. This was the self-protection of the eyes. When ordinary people saw something dangerous flying towards their eyes, their first reaction was to close their eyes. When cultivators succeeded in their cultivation, their reactions became faster. Their eyes became more sensitive, allowing them to close their eyes in an even shorter time. When they carefully opened their eyes to take a look, they saw that the situation in the sky had not changed. It was still a fist-sized purple thunder origin flame, shining like the sun in the sky. However, it was much brighter than before, more crystalline and translucent, filled with a strange charm. With one glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Strange, why did that person's purple thunder true fire's origin flame suddenly become so much brighter? It is at least 10 times stronger. I can't even open my eyes. I don't dare to look at it at all. It feels like I'm being pricked by needles. The people of the Penglai Sea are too incredible. It's over. Xianxia is finished. How is he going to compete? Something's not right. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, there's another clump of purple thunder true fire behind." However, its light is very dim, so no one noticed it. When they looked carefully, there was indeed another clump of purple thunder true fire in the sky. Several people reacted. When they thought of that dazzling light from earlier, their expressions turned grave. Could it be that this new round of purple thunder true fire was released by Xianxia? Someone reacted and quickly looked at the two people from the Penglai Sea. With this look, this guess was confirmed. Those two people's faces turned green. When they saw that crystalline and translucent origin flame flowing with a spiritual light, they were completely stunned. A light flashed on Xiaoqian's forehead, and a purple talisman entered the origin flame. In that instant, the light became 100 times brighter. The other clump of purple flame vanished, its light completely covered. This embarrassment was simply too great. How could that person continue to take out his purple thunder true fire? Then, he quickly put it away in a crestfallen manner. When he faced the gazes of the surrounding people pointing at him, he felt even more ashamed. Although his purple thunder true fire was the same size as Xiaoqian's origin flame, its quality was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. When he thought about his earlier shameless boasting, he found it laughable. Those who were good at fighting would not get angry. Xiaoqian had been waiting for this opportunity, a chance to beat the other party down. The greatest punishment for insulting others was not to be slapped in the face by others, but to be slapped in the face by oneself. Furthermore, it was a resounding slap until the other party did not even dare to say another word. What was being ashamed of one's inferiority? What was being ashamed of one's inferiority? This was being ashamed of one's inferiority. Princess Yao Yin smiled faintly and said at an appropriate time, "Do the two of you have anything else to say?" The azure-robed man and his junior brother remained silent. How could they dare to say anything else? They no longer had any arrogance left. Wuxia laughed loudly and said, "How delightful! Ashamed of one's inferiority. Truly ashamed of one's inferiority. I like this style. Brother Xiao is Brother Xiao. I'll let you jump, and I'll wait for you to jump, and I'll watch you cry out. I'll wait for you to jump the highest and shout the loudest, and then I'll let you slap yourself back." A trace of melancholy appeared in Long Fei's eyes. Using Xiaoqian as a target was too sorrowful. Trump card after trump card, Xiaoqian became increasingly unfathomable. With a thought, Xiaoqian returned the purple flame to his eyes and the purple lightning talisman to his forehead. Then, he gently drifted over and landed beside Princess Yao Yin. Once again, Xiaoqian silently expressed his stance. He stood on the mare folk race's side. Princess Yao Yin nodded gently at Xiaoqian. Then, she said, "If you all have nothing to say, I have something to say. These words are for everyone here as well. It is true that there are supreme treasures in Neptune's palace. My merfolk race has already collected everything that might have been discovered. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint everyone." As Xiaoqian expected, no one showed any expression on their faces. This was something that anyone could figure out without using their brains. The merfolk race was not stupid. Since they had touched the seal, they would definitely take away everything that they could discover. What they anticipated were undiscovered treasures. The laws of space and time intertwined in Neptune's palace, forming a world of its own. It was so vast that it seemed boundless. The merfolk race was in a rush, so they would definitely miss something. The Xianxia Sex Lang Taotian said, Neptune's corpse should not have been touched, right? This was also what everyone anticipated the most. Everyone had extraordinary backgrounds, so they did not care about ordinary treasures. The thing on the Sea Emperor's body was the most important thing that attracted these people. Yao Yin answered honestly, Neptune's corpse is sealed in a gilded coffin. I do not know where it is, nor have I searched for it. It was good that it was not touched. As long as they entered, they would be able to find it. Clearing his throat, Yao Yin continued. Yao Yin knows everyone's true purpose for coming here. After entering Neptune's palace, if anyone wants to move alone, I will not interfere. However, if there is any danger, the merfolk race will not be responsible. Of course, the merfolk race will not ask for the treasures that you find in Neptune's palace. If anyone is willing to accompany young Master Xiao to seal the evil demon's main body, aside for what they find along the way, the merfolk race will reward them greatly. Everyone has seen the might of young Master Xiao's purple thunder true fire for themselves. As for how to decide, just think about it. Xianxia nodded to himself. Yao Yin's way of doing things was rather good. In any case, as long as these people entered, they would share some of the pressure from the evil demon. It was up to them to decide. Those who wanted to take risks would move alone. Those who wanted to be safer would follow Xiao Chun and truly contribute to sealing the evil demon. No one objected, so Yao Yin started to distribute the jade pendants. With these jade pendants, one could break through the outer seal and enter Neptune's palace. The jade pendants were the mother jade pendants, and the mother jade pendants were the core jade pendants. With the core jade pendant, one could sense the location of the child jade. If there was danger, one could send the information to the mother jade pendant. When it was the turn of the two people from the Penglai Sea, Yao Yin did not hand over the jade pendants in his hand. The azure-clad man hesitated for a while before saying, Your Highness, please give us a jade pendant as well. With our strength, we will definitely be able to kill several evil demon clans and contribute to the merfolk race. Wuxia toyed with the jade pendant in his hand and laughed heartlessly. Did I hear wrong? Isn't this a major character of the Penglai Sea? Earlier, weren't you very arrogant, looking down on this and that? Why are you lowering your voice and asking for this jade pendant? After that, his face sank, and he imitated in an exaggerated manner. My junior brother has the purple thunder true fire, the king of lightning attributed flames. You merfolk race cannot count on anyone but us. He imitated it so vividly that the group of people around him laughed. The eyes of the azure-clad man's junior brother spewed fire. He was about to attack when the azure-clad man stopped him. Wuxia chuckled and said, Don't attack. Those words were said by your senior brother, not me. I'm very afraid. The purple thunder true fire, the king of lightning attributed flames, is very, very powerful. It is like the sun in the sky, invisible to the naked eye. The words invisible to the naked eye caused the surrounding people to roar with laughter again. The azure-clad man raged, but he endured it and did not flare up. He whispered a few more words to Yao Yin and made a few promises before finally obtaining the two jade pendants. Chapter 904. Xiao Chun felt a malicious gaze. He looked up and discovered that it was the immortal cultivator with the purple thunder true fire. He was currently sizing him up with malicious intent. Xiao Chun glanced at him and did not mind. Others did not understand immortal cultivation, so it would be difficult for them to deal with these two. However, Xiao Chun guaranteed that he would teach the other party an unforgettable lesson. After the jade medallions were distributed, Princess Yao Yin placed the core jade medallion in Xiao Chun's hand. This time, I'll leave it to young Master Xiao. Your Highness, do you intend to go in personally? Xiao Chun did not reject the jade medallion as he received it. Yes. After all, I have been in there once before and am familiar with the terrain. Without me leading the way, it will take more time to find the evil demon's main body in Neptune, including Xiao Chun and Yao Yin. A total of 20-odd cultivators entered Neptune. These 20 people either had lightning-attributed flames or secret treasures with lightning-attributed flames. After they entered, they would be able to protect themselves and would not end up as nourishment for the evil demon for no reason. Yao Yin explained the things to take note of again. Then, she led the group out of this dreamlike castle and into the deep sea. They could not breathe or speak underwater. They could only circulate their energies to breathe. To speak, they had to condense their voices into strings. Although it drained a lot of energy, it was not a big problem for this group of martial sage experts. Even without any supplies, this group of people could live well at the bottom of the sea for at least half a year. Martial sages were extraordinary, nourishing heavenly sage laws. As they breathed, they could absorb large amounts of spiritual energy and convert it into pure law energy. There was a huge difference between them and cultivators who had not advanced to martial sage yet. All sorts of strange things could be seen in the deep sea. There were sea beasts as large as mountains, strange fish in groups, sea trees rooted to the bottom, and many more. The group was not in the mood to look at this strange sight at the bottom of the sea. Under Princess Yao Yan's lead, the group advanced quickly. Half a day later, an abandoned castle at the bottom of the sea. In the center of the ruined city, there was a strange scene. Pitch-black energy formed an iron walk-like light screen, upside down on the ground. Every 100 meters around the light screen, there were merfolk experts sitting cross-legged in the seawater with their eyes closed. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. From time to time, they would send out surging power of laws into the pitch-black light barrier, causing it to become even tighter. Clearly, this was the outer seal of the Palace of Neptune. In order to maintain this seal, the merfolk had sent all their top masters over. But even so, the situation still didn't look optimistic. At the top of the light curtain stood 2 blue-robed emperor-rank powerhouses. Seeing the arrival of Yao Yin and the others, the 2 blue-robed emperor-rank powerhouses merely raised their eyelids, but did not come down. Although such a huge seal had already formed, it required a huge amount of energy to maintain at all times. Otherwise, it could collapse at any time. The 2 of them had to maintain the seal and could not leave at all. Furthermore, this was not a long-term solution. Only by sealing the main body of the evil demon in the Palace of Neptune would they be able to rest easy. Otherwise, the outer seal would collapse sooner or later. When the evil demon's clone broke free, it would be a disaster for all the merfolk in the chaotic demonic sea. Originally, there was no need to put in so much effort. With the perfect seal that the Qing Emperor had laid back then, as long as it did not move, there would be no need to create an outer seal to seal the entire Palace of Neptune. However, the few powerhouses of the merfolk race were too greedy. They wanted to refine the entire Palace of Neptune and become the new generation of sovereign martial emperors, Neptune. In the end, the evil demon's main body schemed against them and suffered heavy losses. The 9 Emperor Wus all died in there. The seal that the Qing Emperor left loosened, so they had no choice but to add a huge barrier around the Palace of Neptune. Yao Yin, are these all people with lightning-attributed flames? A Grandmaster-level martial sage merfolk race old man took some time to land in front of Yao Yin and the others. There's a total of 20 people, all cultivators with lightning-attributed flames. The weakest of them is a medial-grade martial sage. This time, we will definitely be able to complete the seal. At that time, the seniors will not have to spend any more time on this outer seal. Yao Yin said calmly, a resolute expression in her eyes. I hope that is the case. Otherwise, the entire merfolk race will have to migrate. The old man did not think much of this group of people. He was very clear on how many of them came sincerely to help. After giving them a few words of encouragement, he did not say anything more. After the initial shock, the others revealed excited expressions in their eyes, clearly impatient. After hanging up the jade pendants, Yao Yin led the group into the inner part of the seal. Then, they passed through the pitch-black barrier and entered. A sinister wind blew, silent and silent. The sky turned dark. This place was isolated from the seawater. When the group landed, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were not of the merfolk race. After staying in the water for a long time, they would not be used to it. Ga, Ga, Ga. Another group of blood food. How comfortable. I want to eat. I want to eat. Before Xiao Chun and the others could find their footing, strange laughter rang out in their ears. They were all sharp voices saying, I want to eat. I want to eat. There were many black clouds floating in front of them like a violent gale. The black clouds were of different sizes, and there were at least 1,000 of them, densely packed together. When the group got closer, they discovered that each black cloud was an evil demon. Their silhouettes were similar to humans. However, their facial features were distorted, and their bodies were made of smoke. They looked extremely strange. Be careful. These are clones made of the evil demon's wills. Martial techniques will find it hard to injure them. Don't let them get close. Otherwise, if they enter your brain, even a god would not be able to save you. Yao Yan's expression turned serious. He placed the Thorn Sovereign circlet on his head and took out a short sword containing a lightning-attributed flame. The short sword was only about 1 meter long and covered in a layer of lightning-attributed flame. It was a king-grade secret treasure. However, it was much weaker than the extreme Thunder Sword. The lightning-attributed flame on it was clearly of a lower grade than the extreme Thunder True Flame. When the others saw the evil demon for the first time, they did not dare to be careless. Those who had lightning-attributed flames summoned them out and covered their entire bodies, not leaving any openings. Those who only had lightning-attributed secret treasures could not form such tight defenses. They only hovered their secret treasures above their heads, ready to attack at any time. As the battle approached, Xiao Chun finally had the time to check out the strength of the others. Aside from the two from the Penglai Sea, there were 5 others that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. One of them was Lang Taotian, the top true inheritor of the Xianxia sect. He was indeed quite capable. The lightning-attributed flame that Lang Taotian refined was bright red. This kind of lightning-attributed flame was called the Blood-Kill Lightning Flame. It was not of a low grade and was as famous as the extreme Thunder True Flame. There were 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female, from the chaotic demonic sea's spirit returning island. Their secret treasures were almost the same, a purple fire beacon lightning banner. However, there were some differences in the details. The one that attracted Xiao Chen's attention the most was an old man with deep cultivation. Several people in the group treated this person as their leader. According to Yao Yan's introduction, this old man was called Yan Chi. These people all came from the same faction, the Northern Sea Alliance. After passing the chaotic demonic sea, there was an even vaster sea region. That was the true center of the oceanic world. It was called the Heavenly Starry Ocean, which meant that this boundless sea region could contain all the stars in the sky. The Northern Sea Alliance was a major faction in the northern part of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It was an alliance formed by several peak sections. As for the Xianxia sect and Spirit Returning Island, they were just large sects at the periphery of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Compared to a peak faction like the Northern Sea Alliance, there was still a clear gap. Yan Shihai wore black embroidered clothes. The secret treasure hovering above his head was a mirror containing a fierce lightning-attributed flame, looking very mysterious. Finally, there was a youth who was very low profile. He wore purple armor flickering with sparks of lightning-attributed flame. It did not look very mighty. However, Xiao Chun estimated that the purple thunder treasure armor he wore was of the highest grade among all the people who came. This person also came from the Heavenly Starry Ocean and was a superior grade martial sage. His name was Lung Ao, but he did not have any pride in his bones. When he stood in the crowd, it was easy to overlook him. Not counting Long Fei and Qi Wuxia, the other cultivators could not compare to these 5. Puxia. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking, the group started fighting the evil demon clans. The situation tilted to one side. The 1,000-odd evil demon clans flying over could not put up a fight against the various lightning-attributed flames. All of them burned to ashes. Huh, what evil demon clans? They're only SOSO. Xiaoqun easily swept away this group of evil demon clans. Aside from a few scratches, the rest were unharmed. He killed the evil demon clans like he was chopping vegetables, killing one with each strike. Without even needing Xiaoqun to make a move, he killed them all. Something's not right. The last time I came, I met with several evil demon clans that were hard to deal with. Why are they all just trash this time? Princess Yao Yin frowned heavily, not daring to advance. Raising his guard, Xiaoqun extended out his spiritual sense, scanning the area again and again. Aside from some hazy clouds in the sky in front, he did not discover anything strange. However, he felt a pressure on his body. He kept feeling that something was not right. The others also felt that something was not right. They all sent out their mental energy and did not discover anything. Only then did they relax. Furthermore, they had killed a large number of blood demons earlier, so the group's morale was high. Someone smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are probably overthinking. Our lightning-attributed flames are probably too loud, scaring away those powerful evil demon clans. If we do not enter Neptune's palace, we will not run into them." Perhaps that was the case. Yao Yin looked at the blurry silhouette of the palace at the limits of her vision. She said, "Let's go. No matter what, it is always good to be cautious." After advancing for a while, Xiaoqun suddenly stopped and focused on the hazy clouds in the sky in front. The clouds were very thin, looking like mist. There did not seem to be anything wrong with them. However, when Xiaoqun took a closer look, he simulated it in his heart. Then, his expression changed drastically. If this hazy cloud was shrunk by 1,000 times, it would clearly be a distorted, ghostly face with its mouth wide open, looking very ferocious. From a distance, it looked like the group had taken the initiative to walk into this huge mouth. "Be careful. Everyone move back. It is dangerous in front," Xiaoqun quickly shouted. Then, he circulated some of the dragon tone arts techniques. Xiaoqun's voice was like thunder, entering everyone's minds. Those who reacted quickly and trusted Xiaoqun more immediately took out their secret treasures and retreated. Chapter 905. However, there were also several people who were too slow to make a move or did not know what was going on. They showed confused expressions. The originally hazy clouds in the sky churned quickly and gathered continuously. In the blink of an eye, they formed an evil demon clone with a realistic body. The evil demon clone's twisted facial features showed a sinister smile, making everyone tremble in fear. Then, it turned into 10 red beams of light and charged downwards. Immediately, 3 people could not dodge the red beams of light that suddenly appeared, and they entered their heads. The expected miserable shrieks did not happen immediately. The 3 cultivators whose heads were pierced by the red beams of light had confused expressions on their faces. Their appearances did not seem to have changed. Crunch, crunch. Soon, chewing sounds came from the 3 people's heads. No words could describe the pained expressions on these 3 people's faces. Their facial features twisted together as they clutched their heads and rolled on the ground, letting out silent cries of anguish. The 3 of them pounded their heads hard. Their fingers scratched the skin on their faces, causing blood to flow out. However, they did not stop, scratching with all their might as if they wanted to pull out the things in their heads. Their faces turned even more horrifying than a monster's. The 3 martial sages, who were chatting cheerfully earlier, turned into something neither human nor ghost. The remaining cultivators all paled in fright, especially the cultivators who had luckily dodged the other 7 beams of light. All of them felt a chill run down their backs, and their legs trembled. If not for Xiaoqun's warning, they might have been the ones lying on the ground. The 7 beams of light still flying in the air were already pushed far away by the lightning-attributed flames of the others. When the 3 beams of red light flew out, the 3 cultivators on the ground were already swallowed up. Aside from their clothes, only a pool of blood remained, proof that the 3 of them had once existed. Gagaga! Comfortable. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. What a tasty blood meal. The 10 beams of red light merged and formed a scarlet figure. This scarlet figure was clearly different from the black, smoke-like, evil demon clone from earlier. Not only did its body look more solid, but its facial features were no longer blurry and twisted. One could vaguely make out its appearance. The most important thing was that one could feel its intelligence. Unlike the black, smoke-like evil spirit that only knew how to shout, "I want to eat, I want to eat," it had more emotions and expressions. After the bloody figure finished devouring the 3 cultivators, spots of black appeared on its body. It seemed like it was on the verge of some kind of metamorphosis and could evolve further. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, after the red demon appeared, it glanced at the crowd and immediately fled into the distance. It did not stop at all. Everyone reacted. All sorts of lightning fire transformed into arrows, flood dragons, ferocious tigers, and so on. All of them flew towards the distant red evil demon. The red evil spirit laughed strangely again and again. Its body was hit by the lightning and fire, and it immediately split up that part of its body. It was hit many times, but it still escaped far away. Such a scene caused the crowd, whose confidence had soared earlier, to be unable to accept it. A streak of purple light flashed by, and with an even faster speed, it caught up to the red demon that was fleeing far away. It pierced through its head, and with a schwa sound, the red blood demon's entire body was set ablaze. How painful! This is the purple thunder, true fire, the greatest nemesis of my race. The red evil demon howled miserably. Its body split up again and again, but it was to no avail. Purple flames continued to surround it, burning it to ashes in the air. The one who attacked was Xianxia. The title of the king of lightning fire was indeed extraordinary. Yao Yin said softly, "This is an evil demon clone that already has its own intelligence. It is different from those simple bodies of thought. It is even more difficult to deal with. This is only the lowest ranked one. The higher ranked ones are completely black. The higher ranked ones are like Jade, Snow White, and do not fear ordinary lightning fire." The red evil demon was actually the lowest ranked. The group could not help but be flabbergasted. This trip to Neptune was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The current evil demon clones actually know how to use stratagems to lower our guard. They are much smarter than the last time I came. Princess Yao Yin had a grave expression, clearly very worried. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Under the dark sky, the vague silhouette of Neptune appeared at the limits of their vision. Xiao Chun patted Yao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. Don't worry too much. This time, we managed to gather so many experts. The situation is much better than when you came alone." "Right, I was worrying too much. It will definitely work." Sensing the confidence in Xiao Chen's words, Yao Yin smiled and continued to lead the way. Following that, everyone was on high alert. No one dared to underestimate the evil demon clones. When they thought about the miserable state of the 3 earlier, no one was willing to follow in their footsteps. After that, they ran into a few more red evil demon clones. However, with their previous experience, they were not as flustered as they were at the start. Aside from one unlucky fellow, no one else fell by the time they reached Neptune. This is the Sea Monarch Palace. It is really majestic and tyrannical. I heard that the first generation Neptune used 10 stars to refine it. As they looked at the majestic palace in front, several people could not help sighing. Xiaochen also looked around curiously, comparing this Neptune palace to the Heavenly Rock King's grave palace that he had seen in the past. Rumor had it that sovereign martial emperors had the ability to refine stars and use them to refine a palace for themselves. The Neptune palace in front was completely dark blue and as smooth as water. When one looked at it, they could see ripples moving like the waves of the sea. They could even hear the sound of waves. The palace was no more than 100 meters tall. It had a main palace and 8 side palaces that were connected seamlessly, forming a smooth, curved whole. From a distance, this Neptune palace looked like a ferocious and tyrannical sea beast. Its entrance was a huge mouth filled with fangs. Compared to the Star Grave Palace, this Neptune Palace looked much more exquisite. Furthermore, it had a certain spirituality to it, making it feel like it was not an inanimate object. However, this was normal. Although the Heavenly Rock King and Neptune were both sovereign martial emperors, the difference in strength was not as simple as that. We have arrived at the Neptune Palace. Will everyone follow us to the main palace and seal the evil demon's main body, or will you take the risk and go to the side palaces? It is time to decide. Yin looked at the crowd and waited calmly for an answer. We have already said that we are here to help the merfolk race seal the evil demon's main body. Naturally, we are willing to follow. Xiaochun was somewhat surprised that the first to express their stance were the two from the Penglai Sea. Furthermore, they chose to continue traveling with Yao Yin and Xiaochun. Xiaochun could not help but glance at these two. He did not know what these two were planning. If anyone believed those righteous words, they would be a fool. I intend to try my luck alone. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Lang Taotian covered his entire body in blood-kill electric light. With a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of a side palace and walked in with his head held high. Following that, a few more people expressed their stance and left one after another, each entering a side palace. The couple on Spirit Returning Island seemed to be arguing about something. They didn't know how to proceed. Everyone had their own thoughts. In the end, it was that man who spoke up and made his choice, heading for a side palace. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yin Shihai performed a cupped fist salute and said, "My apologies, Princess Yao Yin. This old man is probably unable to help the merfolk race much. We will not be following young Master Xiao." After saying that, Yin Shihai led 5 or 6 people to a side palace that no one had been to before. In an instant, most of the people had left, leaving only Qi Wuxia, Long Fei, and the low-profile Lung Ao, who had not made a decision yet. Qi Wuxia chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, Brother Long Fei, and I have decided to follow you. I love currying favor the most." Yao Yin rejoiced in his heart. Long Fei and Qi Wuxia possessed extraordinary strength in the group. With the two of them helping him, he would undoubtedly gain a great boost. The group looked at Lung Ao. This person was the only one who had not made a decision yet. They did not know what choice he would make. "Princess Yao Yin, please lead the way. I will follow you. I would like to see for myself what the true body of the evil demon is like," Lung Ao said, his voice not cold at all. Just like that, the people who would follow Lung Ao were decided. The disciples of the One Dao Palace, who clearly had impure motives, Long Fei and Qi Wuxia, who joined on account of Xiaochun, the unfathomable Lung Ao, and Xiaochun and Yao Yin, a total of 7 people. Let's go then. This place is a small world with a complicated environment. I have not been in there for more than a year already. I wonder what it is like now. Everyone, be careful. Yao Yin took the lead and entered, and the others followed behind. Xiaochun turned his head to take a look. After thinking for a while, he entered as well. When the group entered the Sea Monarch Palace, 9 snow-white, handsome, and elegant evil demon clones with azure eyes appeared in the void outside the Sea Monarch Palace. The evil demon clone in the middle was the most special. An indistinct layer of white-silver light flickered within its jade-like body. It licked its lips and smiled evilly. "We are all in. Let's follow the plan and go our separate ways. Don't get any ideas about the others." TSK, TSK. These people are all very strong. I feel like I can evolve again after consuming them. There's something wrong with that white-robed brat. I feel like he discovered us with that final glance. It's fine. Let me deal with this brat. I feel that after I consume him and those 2 half-baked immortal cultivators, I can definitely evolve to a silver sage body. The evil demon clone in the middle smiled faintly and flew into the main hall first. The other 8 evil demon clones also flashed, flying towards the entrance of the side hall. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, attracting butterflies. The fragrance filled the air, and the garden was filled with the colors of spring. After entering the main hall, what entered their eyes were not the palace walls, corridors, and stone pillars that they had imagined. Instead, it was a garden, an enchanting garden with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were flower paths and small paths that twisted and turned. At first glance, Xiao thought it was an illusion. However, when the fragrance of the flowers entered his nose and lingered for a long time, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The garden in front of him was indeed real. The inside of Neptune's palace had already evolved into a small world of its own. It looked like what Xiao had said was true. The space inside was many times larger than it looked on the outside. This is the 10,000 garden. In order to please his daughter, Neptune specially built it. It collected thousands of beautiful flowers in the world. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Flowers will bloom in all 4 seasons, never withering. Chapter 906. Princess Yin explained to the crowd as she looked at the beautiful scenery before her. Wuxia felt the lingering spiritual energy in the air. He smacked his lips and said, "This sea monarch is really wasteful. I feel that there is a large formation under this 10,000 flower garden with at least 99 peak spirit veins. There might even be a holy spirit vein in the center of the formation." That was indeed wasteful. Aside from being beautiful and pleasing to the eye, the flowers in the 10,000 flower garden had no other use. However, Neptune had spent 99 peak spirit veins and 1 holy spirit vein, putting a lot of effort to establish such a large formation so that the flowers in this garden would never wither. Neptune was very tyrannical and unpredictable, a tyrant through and through. However, as a father, he had put in a lot of effort. Xiao thought about the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. That was also Neptune's daughter. She had put in a lot of effort to weave it for her father. This father-daughter relationship must have been very good. Wuxia felt interested. He chuckled and said, "It is too shameful to waste so many spirit veins. How about we just dig up this 10,000 flower garden and split the spirit veins evenly?" The moment Wuxia said that, everyone could not help feeling disdain. Lung Ao mocked. The Muddy Sky Gate is one of the top peak sects of the Primal Chaos domain. After all, to think that they are eating so well that they look like beggars. Have they never seen treasures before? Or are they so poor that they do not even have a few spirit veins? Xiao was somewhat surprised. Along the way, Lung Ao rarely spoke, keeping a low profile. Why did his words become so sharp at this moment? Being mocked as a beggar, Wuxia immediately flared up. However, Longfei stopped him and advised him for a while before he calmed down. Wuxia's suggestion was left unsettled. As the group walked along the flower paths, they experienced the mysteries of the 10,000 flower garden once more. Some places were spring, and some places were winter. Every season, the flowers that bloomed were different. As they walked, the changing scenery made them feel like they were walking on the flow of time. I smell blood. It's very, very dense. Dense black smoke gathered in the sky of the 10,000 flower garden. There's also a significant amount of red light in the black smoke, immediately ruining the peaceful atmosphere of the garden. When the demons attacked, there was no need to say anything. The battle immediately began. With a thought, the violet flames in Xiao Chen's eyes covered his entire body, not leaving a single gap. Then, he reached out and pointed at the thousands of evil spirits. Strands of flames shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertips, and miserable cries resounded. Be it the black smoke or the scarlet evil demon, they could not block a casual attack from Xiao Chen. The might of the purple thunder true fire was unparalleled. The immortal cultivator, who also possessed a purple flame, also had a relatively easy time under these circumstances. The number of evil spirits he killed was not much less than Xiao Chen's. Lung Ao's body was protected by the purple thunder armor. Thunder fire spread all over his body and crackled with electricity. The evil spirits did not dare to approach him at all. What was even rarer was that Xiao Chen's martial techniques seemed to contain the attributes of thunder and fire. When he punched and punched, a large number of evil demons died. Wuxia wore a pair of gloves on his hands. His hands moved quickly, forming many muddy sky demonic hand seals. They looked like heavenly flowers falling from the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the strong, muddy, sky demonic hand seals worked together with the gloves, no evil demon could get close. No one here was an ordinary person. The evil demon spirits covered the sky, looking very mighty. However, after a few people cleared them out, only 3 completely black evil demon spirits remained in the sky. These evil demon spirits had already evolved to a higher level and were much more powerful than the scarlet evil demon spirits. Their facial features were now clearly visible, and they had a strong immunity to thunder and fire. Fear flashed in Yao Yan's eyes. He said sullenly, "Be careful. These black evil demon spirits are very difficult to deal with. The merfolk race suffered greatly at their hands before." Wuxia chuckled disapprovingly and said, "Black evil demon spirits? I have not seen them before. I'll give them a try." After saying that, Wuxia took the lead and targeted one of them, charging over. Xianxia frowned slightly. This was the first time he encountered a black evil demon spirit. He did not know how strong it was. This Wuxia was somewhat rash. Wuxia moved his 10 fingers, and many demonic palms made all sorts of hand seals in the air. When they merged with the lightning-attributed flames on his gloves, they looked very unpredictable. "Humph! You overestimate yourself." The black, evil demon spirit in the middle snorted coldly. Its figure flashed, and when it raised its hand, it threw a punch. As the black, evil demon spirit flashed, an extremely tyrannical suction force sucked in the spiritual energy of the world. A black light surged on its fist, and an extremely viscous energy shot out. Bang! When Wuxia's ever-changing demonic hand seals met with a strong force, the hand images shattered and turned into nothing. Then, he grunted and retreated. The black evil demon spirit flung the thunder and fire in its hand. The suction force actually slowly swallowed up the thunder and fire. In this simple clash, Wuxia, who possessed the thunder and fire, was actually at a disadvantage. The black evil demon spirit in the middle already possessed extremely high intelligence. It smiled coldly and said, "Little girl, unexpectedly, you still dare to come. Furthermore, you even brought a few helpers. Don't you know that our master is about to come out and rule the world? It's good that you came. By swallowing this group of people, we can evolve to an early stage holy body." "Ha ha, that's true. I have not tasted flesh and blood for a long time already." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures turned into black beams of light and launched themselves at the group, moving as fast as lightning. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. After knocking back Wuxia, the black evil demon spirit charged at him with a sinister smile. "You're seeking death." Xiaoqian's expression turned cold, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes gathered on his fist. Then he punched. Bang! Xiaoqian's punch knocked back the evil demon spirit. A layer of the purple fire fell off and burned its body. However, this evil demon spirit did not burn out. Its body only shrank slightly, and its aura weakened slightly. Hee! Purple thunder true fire, the nemesis of my race. How painful! The evil demon spirit laughed strangely and charged over again. It spat out beams of black light that looked like swimming black dragons containing a strong suction force. Chi! Chi! When the beams of black light landed on the purple fire on Xiaoqian's body, they burned and turned into black smoke that scattered. They could not do anything to Xiaoqian. "What's going on? What exactly is the level of your purple thunder true fire?" This scene stunned the black, evil demon spirit. Xiaoqian smiled coldly to himself. The purple flames on his body were all from the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. They were on a completely different level from the ones gathered on his fist. However, there was no need to tell the other party this. It is better to be a confused ghost. Uchi. The purple flames on his body suddenly withdrew and turned into a saber with flowing purple light. Xiaoqian grasped the saber hilt. An electric light flashed under his feet as he executed ghostly image chop. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a purple saber light that was indistinguishable from the real one chopped the evil demon spirit before him into hundreds of pieces. The saber images formed a sea of fire. Then it trembled ferociously, and these pieces instantly turned into nothing. Xiao Chun scattered the flaming saber with flowing purple light in his hand, turning it back into battle armor that covered him. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a falling black pearl. The black pearl was left behind by the black, evil demon spirit after it died. Even after being shaken by the sea of fire, it remained intact. Xiao Chun took a look and could not figure out much about it, so he placed it in his universe ring. As for the other two evil demon spirits, the two from the One Dao Palace worked together to deal with one, while the other four worked together to deal with the other. The situation was extremely tense. The victor could not be decided within a short time. Let's go. This person's purple thunder true fire is not something we can deal with. When the two black evil demon spirits saw their companion killed in an instant by Xiao Chun, they wanted to retreat. They turned into two beams of black light and quickly retreated. After him, when the two from the One Dao Palace saw the universe ring on Xiao Chun's hand, they revealed greedy expressions. Then, they chased after the black, evil demon spirit. Wuxia smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, those two disciples from the One Dao Palace seem to be very interested in the black pearl you just obtained. Strange, I killed a black, evil demon spirit before. Why did I not see a black pearl?" Yao Yin asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Xiao Chun took out the black pearl to take a look. Aside from feeling an extremely dense and mysterious energy, he could not see anything else about it. Let's not care about this for now. Let's give chase and take a look. The group executed their movement techniques and followed. The evil demon spirit fled very quickly. After chasing for a long time, the group still did not see the two from the One Dao Palace stop. After a long time, the group finally saw the two from the One Dao Palace standing on a cluster of flowers. However, the two did not move at all as they looked ahead. Who knew what they saw? The group landed and looked ahead. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in front. An extremely beautiful girl lay among the flowers and plants with her eyes closed. Her long, sky blue hair flickered with light, and she wore a garland of flowers on her head. Her skin was fair and rosy, tender and delicate. It looked like she was truly asleep and could be gently woken up as long as one went forward. Beside her, the two black, evil demons were entangled by a few flowers. No matter what they did, they could not break free. The light on their bodies gradually dimmed. They had already transformed into red, evil demons, and they were still fading. It would not be long before they completely disintegrated. When Princess Yao Yin saw this girl, her expression changed slightly. She looked around and said, "What did we get here? This is Neptune's daughter. She is buried in the depths of the 100 flowers. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place." Xiao Chun felt excited and looked around. Everywhere he saw, hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing with each other in beauty. This was a vast sea of flowers. There was no path to follow. If not for the two evil demon spirits fleeing randomly, they would not have been able to find this place. Let's go. There's 100 flowers formation here. If we go any closer, it will be truly dangerous, Yao Yin said as she slowly shifted her gaze away from Neptune's daughter. The two people from the One Dao Palace stared at the trapped evil demon spirit, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. However, there was nothing they could do even if they were dissatisfied. The 100 flowers formation could easily trap and kill the black evil demon spirits. How could they dare to take even half a step forward? Damn it, the heavenly soul pearl is gone just like that. The immortal cultivator with the purple flame said in a low voice. The cultivator with the purple flame said in a low voice, "That is a treasure that can nourish a nascent soul. A single one can increase my cultivation by 10 years. The azure-clothed person consoled. Junior brother Chenlin, don't be too depressed. There will be more opportunities later." Before leaving, Princess Yao Yin bowed to the sea monarch and Vega daughter. Then, she carefully led the group away. Xiao Chen noticed that the cold and arrogant gaze was the last to leave Neptune's daughter. Chapter 907. Qi Wuxia found an opportunity and said with a smile, "Brat, you look so refined. Unexpectedly, your heart is very dirty. You won't even let off a dead person." Xiaoqun could not help finding this funny. This daughter of Neptune was indeed ridiculously beautiful, not like a dead person at all. It was normal to look at her a few more times. Qi Wuxia's words were too outrageous. Long Fei's intuition told him that this Lung Ao was not someone to offend. Not wanting to get into a conflict with him, he quickly stepped forward and said a few words to help Qi Wuxia smooth things over. Lung Ao was strangely calm, not saying anything. Instead, he glanced at Xiaoqun before following after Yao Yan. Qi Wuxia muttered, "This brat is really boring." Earlier, he was still sharp-tongued. Now, he has no temper at all. Xiaoqun entered deep thought, thinking of something. However, he did not say anything and followed Yao Yan out of this place. After passing through the 10,000 flower garden, the group experienced a few more battles. When Xiaoqun heard about the use of the black pearls, he took the initiative to attack when he ran into the black evil demon beasts, obtaining 10 heavenly soul pearls in a row. The two from the One Dao Palace gritted their teeth in anger. The immortal cultivator called Chunlin wanted to make a move several times, but the azure-clad man stopped him. When Xiaoqun saw this, he smiled coldly to himself, not caring at all. It was best if these two did not make a move. Just as the group was about to enter the throne room, Xiaoqun suddenly sensed a distress message from the core jade pendant. He quickly took it out and checked. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yin Qi Hai is in trouble. Lang Tao Tian is in trouble as well. The couple from Spirit Returning Island is in trouble as well. Instantly, 3 distress messages came from the core jade pendant. When Xiaoqun checked the other jade pendants, they were already motionless. Clearly, they had been killed before they could even send out a distress message. As for the people who sent out the jade pendants, Xiaoqun could sense them approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqun could not help imagining the scene of Lang Taotian and the others fleeing in panic, placing their hopes of survival on him. Just when the world had these people encountered for all of them to send out a distress signal at the same time. There were also others who didn't even have the time to send out a distress signal. Princess Yao Yan's expression changed slightly. Saving people is more important. Let's see who is the closest to us. Hee, it's better to worry about yourselves first. As he spoke, a sneer suddenly sounded from all directions. The group was shocked and quickly looked around. However, they could not find the person who had spoken. Who? A white silhouette flashed past everyone's eyes. It was as fast as a flickering light and passing shadow, swaying in circles. Qi Wuxia and the others quickly followed the white figure, preventing the other party from standing behind them. At the same time, they quickly tracked the white figure's position. Xiaoqun closed his eyes, and his feet slowly floated up. His entire body was in a gentle and relaxed state, as if he was hibernating silently. Where did this white-skinned ghost come from? If you have the guts, stop spinning around for this young master, Qi Wuxia cursed, dazzled by the dazzling light. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome and elegant evil demon with a body as smooth as jade and a faint silver glow suddenly appeared in front of him. Their faces were so close that the tips of their noses were almost touching. This sight startled Qi Wuxia, and he quickly moved back. That jade-like evil demon clone smiled and used its fingers like a saber, stabbing towards Qi Wuxia's chest at lightning speed. The evil demon clone was so fast that it left no traces. The startled Qi Wuxia could not react at all. Just as the saber-like hand was about to stab into Qi Wuxia's heart and kill him, the crisp sound of a saber being drawn suddenly rang out. Then, a saber-like bolt of lightning flew over. Xiaoqun quickly made a move and grabbed that jade-like wrist. Then, he stretched out his hand and tossed the evil demon clone away. Xiaoqun's vital qi surged. This casual toss contained 150 kilograms of force. The evil demon clone flew back 5 kilometers like a meteor before crashing heavily into the ground. Rumble! It smashed a huge pit in the ground. Qi Wuxia, who narrowly escaped death, felt his heart pounding heavily. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiao, many thanks." Xiao Chun turned around and looked to the front. Then, he said calmly, "Be careful. It's not over yet." A cool breeze blew, and the evil demon clone in the pit in front floated over unhurriedly. It licked its lips and looked greedily at Xiao Chun. "Good. I can feel a qi and blood as strong as a dragon's in your body. In our homeland, you could be considered a peak food. There are also the two of you. You're pretty good supplements as well," the jade-white evil demon clone said as it looked at the azure-clad man and his junior brother. "The rest can only be considered snacks." Yao Yin whispered, "Xiao Chun, this evil demon clone swallowed up Emperor Wu's body. 2 years ago, before it matured, I used the extreme thunder sword to kill it. However, I did not kill it completely. Now, it has become a source of trouble. I'll make a move. You guys back off." The origin flame on Xiao Chen's body gathered back into a treasured saber glowing with purple light. Then he grasped the saber hilt, and an electric light flashed under his feet as he charged over. Martial techniques were useless against this evil demon clone. Xiao Chun could only rely on his movement technique and saber technique, relying on the treasured saber formed from the origin flame, to kill the other party. However, by doing so, he would lose all his defenses. Furthermore, he would be easily injured by the evil demon clone. The white evil demon clone smiled coldly, and a jade-white sword of light appeared in its hand. Then, it started an intense battle with Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, the cultivation of the evil demon clone's sword technique was not weak. It fought on par with Xiao Chun. When Yao Yin saw this scene, he gaped slightly. The sword technique that this evil demon clone executed was the sword technique of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu. When it brandished it, it actually achieved 70 to 80% of its charm. After fighting for a long time, the white evil demon clone tried to find an opportunity to get close to Xiao Chun and enter his body several times. However, Xiao Chun blocked it with his saber. Xiao Chun was very patient. His eyes remained calm as he could not find any openings in the other party for now. The other party's sword technique was just for show. It did not understand its true nature. There would be an opportunity sooner or later. The white evil demon clone started to feel frustrated. Originally, it thought that it could suppress Xiao Chun with some of the sword techniques in Emperor Wu's memories. Furthermore, with its advantage in talent, it would be able to swallow up Xiao Chun soon. In the end, it ended up in a stalemate. The other party was as calm as ice in winter, not showing any signs of impatience or opening up at all. With that thought, the white evil demon clone's movements could not help but become even more berserk. Its might was like a storm, roaring continuously. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The opportunity was here. The other party finally revealed an opening. Xiao Chun swung his saber and used the other party's opening to launch a sharp counterattack, catching the other party off guard. After forcing the other party back in 3 moves, the saber in Xiao Chen's hand turned back into the origin flame and reappeared in his palm. Then, a light flickered on his forehead, and the purple lightning talisman entered the flame. The origin flame immediately gave off a blazing light, even more dazzling than the sun. Gently shot forward and crashed into the retreating evil demon clone. The origin flame, which was several times mightier than before, burned fiercely on the evil demon clone's body, causing it to scream miserably. The white, jade-like body of the evil demon clone continuously faded in the flame, turning from white to black, then from black to red. It looked like it would turn into a clump of black smoke soon. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know where Neptune's remains are." With a thought, Xiao Chun stopped the purple flame from burning as he shouted coldly, "You know where Neptune's remains are? That's right. That's right. I really do know. Ever since I was just a thought body, I wandered around this Neptune palace. It has been 10 years since then. Not only do I know where Neptune's remains are, but I also do not know where the treasure rooms that no one has discovered are." As the pain in its body lessened, The evil demon clone that had turned into black smoke quickly explained everything. Princess Yao Yin revealed a suspicious expression. She said, "This evil demon clone is very crafty. Young Master Xiao, it is best that you do not stay. Back then, I was careless, allowing this evil demon clone to grow to its current level." When the evil demon clone heard that, it could not help feeling horrified. It said, "This young master, there's a painting on the gilded coffin where Neptune's remains are. The person in the painting looks very similar to you. There must be some connection." A painting of the Qing Emperor. The evil demon clone did not know the identity of the person in the painting. However, Long Fei and the others did. Qi Wuxia laughed loudly and said, "Brother Xiao, it looks like what this evil demon clone said is true. That must be where Neptune's remains are." Long Fei waved his folding fan and said calmly, "Since you know where Neptune's remains are, then say it now." This evil demon clone had already turned into black smoke. However, there was a jade-white pearl inside its body. Since this evil demon clone had not been destroyed, its cultivation had not been destroyed. There was still a chance for it to make a comeback. Long Fei wanted to force out Neptune's remains before killing this evil demon clone to prevent any future disasters. "No, I don't remember the way. I have to personally lead the way." Who knew? This evil demon clone was very crafty and did not fall for it. Qi Wuxia said angrily, "You don't remember? I think you were just playing tricks." Qi Wuxia formed hand seals, and the Muddy Sky demonic hand imprint carried traces of lightning-attributed fire as it smashed into this evil demon clone. The Muddy Sky demonic hand imprint immediately caused the evil demon clone to shriek miserably. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Qi Wuxia. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the refined dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he said coldly, "It's fine if you do not want to say it. Jump in now." That evil demon clone had been tortured badly by Qi Wuxia, but it refused to speak. When it heard Xiao Chen's words, it could not help but jump in joyfully. Aside from a golden crow egg giving off an overwhelming heat wave, there was nothing else in the cauldron. The evil demon clone could not help but reveal a sinister smile. This was a good place. If it had another half a day, it would be able to recover most of its cultivation and escape. The evil demon clone was just short of a silver sage body. As long as the jade-white heavenly soul pearl in its body was not destroyed, it could recover to its peak at any time. When I recover my strength, I will slowly swallow you up. I want to torture this fellow bit by bit and let him know what it means to be more painful than the Dead Sea. The evil demon clone cursed viciously in its heart. Uchi. Before the evil demon clone could finish cursing in its heart, it saw a beam of purple thunder, true fire descend and fill the entire cauldron. Xiao Chun did not pour in his origin flame. He feared burning this evil demon clone to death, so he could only slowly torture it until it was neither dead nor alive. He could not be careless with such an evil being. Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly in the cauldron. The evil demon clone rolled around in the fire, enduring endless torture. There was no way for it to recover its strength. It was already fortunate that it could survive. No matter what, the evil demon clone's current body was the lowest grade black smoke body. It could not endure the burning of this purple flame. Furthermore, the jade-white heavenly soul pearl in its body could not be extinguished. Chapter 908. As long as Xiao Chun did not stop, this evil demon clone would suffer eternal torture, neither dead nor alive. When Yao Yin saw that Xiao Chun had subdued the evil demon clone, she wanted to advise him against it. However, she knew Xiao Chen's character. Once he decided on something, it would be hard to change his mind. So, she could only give up. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. A green light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet, and tree branches appeared. The tree branches were as thick as an arm and flickered with a green light, displaying a strong life force as they grew wildly. In an instant, the tree branches covered Xiao Chen's entire body and continued to grow. They bound Xiao Chun tightly. Not even a corner of his clothes could be seen. The one who made a move was the green-robed man from the One Dao Palace. He held a large azure banner with a resplendent star embroidered on it, radiating a boundless life force. This was the azure-wood star of the 9 glorious stars. The instant the tree branches trapped Xiao Chun, that Chun Lin made a move as well. Clearly, the two had discussed this for a long time and had a tacit understanding when they made their moves. Rumble. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, struck Xiao Chun, who was trapped by the tree branches. After the lightning bolt struck, they were not done yet. They turned into 5 balls of lightning, materializing the mysteries of the 5 elements, reinforcing and restraining each other. Life and death roared endlessly in the middle of the tree branches. Chun Lin withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother, the might of your azure-wood banner is indeed extraordinary. It can easily trap this insufferably arrogant Xiao Chun." The expressions of Yao Yin, Long Fei, and Qi Wuxia suddenly changed. They stood together, protecting Xiao Chun as they glared at the three. "Quickly withdraw your immortal arts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Yao Yin said sullenly. The thorn sovereign circlet on Yao Yan's head flickered with a green light. Her aura soared continuously. When the azure-clothed man saw that the divine lightning was still rumbling, he felt confident. He put away the greenwood banner and said in a cold voice, "Princess Yao Yin, don't be in such a rush to get angry." He killed the evil demon repeatedly, and the heavenly soul pearl was obtained by him alone. Now that we've killed this white demon, Xiao Chun actually wants to take the white jade heavenly soul pearl for himself. He's too ruthless. He must die. What a must die. Brother Xiao was the one who killed the evil demon clones. It is only right and proper for him to take the spoils of war. Do you really think that the two of you are so thick-skinned? I worked so hard to obtain the heavenly soul pearls, yet I still have to share them with the two of you. For the first time, Qi Wuxia unleashed his baleful aura. His black hair fluttered wildly, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Long Fei put away his folding fan as the intent of destruction in his eyes condensed bit by bit. The mysterious phenomenon of falling snow, drifting song, and zither and flute playing in unison appeared behind him once more. Clearly, they were truly enraged. Chun Lin smiled without a care in the world. After getting struck by my 5-element divine lightning, the formation materialized by the 5-element divine lightning should have already blasted Xiao Chun to bits. Princess Yao Yin, you still have to suppress the main body of the evil demon. Now that Xiao Chun is dead, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. Aside from me, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. You better think carefully before you make a move. The hopes of your merfolk race rest on me." The azure-clothed man appeared to have no fear. He continued, "This time, we still have to extract the golden heavenly soul pearl of the evil demon's main body. At that time, this evil demon will be crippled, and the hidden danger of your merfolk race will no longer exist." What shameless boasting. I've been waiting for you to make a move. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Overwhelming shockwaves surged behind Yao Yan's group of 3. Tree shrapnel filled the air as a white figure flew out, heading for Chun Lin and the azure-clothed man at lightning speed. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow flew. Everywhere Xiao Chun passed, spring, summer, autumn, and winter changed. It was like he reversed time and caught up to his youth. Flawless saber Dao, flawless 4 seasons. Bang! Spiritual light flowed on the Buddhist robes of the azure-clothed man, holding the greenwood banner, and Chun Lin. Defensive formations appeared as they tried to block this flawless 4 seasons. However, caught off guard, how much strength could the two bring out? For different kinds of saber lights cycled endlessly, looking incredibly sharp. They immediately tore the two's Buddhist robes into shreds. Pusii. The two vomited blood and crashed to the ground, their eyes filled with extreme shock. My 5-element divine lightning can even trick a Grandmaster-level martial sage. How come you're completely fine? Chun Lin exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "When I underwent my lightning tribulation, what kind of lightning have I not seen? I even endured the divine lightning of extinction and divine lightning that were even more horrifying. Why would I fear your five-element divine lightning? Right now, the thing I fear the least is the might of lightning." Junior brother, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Let's work together to execute the 10,000 swords evil killing art and use this minor magic skill to destroy him. The Azure Robe Man and Chun Lin did not say anything more. They retreated 1 kilometer and stood in the air, forming hand seals. Immediately, the magic energy of the two burned continuously. Their auras became extraordinary, giving them an air of sages. A vast righteous chi surged out. Swords shining with starlight flew out of their bodies and formed a vast and boundless evil killing sword formation above their heads. A boundless killing chi spread out from the formation. The berserk swords flew everywhere, forcing Yao Yin and the other two to move back. Minor magic skills. These two actually know immortal arts and magic skills. Yao Yin and the others had heard of immortal arts and magic skills as well. Those were existences that rivaled or even surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even in the Penglai Sea, not many people knew minor magic skills. As for major magic skills, they were even rarer. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and quickly formed hand seals as well. The vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned as he executed Starry Heaven Storm, a peak minor magic skill. One side needed to work together to execute a minor magic skill. The other side could easily execute a minor magic skill alone. Whoever had more magic energy would be the victor. Stars appeared behind Xiao Chun. As they intersected, they materialized the universe, the chessboard of fate. Pushing 2 stars at the same time, Xiao Chun shouted, and fate fluctuated. The heavenly Tao turned chaotic as he controlled the starry heaven storm to descend. This is a peak minor god. Before Chun Lin could finish speaking, the black starry heaven storm descended and instantly destroyed the vast evil killing sword formation. The sound of countless swords shattering resounded in the surroundings. Then, the starry heaven storm crushed the bodies of the two into powder, creating a 5-kilometer-long gorge on the ground. Whoosh! 2 Yuaning imps appeared and wrapped themselves around their life magic treasures, fleeing in a sorry state. Xiao Chun was very familiar with immortal cultivators. Naturally, he would not let go of these 2 Yuaning imps. He had been waiting for them for a long time. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he grabbed the life magic treasures of the 2 Yuaning imps. A purple flame burned in his eyes. Before the 2 Yuaning imps could continue fleeing, he burned them to ashes. The 2 life magic treasures, the Azure Robed Man's Greenwood Banner and the 5-element medallion, fell into Xiao Chun's hands. A 50-square-kilometer-wide lotus leaf floated on the vast surface of the chaotic demonic sea. There were mountains and rivers on the lotus leaf. A white-haired old man sat on the summit of the mountain. His complexion was flushed, and he breathed slowly. As he breathed, pure immortal chi flowed out. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea in accordance with the rhythm of his breathing. Occasionally, the huge waves tossed huge sea beasts out of the sea and into the air. Such a shocking power was revealed inadvertently with just a single breath. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, revealing a cold light. He whispered, "Chun Lin and Xiao Chun actually died. What's going on?" With the purple thunder true fire protecting them, they should not fear the evil demon clans. I even sent a minor magic skill to them. How did they die so quickly? Even their Yuaning did not manage to escape. Before Neptune's palace, Xiao Chun inspected the Greenwood Banner and the 5-element medallion. He discovered that they were pretty good magic treasures. The Greenwood Star in the Greenwood Banner contained strong wood-attributed energy. It was perfect for trapping people and making a sudden move. Earlier, when Xiao Chun was entangled by those tree branches, he could not break free at first. If he had not burned his vital qi and attained half a dragon force, he would have found it hard to break free. Xiao Chun felt that the full might of this Greenwood banner had not been brought out yet. That person probably had not used the Greenwood banner as his life magic treasure for long. Otherwise, even if he burned his vital qi to attain half a dragon force, he might not have been able to break free. As for the remaining 5-element medallion, Xiao Chun liked it even more. Chun Lin's 5-element divine lightning was executed through this 5-element medallion. With this 5-element medallion, Xiao Chun could put his will of thunder to good use. When the Greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion worked together, they could severely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage in an instant. If Xiao Chun had not cleared his lightning tribulation and gained a strong resistance to most lightning, he might have died here. Yao Yin and the others revealed doubtful expressions. Earlier, they had vaguely heard Chen Lin say something about a minor magic skill before he died. Could it be that Xiao Chun knew immortal arts as well? This news shocked everyone. They had never heard of anyone cultivating immortal arts and martial cultivation at the same time. Immortal cultivators required immortal fate, which was a special physical condition. Furthermore, immortal arts and martial cultivation were two completely different systems. Their cultivation techniques countered each other and could not be cultivated at the same time. Otherwise, their bodies would explode and they would die. We must have misheard. The few of them comforted themselves in their hearts. Seeing Xiao Chun put away the 2 magic treasures, Yao Yin walked over and told Xiao Chun about saving Yin Chi Hai and the others. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked around. There is no need to go. They are already here. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard many loud rumbling sounds coming from afar. The few of them looked over and saw Lang Taotian, Yin Chi Hai, and the others fleeing in a miserable manner. They were madly fleeing without any regard for their energy consumption, and they had unleashed their movement techniques to the limit. The strong winds caused by their fleeing were too intense. They sounded like thunder to the ears. One could easily imagine how anxious these people were. Young Master Xiao, save us. When Lang Taotian and the others saw Xiao Chun, they immediately cried out in joy. 8 white figures with a jade-like glow could be seen behind the group, radiating an overwhelming evil aura. 8 jade-white evil demon clones are here together. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. Just 1 jade-white evil demon clones was enough to make him put in so much effort. If 8 came together, they would definitely kill him. Wuxia immediately cursed. Damn, this group of bastards. Back then, they refused to come with us. Now, they actually ran over together. They're trying to get us killed. Let's go. Ignore them. Let's retreat first. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to turn around and leave. He had already exhausted a significant amount of his origin flame to kill the white evil demon clones. Now, 8 more jade white evil demon clones arrived. Chapter 909. Saving people? Xiao Chun was really stupid. If they came one by one, he could save them in passing. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something and said, let's go in the direction of the 10,000 flowers garden. The eyes of the others lit up. They immediately understood what Xiao Chun meant. Wuxia smiled and said, 10,000 flower garden. That's right. Let's go to the 10,000 flower garden. When Lang Taotian saw that Xiao Chun and the others had no intention of helping, he could not help but curse at the critical moment of life and death. You have the purple thunder true fire, but you don't use it. Instead, you watch us die. This fellow is too despicable. I will drag you down with me. Most of the others also had the same thought and followed the direction in which Xiao Chun and the others left. As fast as lightning, he soon arrived at the 10,000 flower garden. Xiao Chun and the other 4 had a tacit understanding. Without saying anything, they all rushed in the same direction. Soon, Princess Qin, who was buried in the depths of the flowers, appeared before everyone once again. Princess Yao Yin transmitted a message to the people behind her. As Xiao Chun and the others flew quickly, they brushed past Princess Qin without leaving a trace. When Lang Taotian and the others heard Princess Yao Yan's words, they all rejoiced. They all followed behind her and passed by Princess Qin's area without anyone noticing. The group flew very fast. The 8 jade-white evil demon clans in hot pursuit did not think too much. They only felt that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Their expressions were ferocious and excited. Poochie Poochie! The 8 evil demons flew over Princess Qin and didn't even think about changing directions. Before they could react, they were pulled down by a force. Flowers and grass rose up and wrapped around the 8 white jade evil demons. Looks of terror appeared on the faces of the 8 evil demon cultivators. No matter what they did, they couldn't break free from the flowers and grass. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and grass were slowly absorbing their energy. They couldn't do anything about it. What is this place? What's going on? I've been to the 10,000 flower garden many times, but why have I never discovered such a forbidden area? It's over. The grade of my heavenly soul pearl is going to drop. The evil spirit screamed, but to no avail. The luster on its body dimmed bit by bit, turning black and then red. Lang Taotian and the others, who had been chased by them for a long time, came over. When they saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The various lightning-attributed flames did not have much effect on the jade-white evil demon clone. Unexpectedly, it was killed by these flowers and grass. Just who was the woman lying in the depths of the flowers? Xiaochun used the core jade pendant to observe the situation. He discovered that aside from his group, only the people before him were still alive. Lang Taotian of the Xianxia sect, the couple of Spirit Returning Island, Yin-Shihai of the North Sea Alliance, and the jade tablets of everyone else had long stopped moving. As he watched the 6 demons slowly disappear, Xiao Chan felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to obtain their heavenly soul pearls. Lang Taotian calmed down and looked at Xiao Chun in dissatisfaction. White Robe King, what was the meaning of that? We specially came to you to ask for help, but you actually turned around and ran. The couple from Spirit Returning Island also appeared dissatisfied. The man said, "There was the purple thunder true fire, yet you did nothing to save us. Young Master Xiao, you really went overboard this time." Yin Shihai did not say anything. However, his emotions were written all over his face, and his eyes showed displeasure. The evil demon clones only feared lightning-attributed flames. When they fought, they were somewhat fearful. However, when facing Xiao Chun, they were somewhat confident. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. This group of people did not have the courage to face the evil demon clones. However, they were confident in facing him, not feeling any fear at all. "You fellows nearly caused us to die, and now you are questioning us? What is your skin made of? Let me pinch it." Chi Wuxia walked over to the woman from Spirit Returning Island. The black-robed man from Spirit Returning Island shouted angrily, "Scram! You shameless scoundrel, go further away. Our Spirit Returning Island is not afraid of your muddy sky gate." "Brother, what are you saying? I just want to see what your skin is made of. How can it be so thick? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Chi Wuxia chuckled. Lung Ao withdrew his gaze from Princess Qin and said, "Young Master Xiao, it is time to go to the place where Neptune's remains are, right?" Neptune's remains. When Lang Taotian and the others heard the words, "Sea Monarch's remains," they all looked at Xiao Chun. This was their main purpose for coming here. Their main purpose in coming here was to find Neptune's remains. After searching for a long time, they could not find any clues. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun discovered it. The group immediately shut up, no longer talking about the earlier matter. When Xiao Chun saw this, he could not be bothered with it. He opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, releasing that evil demon clone. That evil demon clone was tormented until it hovered between life and death. When it left the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, it immediately felt like it had arrived in heaven. After looking at its surroundings, the evil demon clone asked carefully, "Are the few of you going to look for Neptune's remains? Lead the way. Cut the crap." Right now, Xiao Chun had subdued the evil demon clone. With just one casual sentence, the evil demon clone did not dare to say anything more, obediently leading the way. "Young Master Xiao, sorry for the offense earlier. Sorry, I was indeed too rash earlier. Lang Taotian and the handsome man from Spirit Returning Island found an opportunity to apologize to Xiao Chun. These people who could survive were all powerful characters. When they saw Neptune's remains later, they would definitely not be calm. Xiao Chun casually said a few words, not revealing anything, making it hard for others to understand him. The evil demon clone led the way, bringing the group back to the Great Hall. You can't be telling me that Neptune's gilded coffin is here, right? Wuxia said with a smile. The Great Hall was where the evil demon clone's main body was sealed. Yao Yin had been there once before, but Neptune's remains had not been there. The evil demon clone smiled and said, "It is here. However, it is not in the Great Hall, but in the sky above it." After saying that, the evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out a dense black chi. Black smoke spread out, and an invisible palace slowly appeared in the empty sky above the Great Hall. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a palace hidden by a folding fan made of light above the Great Hall. Neptune's coffin is in there. I went in before, but I could not open the coffin. A painting was pressing on the coffin, and I could not move it at all. The evil demon clone continued. "According to the agreement, you have to let me off." Xiao Chen opened his mouth and released the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Without any explanation, it sucked in the evil demon clone, not giving it a chance to bargain. Whoosh, whoosh, Lang Taotian, Yin Shi Hai, and the couple from Spirit Returning Island rushed into the palace above. After that, Long Fei, Chi Wuxia, and Lung Ao followed. Only Princess Yao Yin and Xiao Chen remained where they were. "Young Master Xiao, are we going in?" The palace in the air appeared indistinct amid the spreading smoke. Xiao Chun stared at the palace and asked, "Princess Yao Yin has never been to this palace before?" Before entering Neptune's palace, Yao Yin had said that she did not know where Neptune's coffin was. However, Xiao Chun did not believe that now. Since the evil demon clone in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron could tell Xiao Chun the location of the coffin for the sake of survival, why could it not tell Yao Yin? Why could Xiao Chun not tell Yao Yin? Princess Yao Yin wielded the extreme thunder sword and defeated Xiao Chun before. Everyone who was still alive now had extraordinary backgrounds. Xiao Chun vaguely felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. "Young Master Xiao, Princess Yao Yin wanted to say something, but she did not. Xiao Chun cut her off and said, "Don't say any more. I'll say it again. I believe that your highness will not harm me. I only care about helping to seal the evil demon clone's main body. The other matters have nothing to do with me. Whatever the purpose of the people here or what the merfolk race wants to do has nothing to do with me." After saying that, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he entered the palace as well, leaving Princess Yao Yin standing there with a somewhat gloomy expression. Inside the palace, Lang Taotian and the others surrounded a gilded coffin, frowning to themselves. An unfurled painting floated above the coffin. The few of them tried to move it, but could not budge the coffin at all. The man in the painting was exactly the same as the one in the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The only differences were his expression and actions. In the painting before Lang Taotian, the Qing Emperor's eyes were filled with vigor and sharpness. A tyrannical aura spread out from the paper. Standing at the summit of a mountain and looking into the distance, one had a heroic feeling that the world was vast and that no one else was above it. However, in the painting in Xiao Chen's hand, the Qing Emperor's sharpness was withdrawn. His eyes were filled with the accumulation of age and vicissitudes. It was like he had seen through all the troubles of the mortal world. The tyrannical aura was gone, replaced by a comprehension of life and death. Without this comprehension, the Qing Emperor, drawing the saber painting, would not have allowed Xiao Chun to experience the feeling of death again and again. The two paintings were separated by a long period of time. Without a doubt, the Qing Emperor in the painting was much stronger than the Qing Emperor in the painting before Xiao Chun. He could see through things more thoroughly. "Xiao Chun, why are you only here now? Quickly put away this standing tall, seeing far painting, and let us open the coffin." When Lang Taotian saw Xiao Chun enter, His eyes lit up as he gave a command. The others looked at Xianxia with fervent expressions, waiting for him to make a move. Footsteps came from outside the door. It was Princess Yao Yan, who had followed Xianxia in. Xianxia crossed 100 meters with one step, arriving before the coffin. Then he stretched out his hand and collected the standing tall, seeing far painting. The others all showed joy on their faces. They all stepped forward, wanting to open the coffin lid to see if the treasure was still there. The coffin lid opened with a paw sound. The few of them looked in joyfully. In the end, their expressions changed. This gilded coffin was actually empty. How can this be? Where is Neptune's body? Damn, what's going on? There is not even a strand of hair. Disappointed, everyone was disappointed. Neptune's scepter, divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, and Neptune's crown. Which one of them was not an emperor-grade secret treasure? Although martial sages could not bring out the full might of an emperor-grade secret treasure, just 20% of its might was sufficient to sweep through the place and increase one's strength significantly. Xianxia had already expected this, so he was not too surprised. Then he put away the standing tall, seeing far painting. The Qing Emperor drawing the saber painting and the standing tall, seeing far painting in the universe ring immediately started to merge, forming a blazing clump of light. Xianxia could not help but feel slightly shocked. To think that the two paintings could merge. He wondered what would happen. There should be a secret in the Qing Emperor drawing the saber painting. However, even after comprehending drawing the saber, Xianxia had not been able to uncover it. Chapter 9-10. This time, the opportunity should have arrived. After the merger was complete, the secret of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber should be revealed. Xianxia, release the evil demon clone that you subdued. Interrogate it carefully. Lang Taotian kicked the gilded coffin in frustration. The coffin did not budge at all, giving off loud banging sounds. Xianxia ignored Lang Taotian, showing no intention of releasing the evil demon clone. His figure flashed as he prepared to leave. Wuxia, a figure blocked Xianxia's path. It was the Northern Sea Alliance's Xianxia. He smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? You obtained the treasure of Neptune's body in advance, right?" "Nonsense." Xianxia frowned and looked up at Xianxia. Immediately, Xianxia felt like thousands of sabers pierced through him, instantly riddling him with thousands of holes, killing him. "Am I dead? That's not right. This is an illusion. I fell for this brat's trick." Xianxia's eyes regained clarity, and he instantly woke up. However, Xiaoqian's fist had already landed on his chest. A horrifying force surged through Xiaoqian's body like a knife. He vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiaoqian's punch smashed him into the wall. Wuxia, Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he easily dodged Lang Taotian's sneak attack from behind. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lang Taotian's wrist. Lang Taotian felt like a vice clamping down on his wrist. He could not help feeling anxious. He had not expected that his silent sneak attack would be like Xiaoqian had eyes in the back of his head, waiting for him to make a move. Bang! Xiaoqian raised his hand and flung Lang Taotian to the ground like he was throwing away trash. Electric light flashed under Xiaoqian's feet. Before Lang Taotian could stand up, he stomped heavily on his chest. Xiaoqian pressed Lang Taotian back down and circulated his vital qi. No matter how Lang Taotian struggled, it was useless. The couple from Spirit Returning Island were originally prepared to attack at the same time. However, when they saw such a scene, how could they dare to do anything? "Xiaoqian, you bastard! The sect master of my Xianxia sect will never let you off. You idiot, you don't know anything. Do you really think that by showing off in Neptune's palace, you can—" Before Lang Taotian finished speaking, Xiaoqian raised his leg and kicked him out of the palace. "Kassier! Kassier!" This kick broke a few of Lang Taotian's ribs. Xianxia stood up and looked at Lang Taotian, who blew a gust of wind beside him. His heart thumped heavily, and his complexion paled. Seeing Xiaoqian look at him, he quickly said, "Young Master Xiao, this old man misunderstood you. You definitely did not touch the Sea Monarch's corpse." Princess, let's go. Xiao Yao, let's. Emperor Yao Xiao. Yao Yin Xian said, smiling. Yao Yin's heart sank. This smile was very similar to that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly a smile, but there was no warmth in it. How could there be such a cold and lonely smile in the world? After leaving this place, under Yao Yan's lead, the group entered the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Xiao Chun let out the evil demon clones, allowing them to find several undiscovered treasure rooms. Everyone received some benefits. However, the disappearance of the divine rain robes, Neptune's scepter, and the other emperor-grade secret treasures made everyone feel that these benefits were meaningless. Compared to Neptune's treasures, they were just a drizzle. There were many evil demon clones in the Great Hall. After an intense battle, the group finally arrived at the place where the evil demon's main body was sealed. The slightly dimmed extreme thunder sword was stabbed into a throne in front of Xiao Chun. A huge golden figure tried to struggle free from the throne several times. However, the extreme thunder sword kept it firmly in place. The extreme thunder sword seemed to grow in this figure's body. Every time the figure struggled, the trembling extreme thunder sword increased the pain it brought. A pained wail resounded throughout the entire Great Hall. That sound made everyone tremble in fear. When the golden evil demon clone saw Yao Yin in the crowd, it immediately calmed down. The figure shrank continuously, turning solid and heavy. Now, it was the size of a regular person as it sat on the throne. If not for the extreme thunder sword stabbing into its chest and burning with a faint electric flame, this golden evil demon clone might have been mistaken for a monarch. Little girl, after torturing me for 2 years, you finally appeared, the golden evil demon clone said through clenched teeth with a cold look in its eyes. This is the evil demon's main body. It is only SOSO. Similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the group. This evil demon clone's main body was completely golden. Its facial features looked like they were carved by a knife, giving it a sinister beauty. However, aside from this, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Furthermore, it was sealed. With the extreme thunder sword suppressing it, what could it do? Qi Wushue's lips curled up as he said, I really don't know how you managed to kill Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu? Those bastards from the Merfo clan? When the golden evil demon heard Qi Wushu mention Emperor Wu, it gritted its teeth. Its eyes revealed extreme rage. This rage was even more intense than its hatred for Princess Yao Yin. When Xiao Chun saw this, he entered deep thought. Yao Yin interrupted the golden evil demon clone and said, Young Master Xiao, there is not much extreme thunder true flame left in the extreme thunder sword. We have to make use of this time to refine it. Everyone, let's work together. After saying that, Yao Yin turned the electric flame in her sword into a beam of rainbow light and fired it at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. Long Fei made a move at the same time, firing his blood-kill thunder flame over. The scarlet electric light was like a ferocious, venomous snake. Qi Wuxia formed hand seals with both hands and moved his 10 fingers. The turbid sky demonic hand imprint burned with electric flames as it smashed towards the golden evil demon clone. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yin Chi Hai had a mirror hovering over his head. A large area burned with a fierce electric flame. As the light reflected off the mirror, flames spewed out endlessly like a fountain. The couple from Spirit Returning Island each brandished a blazing solar thunder flame banner. The blazing solar thunder flame immediately swept towards the golden evil demon clone like a gust of wind. Everyone executed their magic skills. Multicolored lightning flames covered the sky as they surged towards the golden evil demon. The might of the flames spread out. Thunder roared endlessly in the Great Hall. A strong wind stirred up the flames and howled ferociously. Xiao Chun kept his cool, not in a rush to make a move. He stared at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. The golden evil demon clone on the throne appeared extremely calm. It revealed a mocking expression. As the overwhelming thunder flames rained down, it stretched out its right hand, and a whirlpool-like black hole appeared in its palm, swallowing up all the thunder flames. Immediately, Only the sound of wind remained in the hall. All the thunder flames vanished. This is rather fun. Little girl, is this the helper you found? They might be able to restrain my clones. However, you are too naive to think that you can use this little bit of thunder flames to deal with me. The golden evil demon clone smiled coldly. Since you like to use thunder flames to injure others, I will let you have a taste of thunder flames as well. Uchi, the golden evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out all the thunder flames it had just swallowed. Then, it surged towards the crowd even more ferociously. The main hall was immediately thrown into chaos. The air was filled with rolling thunder and fire. Everyone hurriedly dodged in all directions. The golden evil demon clone laughed loudly. The extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest trembled endlessly, looking like it would fall off at any moment. Whoosh! Electric light flashed under Xianxia's feet. After storing up power, he nimbly weaved through the thunder flames. In 3 or 4 flashes, he arrived before the throne. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the extreme thunder sword. You overestimate yourself. When the golden evil demon clone saw that Xianxia dared to charge at it, it clenched its right fist and punched at Xianxia's head. When the golden evil demon clone moved its right hand, it used an extremely tyrannical method to swallow up the vast spiritual energy in the surroundings. The golden fist burst forth with a dazzling, sun-like golden light. The fist light was very fast. Xianxia felt a dangerous aura. He quickly leaned back and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Bang! The huge force struck Xianxia's arms, sending him flying back a kilometer like a cannonball. Then, he crashed heavily into the walls of the hall. The entire hall shook violently. If it weren't for the restrictions on the walls of the hall, this one strike would have destroyed the entire hall. Xianxia coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled slightly. The power that this golden evil demon clone burst forth with was simply too terrifying. The devouring power was also incredible. Xianxia had never seen spiritual energy being used like this before. Hold him back and create an opportunity for me. After instructing Yaoyan, Xianxia pushed off the wall with his feet. This time, he executed his movement technique to its limits. The lightning dragons under his feet seemed to come to life as they carried him forward at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Xianxia quickly exchanged moves with the golden evil demon clone. He nearly managed to grab hold of the sword several times, but was knocked back every time. Under Yaoyan's command, the others used their thunder flames to harass the golden evil demon clone, helping Xianxia create an opportunity. The battle in the hall intensified. The golden evil demon clone was much harder to deal with than everyone had expected. However, as Xianxia approached, the golden evil demon clone was no longer as calm as it was at the start. Occasionally, the golden evil demon clone had to stand up to push back Xianxia. However, the extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest made it feel excruciating pain. Mournful wails resounded in the hall. Just as Xianxia was about to be knocked back by the golden evil demon clone, he spun around in the time it took for a spark to fly and finally managed to grab hold of the extreme thunder sword. The golden evil demon clone's expression changed as it stood up in a fluster. The extreme thunder sword stabbed deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, the golden evil demon clone's chest touched the sword hilt. Its face was nearly pressed against Xianxia's. Xianxia calmly held the sword hilt without letting go. Just as the golden evil demon clone was about to touch him, his origin flame quickly spread out from his palm. As the flames burned, the golden evil demon clone fell to the ground. The flames burned and the extreme thunder sword sliced. Under the double pain, the golden evil demon clone let out a sharp, miserable shriek. The others heaved a sigh of relief and stopped what they were doing, moving to the side. At this point in time, the retaliation of the evil demon clone before its death would be even stronger. They did not want to get caught up in the crossfire. At some point in time, Lang Taotian, who had been sent flying miserably by Xianxia, had quietly appeared in the hall at some point in time. looking at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. This fool. When the evil demon clone dies, it will be his death. Yet, he is still working so hard. What an idiot. The luster of the golden evil demon clone slowly dimmed, turning from gold to silver. As it shrieked in pain, it turned from silver to a transparent, white jade. Chapter 911. Xiao Chun could see that the extreme thunder sword stabbed into the evil demon's chest had pierced through the heavenly soul pearl in its body. The tip of the sword was stuck in the throne, connected to the seal inside, trapping the evil demon on the throne. Xiao Chun also saw 9 strands of green light around the evil demon's heavenly soul pearl. Every strand of green light contained immense power as it revolved around the heavenly soul pearl. Whenever the heavenly soul pearl glowed, the 9 strands of light would quickly suppress it. When Xiao Chun saw this clearly, he seemed to understand something. He somewhat understood why this golden evil demon hated the merfolk race's Emperor Wu so much. At this moment, the thing that trapped this golden evil demon was not the extreme thunder sword, but the 9 strands of light that the merfolk race's Emperor Wu left behind. Not only did these strands of light suppress this golden evil demon's strength, but they also left 9 ticking time bombs in its body, ready to take its life at any moment. Seeing that the evil demon had already turned black, a jade pearl appeared in Yao Yan's hand. She shouted, "Young Master Xiao, step back. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Chen's origin flame was already almost exhausted. When he heard that, he quickly let go of the sword hilt and quickly retreated. "You want to leave? Die." The instant Xiao Chun let go, the enraged, evil demon stabbed its fingers into Xiao Chen's chest like a knife, piercing through his heart. A huge force blasted Xiao Chun back. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun landed at Lang Taoyin's feet. When Yao Yin saw this scene, she felt very anxious. However, at this crucial moment, she could not afford to be distracted. She quickly formed hand seals, and the 9 strands of light in the evil demon's body gave off resplendent light, looking like stars. After forming the hand seals, Princess Yao Yin extended her hand and sent out the jade pearl. When the jade pearl came in contact with the evil demon, the 9 strands of light suddenly flared up. The entire hall immediately lit up with a red light. A shock wave spread out, lingering for a long time. When the red light completely dissipated, the demon on the throne had already disappeared. It had been completely killed. Wearing the Thorn Sovereign's circlet, Yao Yin had a look of joy on his face. However, when he looked around, he found that Xiao Chun was nowhere to be seen. His face sank. Yin Shihai of the Northern Sea Alliance and the young couple of Spirit Returning Island also revealed looks of joy when they confirmed that the evil demon was dead. A jade pendant appeared in their hands at the same time, and with a crack they crushed it. Qi Wuxia and Long Fei exchanged glances and crushed the jade pendants in their hands as well. In the void above the Chaos Devil Sea, the North Lake Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, the Spirit Return Island Master, the Xianxia Sect Master, the Muddy Sky Sect Master, and the White Bone King's junior brother all had jade tokens floating in front of them shatter at the same time. The few martial monarchs opened their eyes at the same time. With a wave of their hands, they tore through the void and appeared above the chaotic demon ocean. Without hesitation, they slammed their palms down. The vast sea immediately split apart like it was tofu. With a wave of their palms, the severed seawater surged out. The sea vanished, and the outer seal of Neptune's palace 10 kilometers below was exposed to the few martial monarchs. These martial monarchs possessed heaven-defying means. With a raise of their hands, they could flip rivers and seas. Outside the Great Hall, Lang Taotian gently tossed Xiao Chun to the ground. Earlier, when Xiao Chun landed at Lang Taotian's feet, Lang Taotian was overjoyed. He immediately picked up Xiao Chun and dashed out. After Lang Taotian took out a jade pendant and crushed it, he looked at the bleeding Xiao Chen's chest. Then, he laughed happily and ruthlessly kicked Xiao Chun into the air. "Ha ha! Xiao Chun, you are really an idiot. You are so foolish, working so hard. However, you do not know that after we kill the main body of the evil demon, you'll be the first to die. Bang! Lang Taotian stomped on Xiao Chen's chest and pressed it a few times. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, "One finger pierced the heart and ruptured it. Even if you have a king-grade medicinal pill, you will not be able to escape death. However, I know that your physical body is very strong. You will not die so quickly." Lang Taotian's smile made one tremble in fear. Then he stomped on Xiao Chen's bleeding chest and started twisting it. "Huh, is it very painful? To think that you have to suffer such torture before you die. What White Robe King? What Qing Emperor's descendant? In the end, you're still trampled under my feet." Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he looked coldly at the other party. He silently circulated the firmament body-tempering art and repaired his damaged heart. The final strike of the evil demon had pierced through Xiao Chen's chest, nearly splitting his heart in half. An ordinary person would have died on the spot. If Xiao Chen's physical body had not reached rank 3 Sage Body and his life force was comparable to the blue-robed emperor's, he would not have had a chance to execute the cultivation technique for repairing his heart. However, the situation now was not optimistic. Occasionally, Lang Taotian kicked Xiao Chun, making it difficult for him to repair his heart. Earlier, Xiao Chen's kicks reduced Lang Taotian to a sorry state. At this moment, Lang Taotian smiled coldly. He did not make a move, only kicking Xiao Chun repeatedly. Then, Lang Taotian flew forward and stomped on Xiao Chen's chest. It seemed like he could wash away his earlier humiliation by doing this. However, the thing that made Lang Taotian bored was that Xiao Chun did not say anything from the start to the end. He only looked at Lang Taotian coldly. The scene of Xiao Chun begging for mercy did not appear as Lang Taotian expected. After repeating this a few times, Lang Taotian felt that Xiao Chen's gaze seemed to be looking down on him. "Damn it, even though you are about to die, your bones are still so tough." Lang Taotian drew his sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen's chest. He smiled and said, "White Robe King, do you have any last words?" "I, Lang Taotian, do not mind helping you pass them on." No matter what, this famous descendant of the Qing Emperor was going to die at his hands. In the future, Lang Taotian's name would spread far and wide, leaving a mark on this era. Last words? You can keep them for yourself. Xiao Chun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exploded into action. He kicked up ferociously. This kick turned the wind around, and a saber light flickered. In an instant, the tip of Xiao Chen's foot landed on the defenseless Lang Taotian. Kassier. The saber light was unparalleled, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen's kick broke Lang Taotian's right wrist. The hand that held the sword fell off. "My hand!" Earlier, Xiao Chun had been on the verge of death, unable to resist at all. Now he suddenly burst out with such strong combat prowess. This stupefied Lang Taotian. Blood gushed out from Lang Taotian's wrist, and he felt waves of pain. The heart is the foundation of the physical body, the source of life force. Your heart is shattered, and there is no cure. How can you recover so quickly? Xiao Chun ignored Lang Taotian. He stood up and grabbed the fallen sword. Then, he swung his hand, and the sword flickered with a purple light. Then, it moved like lightning as it chopped at Lang Taotian's neck. At the crucial moment of life and death, Lang Taotian displayed his extraordinary strength. His figure flashed as he dodged this sword strike. Lang Taotian was frightened out of his wits. He hated that he could not grow another leg to flee in a panic, wanting to leave Neptune's palace. As long as Lang Taotian left this Neptune's palace, he would be saved. Xiao Chun casually tossed aside the sword and closed his eyes to check his heart. Under the effects of the firmament body-tempering art, his heart had recovered. Under the firmament body-tempering art's repair, the shattered heart had already merged back together. As it beat, it was like an ancient, ferocious beast, giving off a strong life force. Fortunately, I cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to consummation before I came. My internal organs were tempered like ancient, ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if I used the Haotian Emperor's will clone, I would not have survived. Xiaochen opened his eyes and glanced at the fleeing Lang Taotian. Then he entered deep thought. I absolutely cannot let this person leave Neptune's palace. If I am not wrong, the major characters attracted by Neptune's palace should have already arrived. At this moment, given Xiao Chen's outstanding intelligence, how could he not figure out the ins and outs of the situation? The merfolk race had indeed lost 9 Emperor Wu. However, they were not killed by the evil demon's main body. Instead, they had died willingly, leaving the essence of their strength in the evil demon's body. What Xiao Chan sought was not to seal the evil demon, but to wait for an opportunity to completely kill the evil demon and remove the tumor from Neptune's palace. Then, Yao Yin would be able to refine Neptune's palace smoothly. This opportunity was Xiao Chen's strong purple thunder true fire. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he would be able to refine it. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he could detonate the 9 green lights and eliminate this evil demon that even the Qing Emperor could not kill. He could only seal it and eliminate it. Of course, this did not mean that the previous Qing Emperor was inferior to these 9 people. It was just that the previous Qing Emperor did not have the purple thunder true fire and could not find an opportunity like Xiao Chen's. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Chen was where Yao Yin got his confidence to let these Emperor's chess pieces into Neptune's palace. Even if Yao Yin obtained the Emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune left behind, with her cultivation, she could not unleash the full might of these secret treasures. Neptune's palace was the residence of the powerful, sovereign, martial emperor, Neptune. Back then, the Azure Emperor had fought with the Sea Monarch 3 times before defeating this former overlord in the final battle. Naturally, the merfolk race was not the only ones who coveted the palace that Xiao Chun left behind. Actually, Xiao Chun should have expected that once the news of Neptune's palace leaked out, it would attract major characters to make a move. Chapter 9:12. For example, the flustered Lang Taotian before Xiao Chun. The jade pendant that he crushed earlier should have notified the major character behind him. As long as he escaped from Neptune, there would naturally be a major character coming to receive him. Lang Taotian gave chase with lightning and wind. He had already thrown caution to the wind as he fled for his life. At the cost of damaging his origin energy, Lang Taotian doubled his speed. This caused Xiao Chun, who executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power, to be unable to catch up. Up in the 10,000 flower garden, Lang Taotian could not help but reveal an expression of joy when he saw the exit getting closer. However, when he heard the rumbling thunder behind him, he did not dare to relax. I'm out. Lang Taotian's figure flashed, and he crossed the exit of Neptune. Then he cried out in joy. Xiao Chen's figure followed closely behind. When he looked up, an incredible scene appeared before his eyes, deeply shocking him. He saw that the black canopy above the Sea Monarch Palace had disappeared. What he saw was not the serene sea, but the sky. That was right, an extremely vast sky. Xiao Chun actually saw the sky at the bottom of this 10,000-meter deep sea. Such a grand move, emptying the entire sea with the flip of a hand. Aside from Emperor Wu, who else in the world could do this? The major characters finally made a move. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. If not for his purple thunder true fire helping the merfolk race to extract the evil demon's main body from Neptune, these major characters would not have made a move. No one would dare to refine Neptune, which contained the evil demon's main body. Compared to Xiao Chen's shock, Lang Taotian was completely excited. He soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and the Soul Slayer bow appeared in his hand. Then, he knocked a Star Breaker arrow and drew the bowstring. His vital chi burned as he released half a dragon force, a horrifying force of 2,500 tons of force. The Soul Slayer bow creaked. As Xiao Chen pulled it, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Then, the images of true dragons appeared behind him. The greater the strength, the more powerful it would be. With 2 million kilograms of strength and the Starbreaker arrow that could break through all defenses, The power of this arrow would reach a level that even Xianxia could not believe. There were only 3 Star Breaker arrows. Originally, Xianxia did not intend to use them on an insignificant person like Lang Taotian. However, he could not afford to use them now. A martial emperor was about to make a move. Even if Xianxia did not use it, he had to use it. Lang Taotian had to die, even with a martial emperor protecting him. Sand and pebbles flew, a strong wind blew, and the dragon roared endlessly. Xiaoqian's aura continued to soar, causing Lang Taotian to feel despair, as if he had nowhere to run and was about to lose his life. "Secmaster, save me!" Lang Taotian shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Breaker arrow flashed, and the sound of a star exploding seemed to resound in the world. The entire space trembled violently, and the seawater in the surroundings boiled. Waves surged up from the surface of the sea and soared into the clouds. A screen of water descended from the sky and enveloped Lang Taotian, trying to help him block this arrow. However, it was to no avail. The Star Breaker arrow broke through all secret treasures and defensive secret techniques in the world. When the Soul Slayer Bao fired it, it detonated its full might. With a PUCI, the Star Breaker arrow pierced through Lang Taotian's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Lang Taotian died on the spot. "You are seeking death. How dare you kill a member of my Xianxia sect in front of me?" A furious voice resounded in the sky. Even from 10,000 meters away, Xiaoqian's internal organs churned from the voice. The one who spoke was the sectmaster of the Xianxia sect, Luo Chuan. Lang Taotian was the top true disciple of the Xianxia sect. In the Xianxia sect, only a few of Luo Chuan's final disciples were stronger than Lang Taotian. How could Luo Chuan be angry when Xiaoqian killed him in front of him? Luo Chuan was the sect master of the Xianxia sect, an unparalleled expert with the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Killing a member of his sect in front of Luo Chuan was like slapping his face. A medial-grade martial sage dared to slap his face. How could the sect master of the Xianxia sect endure this? Die! Right after the word die, boundless pressure spread out from the sky, pressing heavily on Xiaoqian's shoulders. Xiaoqian's knees looked like he was going to fall to the ground. A light flashed on Xiaoqian's forehead, and the azure trident that represented the will of destruction appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground and grasped the trident with both hands. Only then did he not kneel. At the same time, a formless will of destruction flowed out of the azure trident, slowly destroying the other party's aura. Only then did Xiaoqian feel better. Just as Luo Chuan prepared to make a move, a few figures flew out of the Neptune Palace in sorry states. Neptune Palace gave off a 3-kilometer-long light as it soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew more than 10 kilometers. This fellow is starting to refine it. He's making a move. A few voices rang out. Luo Chuan snorted coldly and ignored Xiaoqian, giving chase as well. Luo Chuan would not neglect his roots for the sake of a mere Xiaoqian, forgetting the purpose of this trip. Xiaoqian heaved a sigh of relief. If Luo Chuan wanted to make another move, he could only bring out the Wu clone of the Haotian Emperor. The Wu clone of the Haotian Emperor was definitely not a match for Luo Chuan's main body. However, it could still block the other party and create an opportunity for Xiaoqian to leave. However, this was Xiaoqian's greatest life-saving talisman. He could only use it once. He was still far from advancing to Martial Emperor. If he could avoid using it, it would be best not to. "Brother Xiao, you are not dead." A startled voice came from behind. Xiaoqian turned his head back and saw Long Fei and Qi Wuxia in sorry states, their clothes tattered as they walked over to him. Far away, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yin Chi Hai and the 2 lovers from Spirit Returning Island were also severely injured, looking even more miserable than the 2. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Brother Qi, what's wrong? Are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead?" "Disappointed my ass. You've caused us so much trouble. The demoness inside thought you were dead and almost beat us to death. If we didn't run fast enough, I really don't know if we would still be alive. Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. Demoness? Xiao Chun could not help feeling suspicious. Could he be talking about Princess Yaoyin? Long Fei waved his tattered folding fan and sighed. Brother Xiao, you really made a mistake this time. The treasures left behind by Neptune, the divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, Neptune's scepter, and Neptune's crown, were all grasped by that Princess Yaoyin. The death of the 9 merfolk race martial emperors was a trap. They purposely died to help Yaoyin, to make her the new Neptune. Wuxia still felt some lingering fear in his heart. This demoness really hid herself deeply. Even without these emperor-grade secret treasures, even if I worked together, I would not be able to deal with her. Indeed, Xiao Chun had guessed everything correctly. However, this did not matter to Xiao Chun. He was only here to kill the evil demon clans, to settle the karma that the Qing Emperor left behind. At this moment, this no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chun. The remaining matters were for the major characters to worry about. Speaking of which, Xiao Chun, why are you not surprised at all? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm appearance, Wuxia felt depressed. Not calm? Why should I not be calm? From the very start, Xiao Chun had not had any designs on Neptune's palace. He had a considerable understanding of his own strength. Without advancing to Martial Emperor, he would not be able to participate in this game unless there were 9 Emperor Wus willing to use their lives to pave the way for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had gained a lot on this trip, settling the karma from 10,000 years ago. The secret of the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting was about to be revealed. Furthermore, he had obtained several heavenly soul pearls, sufficient for his magic energy to advance further. The Greenwood Banner and the 5-element medallion, these 2 magic treasures, could directly increase his combat prowess. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Could it be that Xiao Chun overestimated himself and thought that only refining Neptune's palace would be considered gaining something? Xiao Chun changed the topic and asked, "What are the 2 of you planning to do next? Where do you intend to go on experiential training?" Long Fei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's attitude is truly admirable. Wuxia and I intend to go directly to the heavenly starry ocean. That place is also a vast place. There are many outstanding talents there, and there are also countless remnants at the bottom of the sea. We should be able to gain something there." After the chaotic demonic sea was the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chun had heard a little about the world there. It was no less exciting than the Kunlun continent. At that time, Long Fei and I will probably not be able to make it in time for Brother Zhao's king conferral ceremony. However, we will definitely deliver the congratulatory gifts on time, Wuxia added. Wuxia followed up. However, based on his expression, it was clear that he was still angry at Princess Yaoyan's final move, feeling extremely depressed. "Thank you. We will meet again in the future." "What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Are you not going to see who will obtain Neptune's palace in the end?" As the 3 spoke, they flew upwards. All the seawater was thrown into the air. A formless restriction in the surroundings prevented the seawater from falling back down. Without the obstruction of the seawater, the 3 flew extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the surface of the sea. The roars of the waves rumbled endlessly into the 3's ears. 500 kilometers away, on the boundless sea, a woman wearing a sky-blue divine rain robe with water flowing on it held the golden Neptune scepter with 9 azure flood dragons carved on it. She wore the chasing wave boots that parted the wind and stepped on water. She wore the thorn sovereign circlet on her head, and the bright Neptune crown hung above her. Unexpectedly, Yao Yin brought out the might of these emperor-grade secret treasures to their limits. By relying on the 4 treasures of Neptune that were at full power, Yao Yin fought an intense battle with the martial emperors on the surface of the sea without falling into a disadvantage. The Neptune palace on Yao Yin's forehead looked like a sky-blue mark. During the battle, she was still refining the Neptune palace. That's not right. The Neptune palace has already been refined and is providing her with an endless source of energy. Otherwise, her body would have exploded from the overexertion of Neptune's treasures. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This is a good move. The merfolk race is really generous. The 9 Emperor Wu are really using their lives to pave a path for Yao Yan. Bang! The 9 azure flood dragons on Neptune's scepter roared ferociously and flew out from the scepter, shattering the hand of the Xianxia sect master. After that, Yao Yan swung the scepter and knocked away the Emperor-grade secret treasure in Luo Chuan's hand. Then, she swung the scepter's tail and sent Luo Chuan flying. Golden raindrops dripped down from the God Rain robe, forming a gentle water screen that blocked all the attacks from the other great emperors.